Happy Draft Day, Steelers and Commanders fans. I'm your host, Jack Sperry, and you are watching the Steelers Talk and Commanders Report joint live stream here for round one of the 2026 NFL Draft. Both of our shows are presented by Prize Picks, and thank you guys so much for joining us here today. And what's going to be a very historic day, specifically for Pittsburgh football, obviously because they're the host city, and the Steelers have 12 draft picks this year, but also with the Washington Commanders, where this might be the last opportunity that they have to draft in the top 10 for a long time. They have their franchise quarterback. They have the head coach that they believe will be here for a long time. This could be the opportunity of a lifetime here for the Washington Commanders to get back to where they were a couple years ago when they went to the NFC Championship game. Thank you guys so much for joining me here this evening. We're going to be covering both of these football teams today, guys, so I want to welcome in our audiences here, both on Steelers Talk and the Commanders Report, where here at Chat Sports, our goal was to be able to provide coverage for all 32 NFL teams this year. And in order for that to happen, a lot of hosts have to take on multiple channels, okay? So we are going to be covering both the Steelers and the Commanders throughout this 3-day journey that we're going to be taking together here. And it all starts with round one, which is getting ready to kick off here in the next 2 hours, guys. So let me know who you guys are watching for tonight, all right? My Steelers fans, type PIT, spam those PITs down there in the comment section. Commanders fans, type those WASs down there in the comment section. I want to see who's here. We're going to bring in our producer here, Ponzi, in just a second. He will be giving shout-outs for the Washington Commanders stream. I'm going to be giving some shout-outs here for the people that are joining us here on Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. We've got Hunt. We've got Nick. We've got William. We've got Ghost. We've got Chadwick. We've got Strike. We got Chase. We got Lee Moses. We got Czar Craig. We've got Cassie Voth, my lovely fiance, is joining us here today. Everyone say hi to Cassie. We got Chuck Dugan, William Purdy, JT Clover. We got over 250 people already watching here on Steelers. Keep them coming here, folks. Eugene Payne, Voxy, Bradley, Chasing, Joe, Seth Roby, Pablo, Voxy, Mr. Deadhead is here. Brennan, we got Invite, The Only Key. We've got Dylan. We've got Pamela, Ghost, Brennan. Got Dalen, Dylan, Tyler, Gary, Dylan, Tyler, 913, Cassie, Daryl, Mike. We got a great crew of Steelers fans here. Ponzi, get on screen here, my friend, and let me know who's all in our Commanders chat right now.
Unmuted. That's Ponzi in the chat. Keith, I see Jasmine. I see John. I see our Art, the Caps. Corey, Jasmine, John.
Come on,
let's see more WAS
which
here.
Fan base wants it more? Let's go.
KG, I see CXL, I see Commanders Wiz, I see Richard, I see Mike, I see Red. And I see Awesome. Got a great bunch of Commanders fans in here.
Absolutely. Keep spamming those PITs, WASs. Let's see which fan base is more jacked up for tonight's start of the 2026 NFL Draft. Now, coming up here on this 2-hour kind of pregame show, if you will, before the Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock at approximately 8 p.m. Eastern time today, we're going to be going over tonight's raffle info here in just a second. We're going to be doing a raffle today, actually multiple raffles if you guys get those super chats, and also what you guys can expect from both the Washington Commanders and the Pittsburgh Steelers heading into night one of the NFL Draft here this evening. Also, my final mock draft for both teams. I'll also go over my final round one mock, going over all 32 picks that I am projecting are going to happen tonight. Now, before we get into the content today, we really start diving into some football talk here. Let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. And if you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You can even look ahead to next year's football season with things like total receiving touchdowns on the season for receivers like Puka Nacua, or passing yards for quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. You guys can put $20 in that projection right now. You get $120 back if you get all three in a potential power play here. But one thing that I love about the Prize Picks app, guys, is the new social feeds feature where you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at C Sperry to see all of my lineups all throughout the year. So So download the PrizePicks app today. Use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with PrizePicks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app today. And a big thank you to PrizePicks for sponsoring tonight's live shows. All right, so now let's get into some of the raffle discussion here. Now, if you guys have a question, if you have a comment, if you have a mock draft, if you have any idea or any thought that you want to get up on screen next to me and Ponzi here, whether you're in the Steelers Talk chat, whether you're in the Commanders Report chat, make sure you guys super chat on today's show so you guys can get your question on the stream. And then also, you guys can purchase raffle tickets today. We'll break down what we're doing for the raffles here in just a second. But if you guys want to pick up some raffle tickets, $10. Ponzi is freaking out. I think the Padres just scored a couple runs. I thought he was having a seizure for a second here, ladies and gentlemen, but I think he's just excited. But $10 in a super chat today gets you into the raffles today. Also, $20 gets you 3 tickets. Plus, I've got pickle juice here, guys. So I will do pickle juice shots for $20 donations. $50, you get 10 tickets. Plus, we'll make it rain for you here on Steelers Talk. And then also every $100 that we make on the stream today, we are going to be hitting the gong, all right? It's our Steelers gong, so Commanders fans, maybe just ignore the Steelers logo here, but we're going to be banging the gong every time that we pass $100.
Alternatively, you could think of it as you're hitting the Steelers because you don't like them.
No, I don't.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not going to acknowledge that. But if you guys, I guess if you want to think of it that way, you can. But today's raffle ladder, okay? If we can get to $250 on today's show in super chat donations, guys, we're going to be raffling off a channel T-shirt of the winner's choosing. So if you're a Steelers fan, you can pick one of our Steelers T-shirts that we have up on our website right now. Or if you're a Commanders fan, you can pick up a Scary Terry McLaurin T-shirt. Then $500, not only will we do the T-shirt raffle, but we'll also add on a team draft hat. So we'll do 2 raffles if we can get to $500 tonight. And then if we get to $1,000, we'll do the T-shirt, the draft hat, and we'll do a jersey of the round 1 pick of your team that your team ends up taking tonight. So if you're a Steelers fan, you'll get the Steelers' first round pick jersey, or if you're a Commanders fan, you can get whoever the Commanders take at number 7 this evening. So make sure you guys get those super chats in. It really does help out the channel, guys. But if you guys don't have any money to support the channel with, we completely understand that as well. And we want to give everybody a chance to win these raffle items tonight. So if you guys don't have any money to spend on the show, make sure you guys give me a follow at Jack_Sperry on X for a free raffle entry. Guys, right now let me check real quick. I am 6 followers away from 7,000 followers on X, okay? For the next 2 minutes here, I'm going to be giving shout-outs to everybody that follows me on X. So, Ponzi, push that next graphic for me. At Jack_Sperry on X. Everybody that follows me here within the next 2 minutes. So once we get to 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll be giving shout-outs to everybody that gives me a follow at Jack_Sperry. And what you guys get when you click that follow button is you guys get my daily NFL draft content that I'm going to be putting out here throughout the course of the calendar year. I got my quarterback rankings heading into the 2026 season coming up here soon, but also put out a bunch of just team-specific stuff as well up on my X account. So that's at Jack_Sperry. Again, once we get to 5:10 or 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time here, I'm going to be giving shout-outs to everybody that follows me here within the next minute now. We only have 1 minute left here in this promotion. Help me get to 7,000 followers on my X, guys. I greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. And while you guys are on X and you guys are following me, you guys can repost our pinned tweet to get another free raffle entry tonight. All right, so if you guys want, make sure you guys go to my pinned tweet. If you guys don't know what a pinned tweet is, it's the one that's at the very top of my profile. Make sure you guys retweet that, okay? And if you do that, then I will give you a shout out, and you are going to get into the raffle for free this evening, all right? So if you guys want to go to my X account right now, those are the 2 ways that you guys can get free raffle entries this evening, okay? You can repost my pinned tweet, or you can follow me on Twitter. Also, if you do both, you can get 2 free raffle entries here. So go do that real quick. What's that, Ponzi? All right, Ponzi's putting that in the chat right now for you guys to go check it out. Everyone that reposts it is going to get a shout-out here in just a second. And now we're at 510. So let's see. It looks like I did pass 7K, so thank you guys so much. Shout-out to D. Griner. We've got Mowgli Bouladin. Hope I'm saying that right. We got Anis Al-Makat. Hope I'm saying that right, my friend. Some of these names are tough to say. This one's easy. Bruh. Thank you, Bruh, for following me. Doug Bailey, Crafted Conviction, Guala Fitness, Luis Locke, Billy, BC Kolpak Ministries, Paul Edward, Braden Greathouse, Tristan Bowers. I think that's it. Let me see. Let me refresh one more time. Shout out to Joseph, Derek, who just followed me. Thank you guys so much. And now I'm going to be taking a look at the people that reposted the pinned tweet here. Let's see here. I'm trying to see. How can I see this? Gotcha. All right. So let me take a look here so I can give everyone their view interactions. View post activity? Okay, let me see. Reposts. All right, so shout out to Cash, shout out to Seth, Billy, Anis, Vic, JT, Czar, Craig, Braden, Tristan, Nathan, and Paul Edward. Thank you guys so much. All those people, by the way, are going to get free raffle entries here today for the raffles. Thank you guys so much for supporting me on X. Now we can move forward here with some other opportunities for you guys to help out the channel, all right? If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Whether you're watching us on Steelers Talk tonight or whether you're watching us on the Commanders Report, we provide you guys free, informative, and entertaining Steelers and Commanders content here at Chat Sports every single day on these channels. We're going to be getting you guys breaking news cuts every single time either one of these teams makes a pick over the next 3 days. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button. We also go live for every single Steelers game, and then I'm guessing we'll probably be going live for most, if not all, of the Commanders games this year as well. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button for our live coverage of the 2026 NFL season. Also, we'll be getting you guys rookie minicamp coverage, OTAs, all this stuff that's coming up after the NFL draft. So if you don't want to miss a thing this offseason, make sure you click that subscribe button and join our family here at Chat Sports. Also, you guys can click that thumbs up icon. Right now, we got 397 people watching live on Steelers Talk. We've got about 88 likes on that stream. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon. I tell you what, if we can get to 100 likes right now on Steelers, I'm going to give away a free raffle entry to one lucky person in the chat, all right, for free. We're going to give away one free raffle entry if we can get to 100 likes in the next minute here. So you guys can see this ticker right here. Once we get to 145, right now we're at 95 likes. Keep them coming. Let's see if we can get there by the time that clock strikes 146.00.
We got 33 likes on Commanders. I want to get us to at least 60. Can we do that? We have 89 people watching.
All right, let's get to 60 likes on Commanders. Let's go.
If you're excited for the NFL draft, it's an hour and 40 away. We thought it was going to be forever when the season ended for both of these teams. And now we're here.
Now we're here, man. It's going to be a great day for both of these organizations. You got to believe it. They're going to get players. They're going to help these two organizations win in the long haul here. And Steelers fans already know what to do, man. Type those me's if you want that free raffle entry, because we are over 150 likes right now. Make sure you keep clicking that thumbs up icon. It really does help out the stream.
We got 43 in Commanders. Let's get to 60.
Let's get to 60 on Commanders. Come on, Commanders fans. We got JT Clover. We got Lindsay. We got Eric. We got Anthony Fuller in the chat. King Yinzer, we are not worthy. Good to see you, my friend. We got Eric Gender. We've got K-Dogs. We got Seawolf. JT Clover. Next up, Christopher Turner. Who's going to get the free raffle entry? I'm going to give this one to JT Clover. JT, you are in the raffle tonight, my friend.
We're almost there on Commanders. We're about 14 likes away. Let's get there. If you've already liked the stream, spam me for a free raffle entry.
All right, Commanders fans, you need 14 more likes if we're going to give away a free raffle entry in your chat. So make sure you click that thumbs up icon.
The minute here at 144.
Yeah, no, let's
155.
Well, let's move on here.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on. And if they get to 60 likes, we'll give away a free raffle entry in Commanders as well. All right. Well, if you guys also want to help support the channel, you guys can send in a Venmo or PayPal donation. The reason why we're going to double your raffle tickets today for the raffles, if you put in a Venmo or a PayPal donation, is because we get to keep more of the proceeds, guys. YouTube takes a 30% cut of all the Super Chat revenue that you guys send in, and Apple takes another 10%. So we kind of get stiffed on that kind of donation money there. So if you guys want more of your donation dollars to go to us here at Steelers Talk and the Commanders Report, you guys can send in a Venmo at Jack-Sperry on Venmo or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. And again, guys, I'm going to double your raffle entries if you put in Venmo and PayPal donations today. So $10 Venmo or PayPal gets you 2 raffle tickets, all right? $20 gets you 6 raffle tickets. $50 gets you 20 raffle tickets for those types of donations. And for our Steelers audience out there, we do have Steelers Talk channel logo hats that are for sale. You guys can purchase these by Venmoing me $25. That is at Jack-Sperry or Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. $25 to order a Steelers Talk hat today. I'll make sure to get that to you as soon as we possibly can. Make sure when you send in your donation that you send in your shipping address so you know, or so I know, where to send the hat, okay? And what's cool about the hats, guys, is that if our Steelers audience out there already has a Steelers Talk channel logo hat, you can donate an infinite number of hats to other people. So if you put in a $25 Venmo or PayPal, but you already have a Steelers Talk hat, but there's somebody in the chat that really wants one that you want to gift one to, you can do that as many times as you want throughout the course of this NFL draft, okay? So last year, I think it was Hat Guy LTs donated like 10 hats to people. And by the way, last year these hats were brand new. We just came out with these. They were $100 at the time. Now they're $25, and we might be doing some special deals, or we might be doing some $5 off type of stuff here during the NFL draft as well. But if you guys want any of our other merch, we currently have that available on our website as well. For our Steelers audience, you can find all of our Steelers merch at chatsports.com/STmerch, whether that's an F the Ravens t-shirt, whether that's a channel logo t-shirt, whether that's a Married Into This t-shirt or sweater, whether it's anything else that we have up on our website. You guys can check that out. And by the way, guys, is this active right now? Okay, it's $5 off the entire stream today, guys. Okay, so everything on our website for the entire stream, the entire NFL draft, chatsports.com/STmerch. You click that link. You're going to get $5 off here throughout the course of day one of the NFL draft, guys, okay? So you got a bunch of different options on there. F the Ravens, Steelers Talk t-shirts. You've got Married Into This stuff up on that website. So if you want to go get something, honestly, the Married Into This stuff is perfect for Mother's Day coming up. If your mom wasn't a Steelers fan growing up and they married your dad, and she married your dad and she kind of married into this, that might be the perfect thing to get your mom here or, you know, your wife during Mother's Day this year. So chatsports.com/STmerch to get yours today. We also have brand new Michael Pittman Jr. t-shirts. If you guys are interested in that t-shirt, you guys can go chatsports.com/STmerch to go get it today. I really do appreciate your guys' support. And then for our Commanders audience, same deal. $5 off Scary Terry McLaurin t-shirts. Comes in 3 different colors, black, red, and white. You guys can go to chatsports.com/scary to pick up that t-shirt today. Really like this design, guys. Our guy Arnold, our merch guy Arnold, really drew this up beautifully in my opinion. So if you guys want any of those colors or any, we've had people order all 3. These t-shirts have been an absolute smash hit. So if you haven't gotten yours yet, $5 off today only, chatsports.com/scary to pick yours up today. All right. What's that? Links are in the chat, so make sure you guys click those links to help support the show. All right, so now let's talk some football, okay? And let's talk first about the Washington Commanders because they will be picking first today at number 7 overall. And they only have 2 picks in the top 100, as Commanders fans know, right? You got 2 picks in the top 100, just 2 picks in the first 4 rounds. And for a team that's looking to get younger, looking to get faster, that's obviously not a lot of picks. So it's going to be interesting to see if Adam Peters decides to trade down to get more picks or if they're going to take the premium player here at number 7 this evening. They also have a pick in round 5, 2 picks in round 6, and then they're going to finish things out with a pick in round 7. Actually, that pick is right before the Steelers' 7th round pick as well. And then when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, what they have is a lot of picks, all right? It's the exact opposite of what the Washington Commanders have. The Steelers have 5 picks in the top 100. They've got 7 picks in the first 4 rounds. They have 12 total picks, the most in the National Football League this year. Of course, they only have 1 pick tonight at pick number 21, but with that much ammunition and this many picks, there's a chance that Omar Khan, the Steelers GM, could get aggressive and move up for a player of his choosing at some point during the NFL draft here this evening. So keep an eye out for that. But then you also got a pick in round 2, 3 third-round picks. All right, then you get 2 picks in round 4. You have a pick in round 5, a pick in round 6 as well at 216. That's the final pick in round 6. So that's essentially an early 7th. And then they have 3 7th-round picks at 224, 230, and 237. Okay, and now we can kind of talk strategy here for both of these teams here for a little bit. We'll start with the Washington Commanders again here, and I think that for Washington, they could go in really a lot of different directions. I think that it's going to be very much based on what the board looks like when they get to number 7. Definitely not expecting them to be looking to trade up. I think that if anything, they will trade down here in the first round. But there's going to be quite a few good players available when the Commanders pick comes up at number 7. You just don't know which players are going to go ahead of them in the first 6 picks. So it's definitely going to be interesting here to see what players are available once we get to that 7th pick. And it's going to be interesting to see if they decide to eventually trade down in the NFL draft here this year. You can take a look here at my list of the most likely Commanders draft targets this year. I personally believe if Sonny Styles is there at number 7 for the Commanders, that's going to be the pick for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn today. They're looking to replace Bobby Wagner as that green dot in that defense, the team captain on the defensive side of the ball. Sonny Styles was the alpha among alphas in that excellent Ohio State defense. Last year, he was the guy that was getting people lined up. Super intelligent guy, great leader, and he could be, the type of piece that could transform that Washington defense on day 1. But if he's not there, let's say he goes to Tennessee or New York, or maybe Dallas trades up to take Sonny Styles at 6 with Cleveland. I think Carnell Tate, the receiver out of Ohio State, is also a really good possibility. The Commanders do need wide receiver help. You can kind of pencil in Brandon Ayuk as their wide receiver too. It seems like the 49ers will eventually release Ayuk, and he wants to play for the Commanders. Right now, De'Ami Brown is their number 2 wide receiver. I consider him more of like a 4th receiver than a 2 or a 3. If you bring in Carnell Tate and Brandon Ayuk eventually signs, you've got one of the best wide receiver trios in football for Jaden Daniels. But if you're looking for, a defensive captain type, Caleb Downs out of Ohio State, the safety, would be an excellent option as well. Then you got Mansour Delane, Jeremiah Love, and Mekhi Lemon as maybe some more less likely options. We're hearing a lot of smoke that Jeremiah Love could be going to Arizona at number 3 today. So honestly, I'm not sure if he even makes it to number 7 for the Commanders. And Mekhi Lemon, I think, is probably their second option compared to Carnell Tate, who I think is their preferred option at the receiver position tonight. But as I discussed, guys, keep your eye on a potential trade down from Adam Peters and the Commanders tonight, okay? I think that, for a team that is looking to get younger and faster, if there's a really good opportunity to move down into maybe the middle teens area, or maybe just a few spots with maybe a team like Kansas City, I think that's something that they would definitely consider. So keep your eye on that here for Washington as we approach the start of the NFL draft. For the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm expecting either offensive line or wide receiver tonight, okay? I think that when you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and what they really need, I think right now the 2 biggest needs on their team is starting left guard, and then they need a legitimate starting wide receiver 3. And sure, you could make an argument for tackle. Dylan Cook, I thought, played pretty well for the Steelers down the stretch last year, but he's certainly somebody that before he got that opportunity last year wasn't somebody that was considered a starting caliber player. So maybe the Steelers feel like they got to address that need, but I honestly don't think that's going to happen here in round 1. I could see the Steelers drafting an offensive lineman that can play tackle or guard. I just don't really see the Steelers going for true tackle here in round one. I think that whoever they take, if it's an offensive lineman here in round one, it's got to be a guard, and I think that's going to be the priority. If the Steelers can get one of the guards on their short list tonight, that will be the pick. Otherwise, it's going to be wide receiver and whoever the best player is at that given point. But I would say keep your eye on a potential trade up from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So for our Commanders audience, you're looking for a trade down tonight. Steelers audience, you're looking for a trade up from Steelers GM Omar Khan. You got a lot of picks at your disposal. I don't expect the Steelers to really include Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig in any deals tonight. I'm not expecting them to include 2027 picks of any variety. I think that if they trade up, they're only going to be using their picks in this year's NFL draft to go get a guy at guard or at wide receiver. In terms of the players that I could see them go out and get, in terms of the receivers, I think the three most likely receivers that could be drafted by the Steelers tonight are Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston, and Mekhi Lemon. I think you probably have to trade up for Mekhi Lemon, but for a guy like Omar Cooper Jr. and Denzel Boston, there's a decent chance that they fall to you at number 21, and I really like Omar Cooper Jr., guys. If you've been watching my content throughout this draft cycle, you guys know how much I have fallen in love with Omar Cooper Jr.'s game. He's so well built, so versatile, can play outside or inside, so good after the catch, great contact balance, super reliable hands, can contort his body to make tough catches. He's a good route runner to all three levels of the field. Like, that kind of versatility is exactly up the Steelers' alley. Plus, he has really good connections inside the Steelers building. New wide receiver coach Adam Henry was the receiver coach at Indiana, and he helped recruit Omar Cooper Jr. to the Hoosiers. So they have that connection. Also, Kurt Cignetti's brother, Frank, is an offensive assistant in Pittsburgh. I think that those connections could land Omar Cooper Jr. here in Pittsburgh by the end of the evening. However, the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in Denzel Boston out of Washington as well. They had a combine formal meeting with him and a top 30 visit. There is only 2 players in this entire class that are projected first-round picks and got both a top 30 visit and a combine formal, and they're both on screen right now. It was Denzel Boston and Mekhi Lemon. So they've shown the most interest in these two, but Omar Cooper Jr. has the connections. I'm guessing if the Steelers take a receiver tonight, it'll be one of these 3 gentlemen. Then we get to the guards here, and you got Venga Ioane from Penn State. It's sounding like his range tonight is somewhere between pick 10 and pick 14. Okay, so if the Steelers really want him, they're going to have to pay up to move up into that top 15 again if they want him. Spencer Fano, a little bit more fog of war. I've seen him go as high as like 6 to Cleveland, and I've seen him fall. I think that the Steelers would be interested in him and maybe even a potential trade-up scenario if he falls to like pick 15 or something like that tonight. Somebody that could be an excellent guard but can also play tackle. And then maybe more of a wild card on the offensive line tonight is Caden Proctor from Alabama. He can play tackle or guard, massive human being, really good hand placement. I think that he's got an incredible anchor, great contact balance. He's never on the ground for a guy of his size, which is really impressive. And he has crushed the pre-draft process, guys. Had a great combine, had a great pro day. People have been raving about the interviews, and he's lost like 35 pounds. He played at 380 pounds at Alabama last year, and now he's down to like close to 360, a little bit less than 360. So he's definitely somebody that's cut a lot of weight, and I definitely think that he could be in play. Did not get a top 30 visit with the Steelers, but he fits what the Steelers could be looking for in terms of the archetype that they could be looking to bring in. All right, so now let me know down there in the comment section, who do you guys think your team is going to take tonight? So get down there in the comment section. I'm going to give some shout-outs here for our Steelers audience. Ponzi's going to give some shout-outs for our Commanders audience. Who do you guys want to be the first-round draft selection for your football team tonight? We got about an hour and a half before we get things going in Pittsburgh. By the way, we're watching the broadcast on ESPN right now. Holy cow, there's so many people in the Acrisure Stadium gold lot here. I mean, if there's for the Commanders fans that aren't aware of Pittsburgh culture, that city lives, breathes, dies, eats, drinks, sleeps football, man. So I can't think of a better place to host the NFL draft. I think it's long overdue. And
we'll see this in Washington next year, right?
Yeah, and then the draft next year is in Washington. It's going to be right on the National Mall. It's going to be beautiful. So let me know who you guys want today. We've got Joe, who wants Omar Cooper Jr., We've got D4 who says 100% Venga or Tyson if he's there. Sounds like Tyson is for sure going in the top 10 tonight. That's the rumor.
Yeah, that's the rumor.
We got Ryan Briggs saying that he wants Mekhi Lemon. Would absolutely be thrilled with Lemon, but you're probably going to have to trade up for him as well. Logan says he wants Fernando Mendoza. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Justin says screw the trenches. I mean, listen, man, I think you got to address guard within the first 2 rounds. I think you got to address receiver within the first 3 rounds at the very least.
And we talked about that, how guard is a little bit of a limited class.
We got a lot of Omar Cooper Juniors. We've got a lot of Vengas. We've got a lot of Lemons. So, yeah, man.
I'm seeing all Sonny Styles on this Commanders chat. I see Sonny Styles, Carnell Tate. I see one saying Sonny Styles no matter what. Yeah. I mean, like.
Vontae Mack no matter what. Guess what position Vontae Mack played, by the way? Off-ball linebacker.
There we go. Draft day watching.
There we go. By the way, last year, Adam Peters, the Commanders GM, wrote on his sticky note, Josh Carnley Jr. no matter what. And, of course, that's who they ended up picking in the first round, an offensive tackle from Oregon last year. So let us know down there in the comments what you guys are thinking. And before we get into the rest of today's show, we're going to be talking about my final mock draft for both of these teams. We'll be talking about my final round 1 mock draft before we get into the action here today. But before we get into the rest of today's show, let's have a word from our sponsor again here at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. Playoff basketball is finally here, guys, and there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this year than with Prize Picks. And the app is super easy to use, guys. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stats, and you lock in your lineup. It makes watching playoff basketball even more exciting. If you're a hoops guy, you can go points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or 3-pointers. And you guys can take a look here at what a projection would look like here. I'm taking the more on 3-pointers made for Jalen Brunson and the less on 2-pointers made for Jaden McDaniels. It's a 3.25 multiplier, obviously. So in this case, what would be the multiplier here, Ponzi? So you'd put in, $20 and you win 65? Is that correct? All right, I got my math correct there. So if you guys want to help out the show today, you guys can download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA. That is a new code, HMA, when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live show. All right, so now we can take a look here at my final mock draft here. Actually, I want to get to this after the team ones. Yeah, let's go through the team ones first. I misscripted that. All right, so you guys get a little sneak peek there. That's my top 4 right there. Where I've got Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, and Bain. 3 edge rushers coming off the board, all in a row there in the top 4. Honestly, I think Ruben Bain to Tennessee might be one of the most underrated and least talked about fits in this process. But I think Bain would be perfect for that Tennessee Titans defense. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second, but first, let's talk about your team's final mock draft from me. So in round 1, I am projecting Sonny Styles to make it to number 7, and I think he'll be the pick for the Washington Commanders. Dan Quinn is looking for that new defensive captain. Sonny Styles could be used in a bunch of different ways from new defensive coordinator Durante Jones. They could play him at big nickel. They could play him at off-ball linebacker. On later downs, they could even blitz him off the edge if they really, really want him to. They can get really creative with some of the pre- and post-snap rotations with a versatile chess piece like that, and the leadership he brings to the building, I think, is exactly what they're looking for. Then in round 3, I have Keontae Scott, the defensive back from Miami, going to Washington in round 3, where I think that, even though he's a little bit older, he's very versatile. I think he could play safety if you need him to, but he played mostly nickel at Miami. He can play outside corner as well. I think that he fits what they're looking for to rebuff their secondary there in Washington. And Kevin Coleman Jr., one of my favorite steals of this entire draft, one of my favorite sleepers that's expected to go in round 5. If he falls to the Commanders there at 147, I think that he'd be a great complement to Terry McLaurin, Brandon Ayuk, and all those other players here. Then we get to Yeager Burton, the center from Kentucky. Very athletic player, but he's still pretty raw. He's going to have to develop in the league, and you bring him in, you have him compete with Nick Allegretti to be the starting center of the Commanders next year. Maybe you bring in a Graham Glasgow, who's still a free agent. I've been advocating for the Commanders to sign him, for weeks. I mean, you guys remember our free agency live streams. And then I have Eli Heidenreich, the running back wide receiver hybrid out of Navy in round 6. Then I have Baron Morton, the quarterback from Texas Tech. Very intrigued by his film this year. I just was. Played on a broken fibula towards the end of last season, so a lot of people feel like how he played against Oregon, how he played against BYU at the end of the season is who he is. But, I'm telling you, man, the early season film when he was healthy was pretty impressive, and the Commanders are looking for a long-term backup quarterback option because, let's face it, Sam Hartman is not it. All right, now my final mock draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think the Steelers will most likely stand pat at 21. I do think they could trade up, and I had Omar Cooper Jr. go on my perfect mock draft this year, and because I think Boston versus Cooper is a toss-up, I decided in my final mock draft to go with Denzel, who did get the top 30 visit. He got the combine formal. The Steelers have shown a ton of interest in him, and I could see the Steelers wanting to play bully ball on the perimeter, and you could definitely do that with DK Metcalf, Denzel Boston, and Michael Pittman Jr. I have Kalen Rutledge in round 2 with a trade-up situation here with Atlanta at 48. I'm going to go get my starting left guard. Then Traden Stukes, somebody that the Steelers have shown some interest in, got a top 30 visit. A little bit of an older prospect, but he is an athletic freak that can play a bevy of different positions in the secondary. I think that the Steelers would draft him to be their future free safety. Then I have Darrell Jackson Jr. at round 3, pick 99. He might go a little bit earlier than that, but if he makes it to 99, honestly, that might be the pick for the Steelers at 85 or maybe even 76. Keep your eye on Darrell Jackson Jr. The Steelers have shown a ton of interest in him, the defensive tackle out of Florida State. Then in round 4, I got Drew Aller. It's a perfect situation there for Aller. It's a perfect situation for the Steelers. He's a very physically gifted, quote-unquote, higher upside quarterback. I think he's got starter-level upside, but he's got a ways to go. I don't think he was coached at a particularly high level at Penn State. That offensive play calling was absolutely atrocious, and really the best receiving weapon he had his entire time there in Penn State was by far and away Tyler Warren. When he lost him this year, there was really nobody to throw to. So I think you put him in here. Aaron Rodgers is expected to be back this year, and Aller can sit, he can learn, he can develop behind Rodgers, he can learn proper footwork from Mike McCarthy and Tom Arth and all these guys that are going to be developing him, and he can compete with Will Howard to be a potential future franchise quarterback option. I think round 4 is around the right value for him. Wouldn't take him earlier than that. Then around 4, I got Travis Burke, the offensive tackle from Memphis, very athletic player that you can bring in, develop behind Dylan Cook, or if he's good enough right away, he can compete for the job, right? Broderick Jones has a very weird neck injury issue right now where, there's some reporting that he won't be ready to go for camp or even the season. If that's the case, you need more depth at offensive tackle. Steelers have shown interest in Burke. I see that as a good possibility. Then I got Ephesians Prisick, talking about developmental guys with really good measurables. Ephesians Prisick had an over 9 relative athletic score. It's like 9.9. So, the Steelers have a very good veteran core of corners, but it's not very young outside of Joey Porter Jr. So I think that they bring him in. He learns from JPJ. He learns from Jamel Dean. He learns from Asante Samuel Jr. He's a special teams contributor right away. Then maybe he can develop into a starting piece for you down the road. I trade up in round 6 to take Will Kakmarek, the tight end from Ohio State, somebody that I think deserves to go earlier than round 6, but he's currently the 209th player on the consensus big board. I think that, he could be an absolute late-round steal for the Steelers, who have shown interest in him throughout this process. Then I've got Caden Weegan, the wide receiver out of Iowa. He's going to be more of a punt return specialist, special teamer here for the Steelers. But honestly, he could be like a Scotty Miller-esque decent depth piece in case there's injuries. And then Jaden Duggar, I'm going to finish things out here. I'm going to finish the draft in Pittsburgh with a Pittsburgh native. Duggar, he's got some juice to him. He's undersized as a linebacker, but somebody that got multiple interceptions during Shrine Bowl week practices, Pittsburgh native. Steelers have shown interest in him. I think that makes a lot of sense there in round 7. All right, so those were my 2 specific mock drafts here, my final mock drafts for the Commanders and the Steelers. Now let's walk you through my final mock draft here in general for tonight's round 1 action. Okay, we got Fernando Mendoza, obviously number 1 overall. We got David Bailey going to the New York Jets. And the more I think about it, the more I actually think it's going to be Arvell Reese at the number 2 spot. But it's kind of crazy that at this point we have really no clue. We have no confirmation who the number 2 pick is going to be. Bailey, I think, maybe has a little bit more of a higher floor than Reese, but I don't know if he has the same ceiling. I think that the Jets might just want to get that every down, put him on the edge type of player. Reese, you have to get more creative with. Maybe Aaron Glenn has a vision for Reese, and they end up taking him. But I'm going to go with Bailey here. And if Reese is still there at number 3, I'm going to have Kansas City come up and take him at number 3 overall. By the way, in that trade-up, Kansas City gives Arizona number 29 as well. Number 4, I got Ruben Bain Jr. going to Tennessee. Don't sleep on that, man. The mantra for Robert Saleh, the Titans head coach, is all gas, no breaks. Guess what? Ruben Bain Jr. never takes any breaks. He never takes plays off from an effort standpoint or from a rep standpoint. He's always out there. And because they play a wide 9 system in Tennessee, I think that's going to help out the lack of arm length for Ruben Bain because he has a longer runway to just collide with these offensive tackles where the length is not going to matter as much. I think that he would be a perfect fit in Tennessee. He has Robert Saleh written all over him. Then we got Jordan Tyson at number 5. I think that Jordan Tyson is the New York Giants' guy, and I think they take him at number 5, and then they see how the board falls to them at number 10. I got Carnell Tate, the receiver out of Ohio State, going to Cleveland at number 6. I got Sonny Styles for the Washington Commanders at number 7. Got Caleb Downs going to the New Orleans Saints at number 8. I think that those are 2 no-brainers here in the top 10, 2 really good football players. Number 9, I actually have the Cardinals taking Spencer Fano out of Utah over Francis Malinois. Adam Schefter reported this week that Malinois is dealing with a herniated disc in his back. No, I don't think it's that big of an issue, but it might be enough to push Fano over the finish line here in the top 10. Then Jeremiah Love falling to 10. Couldn't find a home for him inside the top 10 that I absolutely loved. Commanders fans are probably killing me for not taking Jeremiah Love at 7, but I think Sonny Styles is their guy, and he ends up in New York playing them twice a year. Then I got Francis Malinois staying in South Beach with the Miami Dolphins, a nice foundational pick for a new regime there in Miami. I got Dylan Thieneman, the safety out of Oregon, going to Dallas. I think that he's a great fit. And by the way, former Oregon defensive backs coach is now the new defensive backs coach in Dallas. I think that connection might get him picked at 12. Then at number 13, I'm going to project Mekhi Lemon to the Los Angeles Rams. Puka Nacua gets injured a lot. Devontae Adams has 1 year left on his contract. Mekhi Lemon, I think, makes a ton of sense for the Los Angeles Rams. Then at 14, I got Mansour Delane falling to the Baltimore Ravens at 14. If he's there at 14, I think that's his absolute floor. Very good football player, might even go in the top 10. Then Akeem Mesidor, I think, is a perfect fit, staying in Florida to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They need a day 1 starting number 1 edge rusher. Mesidor can lead the pack in that regard right away. Super strong, super explosive, a good run defender. He provides everything that they need on day 1, even if he's a little bit older of a prospect. I got Venga Iwane going to the New York Jets at 16. It sounds like the reports are Venga will not get out of the top 14 tonight, but I think that his absolute floor is number 16 to the Jets. Then at number 17, I got Monroe Freeling, the left tackle from Georgia, going to the Detroit Lions. Manuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo, to the Minnesota Vikings. Kenyon Sadiq to the Carolina Panthers at 19. Jacob Rodriguez. I think if I'm the Cowboys, I've got a sticky note that says Jacob Rodriguez no matter what. He creates so many turnovers, great forced fumble production, maybe the best peanut punch I've seen from a linebacker since Shaq Leonard. Then at number 21, I'm going to project Omar Cooper Jr. Again, I think that it's a toss-up here between Cooper and Boston, if that's the choice. In this scenario, I'm taking Omar Cooper Jr., okay? If that's the case and Boston is still there at number 22, I have the Miami Dolphins trading up to take him. I think that new offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick is going to see a lot of Nico Collins in Denzel Boston and want to go up to take him. Then we got Maxi Honicher, just tailor-made Eagles player, athletic freak. He can sit behind Lane Johnson for a year or two before Lane eventually retires, and it's going to be seamless like it always is there in Philadelphia. Caden Proctor gets to the Cleveland Browns at number 24 to fill their need at tackle. Keldrick Falk goes to the Bears at number 25, a team that really likes these bigger type of edge rushers that needs edge help. Then you've got Blake Miller and a trade up here. Buffalo trades out of the first round. And Tennessee trades back in to take their right tackle of the future. That allows them to put J.C. Latham back in at guard. He's not a very good tackle, doesn't have good foot speed. Miller is one of the cleaner prospects in this class, in my opinion. Then I got Casey Concepcion going to the San Francisco 49ers at 27. Tailor-made Shanahan-style receiver who's great after the catch, great on those crossing routes, creates a ton of separation, and he can help them on special teams as well. He's their long-term Brandon Ayuk replacement. Then Caden McDonald to the Houston Texans at 28. They need to get to third downs. That is the name of the game when you've got the best edge rusher duo in football, arguably, and Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. Caden McDonald's the best true run-stuffing nose in this class, arguably. Then at number 29, this is where I believe Arizona would take Ty Simpson. I think that he'll probably at some point go to Arizona here in the late portion of the first, whether that's Arizona trading back in, whether it's a trade down with Kansas City where they get this pick at number 29. I think that this is about right for the quarterback out of Alabama. Then Emmanuel Pregnon going to the Los Angeles Chargers. That's a fit there. They brought in Trevor Penning this offseason, but it's a one-year short-term contract. I think that Pregnon could compete with him right away and really work to protect Justin Herbert. That was a big issue for them last year. Cassius Howell reminds me a lot of Nick Herbig, so Steelers fans know just how lofty praise that is. Howell doesn't necessarily have the length or the size or anything like that that you look for, but he's got great speed, great explosiveness, and he's super smart as a rusher as well. They lost Kayvon Chason this offseason, actually, to the Washington Commanders. So Cassius Howell is somebody that can replace his role right away and help them try and win another Super Bowl. Then, I guess they didn't win the Super Bowl, another AFC Championship game, I guess. Then Avian Terrell is my projected final pick at 32. Seattle has said that they're thinking about moving out of that 32 selection, but Avian Terrell, really good fit. They could use another corner, and I think that Terrell would be an excellent fit in Mike McDonald's match-heavy defense. All right, so that is my final projected mock draft here for both of these teams and for round one here tonight. We have just over an hour before we kick things off in Pittsburgh. So grade my final mock draft down there in the comment section. A, B, C, D, or F. Obviously, I don't know if two people are ever going to fully agree on a mock draft, but, I tried to apply logic and reasoning to it, and, I hope I did a decent enough job breaking down my logic, during that explanation there, guys. So let me know what you guys think. We've got over 770 people already watching on Steelers Talk. What does our audience look like on the Commanders Report here,
We got
Ponzi?
160 people watching, 70 likes.
Great. Okay, Commanders fans, if we can get to 100 likes, we can give away a free raffle entry on that stream, okay? And Steelers fans, we're at 240 likes right now. Here's the deal I'll make with you. We got 750 people watching. If we can get to 400 likes, okay, I will give you guys a free raffle entry. So if you haven't already, make sure you guys get that get that thumbs up icon clicked. I greatly appreciate your guys' support. I see, in my Steelers chat, there's quite a few B's and A's for this mock draft. There's one F in there, so I guess.
Denzel Boston or Omar Cooper. Someone really likes Denzel Boston. Someone really likes Omar Cooper.
I feel like nobody likes Denzel Boston. That's the thing. I feel like I'm higher on Denzel Boston. It feels like the narrative on Boston is that he's so stiff and he can't run any routes. And he's just I just disagree with that. I think that he's got a little bit of wiggle to him for a bigger receiver. Obviously, when you compare it to Mekhi Lemon or Omar Cooper Jr. or any of these smaller guys, then yeah, sure, he's tight compared to those guys. But he's somebody that reminds me a lot of a Miles Austin, where if you remember back in the day, Miles Austin was awesome for the Dallas Cowboys.
He was a dog.
He was an absolute dog, man, as a true X receiver that could run some routes. Some people compare him to Nico Collins. I'm not there with him. I think
Speaking of Nico, we had some news.
Some news? All right, well, let's get to that news. By the way, we will get to all of your guys' super chats here momentarily. We haven't gotten to those yet, but we will before we get things going. But Jordan Schultz says teams have called the Texans to check on Nico Collins with an understanding in the league that he needs a contract adjustment. It seems highly unlikely Houston would deal him, but teams have checked. Collins will make $20.6 million this season when the wide receiver market is double that. Listen, man, I think that Brian Thomas Jr. and especially George Pickens is way more likely than Nico Collins. I mean, Schultz says it here, like Houston's not really looking to deal him. It's going to have to take a crazy deal, like a first-round pick, in order to get Collins on your team. I don't see that happening. Speaking of George Pickens, he has signed his franchise tag, ladies and gentlemen, and the reason why that's important, okay, the reason why that's important is because he had to sign the franchise tag if he's going to get traded. And he has previously said he would not play this season on the franchise tag. So the fact that he's signing this right before the start of the NFL draft,
I don't know, Jim.
it's definitely pointing to the Dallas Cowboys having something in the works in terms of a George Pickens trade. If I can present a nightmare scenario for our Steelers audience now, what if he gets traded to Cleveland? What if Dallas combines the 20th pick and Pickens, sends him to Cleveland in exchange for pick number 6?
I'm going to create a trade graphic real quick.
Like, is that something that could happen? And obviously he would be sent to Cleveland, so he'd have to play Pittsburgh twice a year. He'd be playing for the Browns. Like, that is like a nightmare scenario, I think, for Steelers fans, because he was on this team 2 years ago. He was the best receiver on this team. We traded him last offseason. A year later, he's playing in Cleveland. That would be an absolute nightmare, man.
So you would package 12 and Pickens, right?
20 in Pickens.
Oh, 20 in Pickens. Oh, that's even worse.
What do you mean it's even worse?
No, for Steelers fans.
Yeah, and it's great for the Cowboys because the Cowboys would have pick 6 to take and pick 12, and they could easily replace George Pickens with one of those picks. Like whether that's bringing in Jordan Tyson, whether that's bringing in Carnell Tate, whether that's getting Mekhi Lemon at 12 if he's still there. Right? Like, that's the kind of situation that I would not love for either. Well, actually, I would like it a little bit more as a Commanders, from the Commanders' perspective.
You get George Pickens out of the division.
Because George Pickens is out of the division.
But then again, like, they're going to get a receiver.
They're going to get a really good receiver, and they'll probably get another really good defender as well.
So this is what the hypothetical trade would look like, right?
Yeah. So this is what it would look like. You Pickens goes to the Browns, and the Browns get pick number 20. And the Cowboys get pick number 6.
Yeah, Johnny.
So the Browns are essentially moving down from 6 to 20. They still have 2 first-round picks, by the way, but they also get George Pickens.
And sign him to a mega deal, pairs him up with Jerry Jeudy.
Now, do they have the cap space? That would be my question. Because
let's check.
Because if you get George Pickens, you have to pay him a massive deal, and you have to invest in him. Now, the Browns, I think if any team would want to trade for George Pickens, it would be the Browns. I mean, they gave Deshaun Watson the biggest contract in NFL history after his scandal. All right, like they don't give 2 shits about the personal character of any of these guys, okay? So George Pickens, somebody that was just an all-pro caliber wide receiver, and you still get 2 first-round picks. Like, if I'm the Browns, I can definitely still get a tackle with one of those 2 first-rounders.
So according to Spotrac, the Browns have the 17th most. They have $22 million available in cap. I'm pretty sure they could free some up.
And you could free some up. They're not paying anything at the quarterback position right now.
Well, technically they are.
Oh, I guess, yeah, with Deshaun still under contract, right? Dude,
yeah.
that would be interesting. It really would. George Pickens is a legit number 1 receiver in this league, as Steelers fans know, and Commanders fans know for that matter. I got to say, man, I think that this is realistic. I really do. I think that Pickens fits the Browns because they really don't care about off-field antics or anything like that. I think they have the money. They can get the money together to get something done for a long-term extension. And they still get 2 first-round picks here. And then the Cowboys can take his replacement at 6 or at 12 very easily.
And we can, if you want to go over the Ricky.
Yeah, sure. Do we have you have the list 4, right?
Yep.
So our favorite dog, our favorite insider, the People's Insider, Ricky, came out with his latest slate of insights, his scoops, and then, of course, deleted all of them so we don't have the socials to show you. But here are the scoops, all right? The Cowboys are looking to trade up for a wide receiver. That only makes sense for Dallas if they're trading George Pickens. Okay, so keep that in mind. Then, Sonny Styles, apparently not going to be a Tennessee Titan tonight. All right, and obviously that's good news if you're a Washington Commanders fan watching this, because guess what? Sonny Styles makes it to 7. I think he's the pick for the Commanders. Then also, Jeremiah Love. A little bit of bad news if you want Jeremiah Love as a Commanders fan. Sounds like he's going to be an Arizona Cardinal this year if there's no trade down. Now, I've projected a trade down with Kansas City here, Ponzi. So we'll see what happens at number 3. But I think pick number 3 is going to be a very pivotal moment in this NFL draft. I can't wait to see, obviously pick 2 will be important too, because, if Bailey's there at 3 versus Arvell is there at 3, it could change, which teams are looking to trade up, all this different stuff. But yeah, I think Love going to 3 would be a big mistake for Arizona, but hey, Michael Bidwell's going to do Michael Bidwell things. Then the Giants apparently are looking to trade down from number 10, not number 5. So they would like to trade down from 10 and maybe get some more picks.
That screams to me that Ricky might be onto something with this Love situation where, Giants don't have Love on the board. I think they don't really want to pick anyone at 10. They'd rather get the draft capital. Well, because I think they have very little draft capital.
Well, it's going to be so interesting to see what they do at 5, because it's like, do they love Jordan Tyson enough, despite the injury concerns, to take him at 5 over Carnell Tate, over Caleb Downs, over all these players that they could theoretically take at 5? I think, and I will predict that they will, I think that Jordan Tyson's their guy. And then they want to see who's available at 10. At the very least, you're getting a really good offensive lineman. Like, the chance that Malinoa, Fano, or Venga is there at 10, pretty darn good chances that one of them's there, right? And if Caleb Downs doesn't make it there, if Love isn't there, Styles isn't there at 10, maybe trading down a few spots does make sense for the Giants, because you can still get a good offensive lineman in the mid-teens probably, all that different stuff. Now, for our Steelers audience that's saying trade up to 10 if they're looking to trade down, I don't think the Giants are looking to trade down to 21.
I mean, maybe if you package a second, third, you'd have to draft or trade a lot though. And Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan have said they've wanted to have 10 picks. They want to have 10 picks.
Yeah.
So
well, let's just take a look at the trade draft chart here and see what the Steelers would have to give up to get to 10. Let me just take a look here real quick. So the 10th overall pick is worth 369 trade points. The 21st overall pick is worth 261. So that's a difference of 108 trade points. That is about the second round pick. So if the Steelers want to move up from 21 to 10, I think the fair offer is giving up 53.
You don't think they would have to overpay a little bit because of the teams?
Is that worth it? Is Venga Iwane at 10 worth it to give up your second round pick and not draft a receiver or a safety or any of these other positions until round 3? I mean, I guess you could make an argument that he is. Left guard, I think, is a pretty big position for the Steelers. Absolutely. Is trading up to 10 for Mekhi Lemon, is that too early for Mekhi? Is that too much to give up for a receiver? Because, if you trade up for a receiver at 10, you give up your second round pick, you're not going to be able to draft a guard unless you trade up again.
Which you do have the capital to do that.
You could. You could maybe package together a few third-round picks to move up.
So
it's not impossible to be able to do that, but I don't know if the Steelers are going to be looking to trade up that high. Maybe they would. I don't know, but they got the picks to do it.
I'm pretty sure, don't the Giants don't have a second?
Do they not?
Because they traded with Jackson Dart.
No, they do. Pick 37.
Okay.
Yeah, they have pick 37. I don't believe they have a third-round pick, though.
Yeah.
So
maybe, I don't think they'll take that of, packaging their thirds.
Yeah,
maybe.
I guess we'll just have to see. All right, we got our first bang of the day, Robert Luck. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Shout out Robert Locke with a $50 super chat. Let's go. Sam Brown waving his imaginary towel out there. He says, what's the raffle? I'm late. So if we can just show that real quick there, Ponzi. Well, you just got yourself 10 raffle tickets, actually 20 raffle tickets because it's a Venmo. But we're doing a little bit of a raffle ladder here, my friend, where we got 200 And $50, if we can make $250 on the stream, then we're going to be giving away a channel T-shirt of the winner's choosing. So whether it's a Commanders T-shirt, Steelers T-shirt, whatever. $500, we'll still do the channel T-shirt raffle, but we'll also do a second raffle for a team draft hat. And then if we get to $1,000 tonight, we can give away a jersey of the round 1 pick of the winner's choosing. Okay, so make sure you guys get your super chats in. If we can show the menu here. If you guys want to get raffle tickets, $10 gets you into the raffle. $20 gets you 3 tickets. Plus, we'll take a pickle juice shot. I think I've got quite a few of them coming up here once we get to these super chats. But $50 gets you 10 tickets. Plus, we'll make it rain for you. And then every $100 we make on the show, we're banging the gong. By the way, we've already passed our first 100 of the day. Shout out to Robert Luckberg. Let's go, man. Okay. Let's get to some super chats. Because you guys have waited long enough. We got about an hour before we get to the NFL draft here, guys. And I just want to let you guys know, in this hour before the NFL draft officially opens, we have a very special promotion for you guys here for our merch collections. So if you guys want to get a great deal on a piece of our merch, whether it be the Commanders Report merch, the Steelers Talk merch, for the next hour here, okay? So from 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern, an hour, right, Ponzi?
So it's going to be special for the...
oh, that's right. It's going to be for just the Steelers ones, right?
For Steelers in our chat sports. I'll show you.
Okay, got it. All right, so we got a special promotion coming up here, guys, and I don't think the Scary Terry McLaurin T-shirts are going to get this deal, but the Steelers Talk T-shirts will be a part of this promotion that we're doing here at Chat Sports. You guys can go to chatsports.com/Steelers Talk to get 50% off the Steelers Talk logo T-shirts. Okay, so I believe that they retail for $25. So what is that? $12.50? Yeah, $12.50. 50% off right now, guys. So if you want to help support the channel, you want to help support the brand, you guys can go chatsports.com/Steelers Talk. We also have just regular Chat Sports logo T-shirts as well. So if you want to help support Chat Sports, if you're a Commanders fan watching this, we unfortunately don't have Commanders Report T-shirts available, but we do have Chat Sports T-shirts available. So if you want to help us out, these T-shirts are 50% off for this hour only, leading up to the start of the NFL draft. So again, that's chatsports.com/merch to pick up your Chat Sports T-shirt. And then also for our Steelers audience, it's steelerstalk.com/Steelers Talk to pick up a Steelers Talk channel logo T-shirt. And for all of you that go to Latrobe for Steelers training camp every year, I make a yearly trip out to Latrobe. And if you guys are wearing my T-shirt on the day that we're both at Steelers training camp, I'm going to be able to pick you out and we can take a picture and all that great stuff. So if you want to help support the brand, help support the channel, it's 50% off, guys. I greatly appreciate your guys' support. So go to chatsports.com/Steelers Talk or chatsports.com/chatsports. Is that right? Is that the one?
Chatsports.com/merch.
Okay. So, again, for the next hour, that is going to be the deal for you guys. All right, so now let's get to some super chats. We got one from Johnny Dodger. This is from our Commanders chat, I'm assuming.
Yep.
And he says, the Giants GM had dinner with Jordan Tyson a couple days before trading for number 10. Signal? Absolutely, it's a signal, in my opinion. I think he's their guy, and, we've talked about Tyson a lot on Steelers this year. He reminds me, in terms of the way he moves, for his size, he looks like CeeDee Lamb. He looks like Justin Jefferson out there with the bendiness in his knees. Now, unfortunately, they've been a little too bendy at times he's dealt with injuries, right? And it's not just one thing, right? It's multiple things over multiple years and multiple different categories of injury, right? He's had a broken bone in his clavicle 2 years ago. He's had soft tissue issues. I'm a poet and I don't even know it here. Last year with his hamstring at Arizona State and during the pre-draft process. 3 years ago, completely ripped up his knee.
On a terrible play.
So, we have ligament stuff, we have bone stuff, we have soft tissue stuff. It's every season. And, if he can't get through one college football season, which is 12 games, how is he going to make it through a 17-game schedule in the NFL? And why would you feel comfortable taking a player like that in the top 5? It is Joe Shane. And listen, if he can stay healthy, he could be like a legitimate top 10 receiver in the game someday, a legit number one, and you pair that up with another legit number one in Malik Neighbors. Like, that could be the best wide receiver duo in football for many years if he can stay healthy. But I don't know, man.
The problem is that, like, you have a lot of ifs with this.
Yep.
And, like, I think, the Giants really need a solid guy, a guy who's going to be on the field for them. Because, like, their leading wide receiver last year was Wan'Dale Robinson. He had over 1,000 yards.
Yep.
And, like, I think, though, if you're going to be – maybe this is good for Commanders fans because Jordan Tyson might be the pick and, like, he might be injury-riddled. You never want to prey on injuries.
No.
It just really does not make sense. If I'm the Giants, I'm Joe Shane, I'm like,
but remember,
give me Cardinal Tate.
This is Joe Shane we're talking about.
Exactly.
This is the guy that said, why would we keep Saquon Barkley? We've got Daniel Jones under contract. Like, remember when he said that infamously during the Hard Knocks season there a couple years ago? Like, bro, he's not a good GM, man. You can just ask our Giants host, Marshall Green. He
wanted him fired.
Joe Shane sucks, okay? So the idea that he would take a player like this, and especially because they play at MetLife Stadium, the stadium that is most notorious for, like, injuries, especially ligament injuries, bringing a player like this that's injury-prone, I think it's a recipe for disaster. But obviously, if it works, the reward is super high.
We've seen players come into the NFL who've had injury concerns, and they turn out fine. But, like, for me, Jordan Tyson's not going to be one of those guys who comes out fine. I think he's going to be very injury-prone, especially, like, the curse at MetLife.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I really do think that if the Giants really want to commit to having a solid running mate that, Jackson Dart, their young quarterback, can consistently throw to, they should pick Cardinal Tate or even like a Mekhi Lemon.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not.
Tristan, once again from our Commander stream, says, what is your comp for Cardinal Tate? Break it down. Dude, he's such a tough guy to put a comp on, in my opinion, because he's got really, like, generational contested catch numbers. 85.5% last year. Are you kidding me? That is as high as I've ever seen in this process. Since I've started, and like he's doing that against good competition. Now, obviously, he's not getting number one corners because Jeremiah Smith is getting all the number one corner attention, but contested catches are still contested catches. Those are tough grabs. I don't care if it's a CB2. Like, it's a tough grab to be able to do that. I think for a guy of his size, he runs really good routes. He's a smart wide receiver. He's okay after the catch. He's certainly not special in that regard or anything like that, but really, really special hands. Really great ball tracking ability, specifically down the field. Like, T. Higgins is a decent comp in my opinion, but like he's not quite as big as T. Higgins, or at least he doesn't play as big as T does. I really love the body control. I love the ability to track the ball down the field. He would pair perfectly with Jaden Daniels, who throws that beautiful arcing deep ball. So, yeah, man, he would be awesome for the Washington Commanders. I think he's a well-rounded player. He's a really good run blocker, too. So, like, I think that he would be an excellent pick for the Washington Commanders. I have him ranked as my number one receiver in this class. So, I think that he'd be an excellent
wide receiver class, too.
Yeah, and so pretty darn good wide receiver class this year. $5 from Bernard Nixon, my man from
People's champion.
From the People's Champion from Steelers Talk. Says, happy draft day, guys. Let's go. Let's get a wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers. And Jack, if you get tired of me asking you A-Rod questions, let me know. I mean, honestly, it might be more up to the chat. Our Commanders audience, I think, is going to learn. Bernard Nixon loves to ask Aaron Rodgers questions, so we'll see. With $20 here from Bernard Nixon. Appreciate you, my friend. Says Noah Strackvine. Did we get a $10 super chat, by the way?
From who?
From anybody that we've shown so far. Just one?
Yes.
Okay, so I owe you a lemon shot, whoever was the first super chat that we showed.
Pickle shot.
Oh, pickle shot. My mistake. Yeah, it's definitely pickle. But $20 here from Bernard. Says Noah Strackbine went in on A-Rod on his show. Says the Steelers are wasting their time on Aaron Rodgers and need to go Will Howard, and said Aaron Rodgers' legacy with the black and gold is holding them hostage 2 years in a row. I mean, I don't think so. Like, maybe,
you don't wine and dine someone who you're getting held hostage by.
Listen, man, it's the best. It's the talking point that everybody wants to say with Aaron Rodgers, that the Steelers are being held hostage. They're not being held hostage, all right? Like, they had every opportunity to go get Malik Willis or Kyler Murray. They chose not to, all right? They're going to have every opportunity to take Ty Simpson tonight. They're not going to, okay? Or at least I don't think they're going to.
They could take Carson Beck.
Yeah, I honestly think Carson Beck might have a better chance of being the pick tonight just because they've gone through the entire process with Beck where, he had the combine formal. He had the top 30 visit. Ty Simpson didn't get the top 30 visit. And I think
might genuinely.
And I think if you take a quarterback in round one, you got to go through the whole process. So, listen, man, I think Aaron Rodgers' legacy here in Pittsburgh is still yet to be written. Now, if he decides to retire at this point and he waits to make a decision until after the NFL draft and he decides to hold it, pull the rug out from underneath the Steelers, then yeah, his legacy is going to be a very negative one in Pittsburgh. But I think this team has a really good chance to be better than it was last year. Their wide receiver room is already better. I think Mike McCarthy is already an upgrade at offensive play caller compared to Arthur Smith. I think that the defense is going to be better with getting Terrell Austin's ass out of here. And now Patrick Graham, one of the most respected defensive coordinators in football, is the new DC. You got a ton of talent on defense still, and you got 12 draft picks this year to further explore getting more receivers and bolstering this roster even more. So I know there's a lot of people that are like very negative when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, but at this point, guys, he's not missing a whole lot that he doesn't already know. Would I prefer him to be there at OTAs and these early offseason workouts? Absolutely, yes. But does he necessarily need to be there, especially when he's clearly the best option at quarterback at this point? No. Like, he's already got over a decade in the bank in a Mike McCarthy offense. And right now, McCarthy and the offensive coaching staff, they are installing the offense. So, Aaron Rodgers wouldn't be really learning anything that new. And also, even if Rodgers extends this thing out to June, like he did last year, he's going to have over 3 months. That is over a quarter of a year to prepare for week 1 this year. All right? So, he's got plenty of time to prepare for the season. This is not the portion of the offseason where he needs to be there, even though as much fans want players to be there. It's not necessarily something a 22-year-old or 22-year NFL veteran. Aaron Rodgers has been in the league for as long as a person can drink for. So, it's crazy how long of a career he's had.
I mean, he's been in the NFL as long as I've been alive.
He's played in the Mike McCarthy offense. He's going to be able to pick it up, guys. I promise you that, okay? And the Steelers feel very confident. Obviously, whatever Rodgers is telling the Steelers in these weekly conversations that they're having has them believing he's coming in. And if he's their number one quarterback option this year, which he has been from day one, apparently every single player in the Steelers locker room said, yes, bring back Aaron Rodgers next year during the exit meetings last year. You don't do that if you think he sucks. And they were in the building with him every day. They played with him every week, and they think that he's still a good quarterback. So I'm going to take the word of the players in that locker room, the players of the people that were in that building every single day. I really contribute the mediocrity on offense last year for Pittsburgh to a terrible wide receiver room and an offensive play caller that wasn't great. Darnell Washington getting hurt late in the season really didn't help at all either. Broderick Jones getting injured didn't. Actually, you can argue that it did help because Dylan Cook played very well. But long story short here, guys, I think the team can be better next year. So if Rodgers wins a playoff game or two and this team has a legit chance to go on a run next year and maybe compete for a title, that's going to be his legacy here in Pittsburgh, not the weights. But if he comes back and he sucks and he really falls off a cliff, I don't disagree with Strackbine that his legacy here will be, embarrassing the Steelers, quote unquote, in the offseason. $5 from Bernard says caller on Nora's show said Aaron Rodgers is a 42-year-old washed up has-been that's ruining, it's running over the Steelers. I just disagree. We can just roll through all these Aaron Rodgers ones because I know what Bernard likes to do is he likes to tell me what everybody else is saying about Aaron Rodgers. Says Florio said he heard someone say A-Rod is irritated at the Steelers. I think that's BS. Yeah, when Aaron Rodgers goes on McAfee and says that people make up bullshit about him, this is what he's talking about. Bernard says Steelers fans want to kill A-Rod, LOL.
Some do.
Listen, man, once we get to week 1, nobody will be talking about the weight. Just like last year. Last year, we had to wait until June. And, he was prepared to start the season, had 4 touchdowns in his first game against a Jets defense that had Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner still on it. He played very well, and he was prepared for the season. And that was a brand-new offense and a brand-new team, brand-new head coach, brand-new offensive play caller. It's way more familiar this year. So it's not going to affect his preparedness. The question the Steelers have to ask themselves is who gives you the best chance to win this year? Because that's their goal. It's not to rebuild, okay? You got all these veteran players on defense that you're not getting rid of. You traded and extended a 28-year-old receiver in Michael Pittman Jr. They're not rebuilding, guys. They're trying to make a play for a Super Bowl. So the question is, and has been since the start of the offseason, what quarterback gives this team the best chance to do that this year? And the answer is clearly Aaron Rodgers. And by the way, guys, he's a low-risk investment. You bring him back for this year on a one-year, short-term, low-value contract compared to the other starting quarterbacks in the league. And if he stinks, it's a one-year deal. You take your quarterback next year. You play Will Howard at the end of the season. Like, I don't understand, why everyone's like, oh, now we got to stop pursuing Rodgers. I mean, if he was your plan and if he's your guy, you got to stick with that plan, man. That's what I would say. Next one here from Bernard says, do you think we trade up tonight or back? I don't think back. I think that maybe they trade up. Now, the right opportunity is going to have to present itself. I don't think Omar wants to overpay for anybody because the reality is they can still get a really good player at 21 if they stick and pick. So they don't have to feel like they're pressed to move up in this draft. But there might be opportunities to potentially move up. And I think that Omar absolutely will be working the phones. We know that Omar likes to make trades. We know that he likes to be aggressive. We saw him trade up for Broderick Jones a few years back. I think that if a similar opportunity presents itself tonight, we could see the Steelers move up. $2 here from Bernard says, now a WWE superstar is calling out A-Rod. I don't watch the WWE anyway, brother. So not too worried about that. By the way, $5 Venmo here from Alex Chung. Says, Steelers talk donation. Question. There's always a head scratcher in the draft. In the first round, Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders, Cole Strange to the Pats. What player fits that bill this year?
Who is this from?
Alex Chung. So, Alex, we'll get you up on screen here momentarily.
Like this?
Yes. He says, what player is going to be the head scratcher this year? I'll tell you who I think it could be. Could be Ty Simpson. Not because he goes in the first round, but because of how early he goes. Okay? Like, is it completely crazy that Cleveland has fallen in love with him? I don't think they'll take him.
That would be bad news for JOD.
But it's a possibility. I also think the Jets could be potentially in on Ty Simpson.
Well, we actually had another Ricky rumor. I forgot about this one.
Yeah, Ricky actually had another rumor where he said the Cardinals and the Jets were the two teams that Ty Simpson is hoping to end up with tonight. So we'll see. The Jets have picked 16. I can't rule him out at 16. I can't. I don't think he's a terrific fit there with the cold weather, and he's a smaller guy. But the Jets are the Jets, man, and the Jets might make a bad decision, as they usually do. So Arizona might be trading down, and they might be taking Ty Simpson at 9. Like, if they trade down to 9, is it completely crazy that they could take him at 9? I don't think it's completely nuts, all right? Everyone's just kind of assuming that he's going to go at the end of the first or in the early second to, like, Arizona, namely. But, like, I'm telling you, there's other options out there. Todd McShay had him going to L.A., who apparently thinks he's a first-round quarterback, according to him. So I think Ty Simpson might go a little bit earlier than maybe some people think. We'll see on that front. I personally have him picked 29 in my mock draft. So, like, obviously, I still think it's a possibility that he's still there towards the end of the first, but I also acknowledge the reality and the possibility that he could be taken pretty early. I mean, it is quarterback we're talking about here, and if somebody has fallen in love with this young man, he might be the pick for somebody pretty early in the NFL draft. All right, now before we get into the rest of our coverage, continue on with our Super Chats here. I want to tell you about our presenting sponsor tonight, which is Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is super easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. And if you're a hoops guy, you can go with points. Rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You guys can take a look here at this projection here, which actually looks at futures here for football, where you guys can go future touchdowns here for the 2026 season with Puka Nacua, for example, or passing yards for quarterbacks like Dak Prescott or Caleb Williams. You guys put in the same exact projection. You guys can put in $20, and if you get all three correct, you get $120 back. So one thing that I love about the Prize Picks app, guys, is the new social feeds feature where you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with our friends at Prize Picks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app today. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live show. Hey, 65 sec from Rez. Says, let's go Steelers. It's 12 at night here in Sweden. Man, real one right there. I mean, it's midnight and the draft hasn't even started. He's going to be up for till 3, 4 in the morning there in Sweden? At least. Says, took 2 days of work to watch the draft and Steelers talk. Please let us take wide receiver at 21 or earlier. Well, shout out to you. Salute to you, my friend, for sacrificing work for these next few days to watch our streams. I greatly appreciate you. One of our longtime supporters here in Rez. Can't thank you enough here. Then Jeremiah Taylor with a 2 says, trade up for Venga. Trade with the Guppies. I think he's talking about the Dolphins here. Now, here's why I don't think Dolphins trade down. They have 11 picks, and they have, I think, 7 in the first 3 rounds. So what they need is not more draft picks. What they need is a very high-quality player at 11. So I really doubt that the Dolphins want to move down 10 spots with the Steelers. I think they're sticking and picking at 11. So I hate to burst your bubble there, Jeremiah, but I think they're probably going offensive line there at number 11. $5 for Mexamander says, has Aaron Rodgers made a decision or else they should just draft a QB? Completely disagree. The Steelers know that Rodgers is coming back. Essentially, Rodgers hasn't confirmed he's coming back, but he's having weekly conversations with Mike McCarthy. We dealt with the same shit last season, guys, and we all saw what happened. Like Mike Tomlin said on the Pivot podcast in training camp last year, yeah, I knew Aaron Rodgers was going to be the Steeler before the draft, all right? He just wanted to wait to confirm that this is what he wants to do. This is how Aaron Rodgers goes about his business. So, listen, if Aaron Rodgers wasn't planning on playing this year, I don't think he'd be calling the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers at least once a week to talk about football, putting together a plan for this season. Like Mike McCarthy has laid it on thick that Aaron Rodgers is very involved in the offensive plan, that they're kind of cooperating on that together, and Mike McCarthy's not worried about him missing the early portion of the offseason program. So, I feel like the Steelers, if you were to ask the Steelers today, what is the probability that Aaron Rodgers signs a contract eventually with Pittsburgh? I think the answer is over 90%. It might be over 95% at this point. The only thing that could really change is Rodgers all of a sudden has a change of heart, which at this point I don't think he's going to do. I just think that Rodgers wants to get to a certain point in the offseason to make sure he wants to play this year, because I don't think he wants to make a commitment to a team and then get to June and be like, you know what, I'm not really feeling it. I don't really want to play football this year, and then retire. I don't think he wants to do that. So I think in his mind, it gives him more time to make the decision. He doesn't have to rush it. And the Steelers are okay going along with it because Rodgers is very involved in the offensive planning, which implies he's going to be coming back this year. All the players in the locker room want him back. All this different stuff is just lining up. And I think that all of this is just off-season noise and hoopla that nobody's going to be talking about once we get to week 1. Once we get to training camp, we're going to be talking about what's going on in Latrobe and who's playing well in practice and all this different stuff in the preseason games. Nobody's going to be talking about how Aaron Rodgers, waited until May or June to make a decision again. Because guess what? It doesn't matter if he re-signed a contract in February or signed the contract in June. He's going to be the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's going to be prepared to be the starting quarterback of the Steelers week 1. $5 from Tony Daniel says, are we really sure Pons is just a nickel because of the height? Listen, man, he is uniquely small. Now, I think that he could play on the outside. Honestly, I think he might even be better on the outside because you got all these power slot wide receivers. You got these tight ends that are lining up in the slot that are blocking these nickels. Honestly, if you have a small nickel corner nowadays, it's a disadvantage. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Previously you could get away with a smaller nickel because everybody's slot receiver was small, right? But now you get these bigger slot receivers, and you got guys that line up everywhere. And, if you have a super small liability at slot corner, it can be a problem, really. But I think we see a lot of these smaller corners work out on the outside. Pons has awesome film, and he's got great instincts and all this different stuff. It's just the physical traits and the lack of height and the lack of length and all these different things. It's going to affect him if he has to go up against really good wide receivers in the league. And that's just a fact. So I think that he could be a good player. I think his ceiling is limited, even though I love the way he plays the game. I think he's a true day 2 prospect for me. $5 from Spencer says, type the black and yellow hearts here in the chat for a successful draft. Let's go. I'm right there with you, Spencer. Let's go get a great player here in the first round. $2 from Jay Tone says, go get a guard. I think that guard is probably the priority tonight. Like, if you can get a guard that's on your short list here. So that probably includes Spencer Fano, Venga Iwane, Mawanoa, or Proctor, maybe. I think Proctor's the big wild card tonight. If you can get one of those guys that you really like, take them, all right? But it sounds like Mawanoa's going to go in the top 15, Fano's going to go in the top 15, Venga's going to go in the top 15. So really, the decision tonight might come down to how much do the Steelers like Caden Proctor? Because if they like him, they might even be willing to trade up for him a little bit. And if he's there at 21 and they want to go guard, like, he would be the pick. So I think Caden Proctor's got a legitimate chance to be the pick tonight, but he didn't get a top 30 visit. So that makes me a little bit wary there. He did get a combine formal meeting, so there's that. But the lack of a top 30 visit makes me wonder just how much the Steelers are actually interested in him this year. $2 from Johnny Dodgers is going to throw up if the Giants draft Styles and Downs. There's a chance. I think the chances of that are pretty low because I think the Saints would take Downs. I think the Commanders are really interested in Styles. So it's possible that the Giants take Styles at 5. But I want to put you at ease a little bit here, Johnny Dodger, because everything that we've been hearing this last week is that the Giants don't want Styles. Now, maybe that's just smoke, and maybe the Giants are playing everybody, and the Giants actually love Styles and they want to take him at 5. I don't think so. If I had to guess, I think they want Jordan Tyson at 5, and Styles will fall to the Commanders at 7, barring a trade-up maybe from the Dallas Cowboys in a potential situation there. Another 5 here from Johnny Dodgers is trade. Washington and the Jets. 7 for 16 and 44, 103 or 140. Replace the last pick from the Tunsil pick trade, Lemon or McCoy. So McCoy is an interesting one here, Ponzi, because he's got great tape. Like, his 2024 tape was probably better than anybody in last year's class, and it's better than anybody else in this class, including Mansour Delane, who I really like. His tape is unbelievable. Like, it's freshman year Derek Stingley Jr. level good to me. But he's coming off an ACL tear, and apparently he's got a degenerative knee condition in his other knee, and he might need another surgery. So I probably wouldn't take Jermod McCoy at 16. I actually don't have him in my first round mock draft. I don't think he goes tonight. I think because of the injury concerns, we saw Will Johnson last year, who was my number 1 corner last year, fall to the second round. To pick 48, he barely went in the top 50 as the best corner on tape in this class last year. Now you get a guy in Jermod McCoy who hasn't played a down since 2024, and he might have to miss another season for another knee surgery. Like, that is a lot to gamble on. So McCoy, I love the film. Don't think it's going to be him for the Commanders tonight. And if the Commanders trade down and they're still able to get Mekhi Lemon at 16, that is a steal. Frankly, if they get Omar Cooper Jr. at 16, that'd be a good pick, in my opinion. I love those 2 receivers. And by the way, if the Steelers get either one of those receivers, I will be jumping for joy tonight. Okay, so definitely interesting here as we get to around a half hour before the Raiders are officially on the clock.
Got some more news here about the Pickens. Apparently, Rapp said on the pregame or the pre-show for the draft that the Cowboys are not interested in trading George Pickens. But they said the same thing about Micah.
Yes, they did.
And
the Steelers said the same thing about George last year.
So keep an eye on that still as we were approaching it. Also,
listen, man.
And more.
You're telling me it's just a coincidence that the day of the draft, George Pickens decides to sign the franchise tag that he said he would not sign this offseason.
I don't know, Jim.
And apparently Mulligetta, his agent, and Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones came to a little bit of a kumbaya today. I still think it's possible he gets traded. Now, maybe he doesn't. Dallas, obviously, he was an awesome player for Dallas last year. I wouldn't want to lose him if I were the Dallas Cowboys, but I mean, it's Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, and the Cowboys do what they want. So
Bill Clinton showed up yesterday. Also, more TMZ news, but still worthy to talk about. Mike Vrabel not stepping away from the team. Will be taking his therapy appointment and taking care of family business, though. So
tonight, so he will not be in the war room with them?
Supposedly he's not going to be in the war room tonight.
Or the rest of the days? Okay.
Or Friday and Saturday, sorry.
Gotcha. Well, listen, man, that's a tough situation to be in. If more stuff comes out, the more of this stuff with Rossini starts piling on.
It kind of seems like there's more, man.
Like it kind of seems like it's going to get to a point here where he might have to step down, which would be crazy because they'd probably just have to go with like Josh McDaniels for this year.
Dude, that would be crazy. Like the press conference itself, like the audio was bugging, so you couldn't really hear it. But he did not say anything that he was stepping away, like as head coach of the team. He said he is going to take a leave of absence.
Yeah,
but it really depends on if more comes out, I could easily see him stepping away from the team.
Yeah, man, it sucks. This is a bad situation for him. Obviously, Rossini already resigned from the Athletic.
Actually got fired, I believe.
No, I think she resigned.
Oh, she resigned. Yeah,
I think she resigned. To be fair to her, but big shout out here to Cassie's family. Cassie's watching with her folks in Minnesota, so big shout out to the whole Voth family that is apparently watching, according to Cassie, who just texted me. So miss you and love you, babe. And thanks for watching. All right, so now we are about 30 minutes away from the start of the NFL draft, okay? And obviously this is the day that we've been waiting all offseason for. It is the biggest day for both of our channels here, the entire offseason essentially. It's right up there with day one of free agency.
Yeah.
Obviously it's a big day whenever you hire a new head coach like the Steelers did this year, but this is really the day where you get that top player that can really help you out this year and really fill a starting position. And, both these teams have the opportunity to do that. We're going to do another round of shout-outs here for everybody that gives me a follow at Jack_Sperry. Okay? So we've got multiple people that have followed me here since our last shout-outs here. So I'll give some more shout-outs here. We got VJH, Simon, Dave Miller, Gary Reynolds, Me Is, Jay Ponzi, Panzinski, hope I'm saying that right, Nate Tedemanza, Trevor Williams, Rigoen, Dub, Rival, Joseph, and Derek. Shout out to you guys. And then also make sure you guys go retweet my pinned tweet. Everyone that's going to retweet my pinned tweet on X is going to get a shout out here. You guys have until the end of this minute here. Once we get to 28 minutes to go, I'll be giving shout outs here to everybody that gives me a nice little retweet on our pinned tweet.
The link is in the chat. I have commented it in the chat.
Sounds good. So Ponzi has put it in the chat room here for both streams here for Steelers and Commanders. Go retweet that so we can get as many people in this chat room as possible. I greatly appreciate your guys' support. And again, if you guys retweet, you guys are going to get a free raffle entry. And if you guys follow, you're going to get a free raffle entry. So if you guys want one of our T-shirts that we're going to be raffling off at the end of the show, a draft hat or a jersey, you're entered into all three raffles if you get just one raffle ticket, okay? So that's the rules. Make sure you guys go get that done. And we got 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's see who gave me a nice little retweet here. View activity.
Figured it out.
We got Cash, Seth, Billy, Annis, Vic, JT, Craig, Braden, Greathouse, Tristan, Nathaniel, Paul. We've also got Ponzi, Craig, Eric Gender twice, by the way. Shout out to Eric for reposting it twice. Also give a shout out to everybody that liked it. We got John Masood. We've got Robert Kirkpatrick, Major Ackerman, Isco Ramirez, Trevor Williams, Seth, Vic, Luis, Aaron, Czar Craig, Joseph Grimaldi, and Paul Edwards. Big shout out to all of you guys for helping support me here. Now, again, guys, just a reminder, we have a special deal going on right now for Steelers Talk and Chat Sports branded apparel on our website right now. So for our Steelers audience, 50% off Steelers Talk t-shirts at chatsports.com/Steelers Talk. It's a great marketing opportunity for us because if you're wearing our brand logo out there, out and about, obviously more people get to see what we're all about here at Steelers Talk. And I hope that when they ask you about what is Steelers Talk, I hope that you tell them that it's the best Steelers YouTube show anywhere on the YouTube platform. So again, 50% off. I think you can get these things for like $12.50 right now. They retail for $25, so 50% off. You guys can get a great deal on these right now, chatsports.com/Steelers Talk. And then for both of our streams here, if you would rather do just a Chat Sports branded one, pretty simple. Once again, 50% off up until the start of the NFL draft. So chatsports.com/merch to get your t-shirt. We got about 26 minutes left in that deal. So if you guys want a t-shirt, 50% off. This is a flash sale that will only be available here until the start of the draft, which is in less than a half an hour. But if you want $5 off a Scary Terry McLaurin t-shirt, if you're watching our Commander stream right now and you guys want a t-shirt but you don't want just a generic Chat Sports one, you can get $5 off our Scary Terry McLaurin t-shirts. They retail for $30, so you can get yours for $25 right now at chatsports.com/scary. Ponzi's putting the link to that one in the comments and description if you guys want to check that t-shirt out. It comes in 3 different colors, black, red, and white. Really like this design with the Scream mask there on Terry McLaurin, whose nickname is, of course, Scary Terry. We've got the paint splatters in the background. You got the football and the pointing celebration there for a touchdown there for Terry. So if you love Terry McLaurin, you want to help support the show, really like this t-shirt. I think you guys will too. Chatsports.com/scary to pick yours up today. All right, man. Get some more super chats here before we officially kick things off in Pittsburgh in about 25 minutes. Adrian, coming to us from our Steelers chat, says, I honestly want to be mad if we get – I'm honestly going to be mad if we go O-line in the first round. I mean, listen, man, it might be – it won't if we – I honestly – okay. Sorry, I misread you there, Adrian. I won't be mad at offensive line in the first round either. Like, listen, man, it's not the most sexy pick. Like, obviously, getting a receiver that's going to make guys miss and make big-time highlight plays, like, obviously, that's important for the Steelers because you got to fix this wide receiver room. You got a chance to do that tonight. But if a really good guard prospect is there, it's a really good receiver class, in my opinion. You can get a good quality number 3 starting receiver on day 2 of this draft very easily. It's going to be tougher to find a legitimate day 1 starting guard on day 2 than it is to find a receiver. So that's why I think, especially because Omar Khan loves drafting offensive linemen, obviously he's only taken trench players in the first round of the NFL draft in the 3 years he's been the GM here in Pittsburgh, where, you know, if he's been the guy making the picks, that is. But I'm right there with you. I won't be mad if it's offensive line in the first round. And if they trade up for an offensive lineman, I won't be mad at it either. $5 here from Dark Knight says, run a quick early round mock, trade up to pick 13, and look at our options. No more Rodgers talk. He's not going to be at the draft. LOL. Yeah, he's not going to be at the draft. I don't expect that. Like last year, Pat McAfee actually gave him the opportunity to show up at the big night out, and he said he didn't want to do it because he didn't want to take away from the other guests and Sidney Crosby and Paul Skeens, and he didn't want to just hog all the attention and be the only thing that came out of that event from a news perspective. I think the NFL draft is a much bigger thing than the big night out. And so I just don't think that he's the type of guy that wants to go out there and, make it all about himself as much as people think that he's all about himself and all that different stuff. I think that he prioritizes himself, but he's not somebody that's like, hey, look at me. I'm at the draft. I'm making a decision at the draft. Like, he's not that type of guy. Listen, pick 13. I think it's going to be tough because kind of like the Dolphins, like I don't think the Rams are trading down because they have one of the most complete rosters in football. They don't need a lot of picks. Like they can take a wide receiver or a tackle or somebody there in the top 15 that they absolutely love, that they think can help them win right now. And I think that that's a good plan for them. If I'm them, I want a top 15 level talent to help me win a Super Bowl this year, not more picks. Like, that's not something that I'm looking for if I'm the Rams. Now, something that's a possibility is I think if a team, Ponzi, trades up for Jeremiah Love today, it'll be the Rams because they don't have a lot of team needs. They could trade up for Love, and their run game was already good with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. It would be taken to a whole nother level. Like, it would be like prime, Todd Gurley level good if you get Jeremiah Love. So if you want to upgrade that portion of your offense, like, I could see them trading up. I honestly think they have a better chance of trading up tonight than trading down from 13. I honestly think that it starts for the Steelers in terms of a trade up situation at 15 with Tampa Bay. And even Tampa's a team where it's like, we've talked about this on Commanders. If there's a Reuben Bain Jr., a David Bailey, and Arvell Reese still there at 7, well, first of all, I think the Commanders would take Arvell Reese. But if David Bailey or Reuben Bain is there, I'm not sure if the Commanders would take either one of those guys. But the Bucs need a number 1 edge. I could see the Bucs trading up to number 7. So it's going to be interesting to see how the board falls. We're just going to have to see how that works. But, yeah, I think anywhere between 15 and 19 is realistic for the Steelers to trade up tonight. Anything before that, I don't think they're going to do. We just got a Venmo here. Let me get my Venmo up here. Jason Ballack with a $10 Venmo. Shout out to Jason. And he says, love the coverage. So we appreciate you. That's a $10 Venmo. So I'm going to take a pickle juice shot here. To the draft. Let's go. What's that? 2 raffle tickets for Jason. Shout out to you, Jason. Appreciate you, my friend, as we get close to 20 minutes away. Matt Atkins says, Jennings Dunker, a legit pick for guard in round 2 or 3. Listen, I love Jennings Dunker's physicality. And, obviously he's got a ginger mullet, and he's got a beautiful ginger mustache too. He's got Pittsburgh written all over him. Maybe the Steelers really like him, but he hasn't met with the Steelers throughout this process in a formal capacity. No combine formal, no top 30 visit. So the Steelers haven't had any of their traditional markers of interest there, but, it's not like they've never taken players that they didn't meet with in the pre-draft process, especially after round 1. So I think he's a possibility on day 2, but I think they'd probably rather get an Emmanuel Pregnon or a Chase Besantis or a Kalen Rutledge over him. So in an emergency situation, maybe they end up taking Jennings Dunker, but I honestly don't think he's that high on their list right now.
Shout out to Thomas Voth. Voth. Sorry.
That's Cassie's dad you're talking about there.
2 shirts.
You get my fiance's dad's name right.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names, guys.
And his name's Tom, all right?
Tom Voth.
There we go. What does he say?
Well, he had bought 2 shirts.
Oh, he bought 2 shirts. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you for the support there. Jennings Dunker.
We already
got this one.
I just want to give a shout out.
$10 from Green Tea Bob. So that's a $10 super chat. So I got a pickle juice shot here. Okay. Rodgers is going to do great this season. I believe he will hoist the Lombardi Trophy for a second time. Listen, man, that's the goal. I wouldn't say the Steelers are the favorites next year going into the year by any stretch of the imagination. First-year head coach, a longtime veteran head coach, but the first year here in Pittsburgh. Obviously, Rodgers, I think in a vacuum, he's like somewhere between the 11th to 15th best quarterback in the league. Okay? And he's not very mobile, so everything is going to have to really work itself out for Pittsburgh, right? In order for the Steelers to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender this year, like the entire team is going to have to work out. They're going to have to stay healthy. The coaching staff and all the hires are going to have to work out, which is possible, and I'm very optimistic about it because you got a lot of talent on the team. I think Rodgers can still play, especially if you give him a legitimate wide receiver trio, which we might finalize tonight. And like if the defense stays healthy, if Patrick Graham is as good as I think he's going to be as the DC, that defense could go from, an okay, above average, defense that it was last year to like a great or an elite defense then yeah, I think that this team could be that next version of the Philadelphia Eagles or the Seattle Seahawks, a team that maybe doesn't have an elite superstar quarterback, but somebody that has a good starting quarterback that's more than capable of, captaining the ship, so to speak, putting up points, playing smart football, and then the defense is the reason why you win a Super Bowl, right? Because that's been the case these last 2 years, where Seattle and Philly won their Super Bowls based on their defenses for the most part. Obviously, Saquon Barkley had a historic season as well. But they didn't win those Super Bowls because of the quarterback play. They didn't win those Super Bowls because they had Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes, right? They won those Super Bowls because they were well-rounded teams with elite defenses. And the Steelers had the possibility to do that. And certainly, I believe, out of all the quarterbacks that are available to the Steelers, Rodgers easily gives the Steelers the best chance at hoisting a Lombardi trophy. What does that possibility look like? It's definitely low. Like every team's chances of winning the Super Bowl are low going into the season. But the one thing that you want to give yourself is a chance. And I think with Rodgers, you give yourself a chance heading into the year. $5 from Dylan Lewandowski. Shout out to Cassie. Man, Cassie's very popular in the chat. Way more popular than me, I got to say. But Dylan, thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. $2 from Eric Straub, or Straube. Says, stick and pick Pregnon 21. Receiver round 2. I think 21's a bit too early for Pregnon. Now, he's a really good player. Like, if you draft him at 21, I think it's a really safe pick. I think he's going to be a really good player for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, if you draft him in the first round, like, he would be more of a trade back into the first round kind of player. Like, maybe they take a receiver at 21, or maybe they trade up for a receiver, and then they trade back into the first for Pregnon. That would be like the perfect draft tonight to me. And by the way, it sounds like the Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks at 31 and 32 both want to trade out of the first. So the opportunities are there for the Steelers to trade back in if the right player's there. And if you take receiver with your first pick, I think Pregnon's the right player to trade up for at the end of the draft. I mean, Ponzi, in our Chat Sports mock draft this year, that's exactly what we did. We took Casey Concepcion at 21. We didn't have a great board, but we took the receiver at 21. Then we traded back in at 32, and we got Emmanuel Pregnon. And I'd make that deal a million times out of a million. Like, that's a no-brainer to me. To take care of these two needs tonight would be a dream come true for me.
And it sucks, you lose draft capital.
Yeah.
The good thing is you have the draft capital to trade this year rather than next year, which is supposed to be a really good quarterback class. Mm-hmm. And that's fine. Like, if you're talking about what would I rather give up, talk about picks this year, then picks next year as the prospects start making their way to the stage.
Sonny Styles looking very dapper in a tuxedo.
Did I see Ty Simpson there too?
Ty Simpson is a double-breasted guy. Pause. He's wearing a double-breasted suit. So very old school there by Ty Simpson. Mekhi Lemon is dripped up, man. I would love for him in that beautiful suit of his to go up there holding that Steelers jersey. How sick would that be if Mekhi Lemon's a Steeler by the end of the night, man? Next super chat here as we get closer and closer to the start of the draft. Jordan Tyson, man. Oh, dude, look, he's wearing like a bomber jacket kind of deal with it. I don't know.
That's not gonna look undraftable.
It's not my style. That's not my style right there, man. Caden Proctor wearing the purple type of suit there. Very interesting stuff. Jeremiah Love is looking nice. Another purple suit. Who is that in the purple suit there? The other purple suit, the smaller guy.
It kind of looked more pinkish.
Is that Mansour Delane? I think that might be Mansour Delane. But Mask here with a 2 says, why are people so big on Will Howard? He's a likable guy. He's a likable guy that's got some really decent tools. Like, he's got something to him. All right? Now, should the Steelers bank a win-now season on a former 6th-round pick that's never played a down in the NFL? Hell no. Like, if this team was rebuilding, maybe you would think about starting Will Howard and giving him, quote-unquote, a chance to start this year. But, like, that's not what the team's trying to do this year. They're trying to win now. And if you're trying to play the odds for what quarterback gives you the best chance to go on a run in the playoffs and maybe compete for a Super Bowl, a first-year, essentially rookie quarterback that's a 6th-rounder is probably not giving you the best odds to do that. Now, that doesn't mean that Howard has no upside. Like, he's got good size, decent arm strength. He's got some good touch on his deep ball. I think that he's a smart guy, good leader. He's got really great competitive toughness, and he was really clutch and played his best football of his college football career at the end of his college career in the college football playoff. Now, obviously, he played with a stacked roster. Like every single player at every single position for Ohio State was better than pretty much anybody else that they played throughout the course of the entirety of the college football season. Like you had one of the best receiver rooms in college football history, Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, and then Emeka Egbuka. You had good tight ends. You had a really good O-line. You had Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson. Like most quarterbacks can probably find a way to win a national championship.
You probably
with that
find
group.
more quarterbacks who couldn't win a national championship with that roster, at least in the Power Five.
Fair enough, man. And I think that there's a reason why he fell, but that doesn't mean that he can't surprise some people, especially after a year developing from under Aaron Rodgers, where he's learned how to go through full field progression reads. Everyone inside the building is super high on him, so I'm not willing to completely say there's no chance Will Howard could turn out, but he's got to get his opportunity, in my opinion, if there's an injury to Aaron Rodgers or if Rodgers stinks next year, and then, you're just playing for the future and seeing if you have something in Will Howard before you eventually maybe take a quarterback in next year's NFL draft. I'm not against giving Will Howard a chance, quote unquote, and, having him in the building and having him develop behind Rodgers and learning from McCarthy. And I think that he's got some starter upside, but we got to play the odds here, man. You got to understand what the Steelers are trying to do as an organization, and Will Howard and starting him is just not aligning with what the Steelers' goals are this year, plain simply. So I think that the fact that we're hearing, Will Howard is the Plan B option if Rodgers retires, I think that pretty much indicates, yes, Aaron Rodgers will be back this year, and that's the expectation for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, before we kick things off, we got about 10 minutes before the Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock here. Check out our friends at Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. Playoff basketball is here now, guys, and there's no better time to cash in during the basketball playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a C-Med, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You guys can take a look here at this projection that actually looks ahead to next year's football season. You can look at receiving touchdowns for wide receivers like Puka Nacua or passing yards for guys like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. If you take the more on all these guys and you put this projection in on the Prize Picks app, you guys can put in $20 and get $120 back if you get all three correct this upcoming football season. So one thing that I love about the Prize Picks app is the new social feeds feature, where you guys can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at @Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments section and description to download the app, and a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live shows. All right, we are now officially under 10 minutes to go here, guys, before the NFL draft is officially open after months of waiting. And that also means we have less than 10 minutes to go for the 50% off flash sale for our Chat Sports branded t-shirt. So for our Steelers audience, chatsports.com/Steelers Talk to pick up your Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirts today. And then for our Commanders audience and our Steelers audience, you can just get a regular Chat Sports logo t-shirt as well. Those can be found at chatsports.com/merch. Again, 50% off. I believe these two are $12.50 with the new 50% off discount. Make sure you guys take advantage of that if you haven't already. And then also for our Commanders audience, if you want a Scary Terry McLaurin t-shirt, you don't get 50% off of that, but you guys can get that for $5 off on our website at chatsports.com/scary. It comes in 3 different colors, black, red, or white. If you like the Scary Terry McLaurin scream mask and the paint splatters in the background, I think that this is one of the coolest pieces of merch that we have for any of our teams here at Chat Sports. So if you're with me on that and you're a Commanders fan, you love Terry McLaurin, chatsports.com/scary to pick it up today. All right, continuing on with Super Chats here. Hunter Dillman says, Will. And I think Hunter likes Will Howard here. $10 from Alex Lanier. I got to do a pickle juice shot here for the 10. He says, channel support, Jack. Appreciate you, Alex L. $2 from Wheezy. Says, how do you feel about Pons? He's what we need. Very small corner. This is coming from Steelers. Yeah, I don't think the Steelers need to go corner early on, Wheezy. I think you've got Joey Porter Jr. and Jamel Dean. That's one of the best corner duos in football. Jamel Dean was like one of the highest graded corners in the league. You signed him to a multiple-year contract, and then you got Jalen Ramsey playing big nickel. So, like, you got your starting lineup already lined up. Then when it comes to the backups, you got some of the best depth at corner in the league, too. Asante Samuel Jr., who's a bona fide starter a few years ago, played very well for the Steelers last year. He's your number 3. And then you got Brandon Echols, who started a majority of the games for the Steelers last year. He's your depth this year. So you've got some very good veteran depth at the corner position this year. But that doesn't mean that you can't add a younger player to the group. I just think it's going to be more of a developmental, higher upside player than maybe Pons is, because Pons is going to go on day 2 probably. I want somebody on day 3 that's maybe got a little bit more upside, but, it's probably somebody that you can afford to sit for a couple years and develop, and you hope that he can develop into a future starter whenever Jamel Dean's contract is up. $2 from Joseph Grimaldi says, we need you to share your wedding registry. I don't know if that's maybe if Cassie wants to put it in there, I'll leave that decision up to her. But I feel kind of bad asking my audience to pay for stuff for my wedding. I mean, I guess if Cassie's fine with it, I'm fine with it. So that's up to her if she wants to put it in the chat. So keep an eye out for that, I guess. But I appreciate you guys, but please don't feel like you need to buy me or Cassie anything for our wedding. $10 from Raymond Carr. Another pickle juice shot here. All right, I'm spilling pickle juice on my desk. Yeah, I'm not you. $10 from Raymond. Says, what if the Cardinals are willing to trade 3 for 21, add Queen and Highsmith, and a 6th and a 7th? Then we get Styles at 3, definitely a generational talent. Steelers don't necessarily need a linebacker. And honestly, Styles, now I want Styles to go to the Commanders tonight. I think that he will go to the Commanders tonight. But the reality is with Styles, linebacker is a very volatile position, especially if you're taking one in the top 10. Not only is it A low-value position, but B, linebackers in the first round are busts all the time. Now, does that mean Sonny Styles is going to be a bust? I don't know. He's very athletic. He's got really high upside, but he's brand new to the position. He's still learning how to play linebacker. Is that worth giving up, a really good pass rusher in Highsmith, a Queen, a starting level linebacker that's super athletic, and pick 21 for? For me, it's not. If I'm being honest with you, I want to go guard. I want to go wide receiver tonight. I'm not giving up that much to take a low-value position at a high bust rate position in the top 3. I'm just not doing that. So that's my personal opinion. If you disagree, Raymond, perfectly okay with that. But make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon. I tell you what, Steelers fans, we're at over 1,000 people watching live right now. If we can get to 500 likes before our countdown clock gets to 3 minutes, so you got about a minute and a half here to click that thumbs up icon. If we can get to 500 likes, I'm going to give away 3 free raffle entries in the chat, okay? And right now, I believe
on Commanders, we have 200. We're at 122. Let's get to 150.
We have 200 on Commanders?
Sorry, 170.
That's still really good. I mean, Commanders is beating out Steelers right now.
Oh, no, it's 170 viewers.
Oh, I thought you said $170.
No.
In super chat revenue. So once we get to 250, so what is the Commanders at in super chat revenue?
We are at 19.
$19. That's included with the 140, so that's around 160. And then we've got how much in Venmo here?
I believe 65.
We have $211 in Venmo, so that is awesome so far, guys. So what is that? So we've already passed the T-shirt. So no matter what, we're doing the T-shirt raffle. What is that, though? So 211 plus 138. Let me do the math here real quick. 138 plus...
We're at 211 in Venmo?
Yeah.
Did we miss some?
Maybe. I'll take a look. And then the $20 on Commander. So we're at $369. So we're about $130 away from adding a second raffle item of a draft hat of the winner's choosing. And then if we can get to $1,000 in donations by the end of the stream today, by the end of round 1, we're going to give away a jersey as well to the first round pick of the player that your team selects. Okay. So if you have a raffle ticket, Great. $20 gets you 3 tickets. $50 gets you 10. Every 100 we make, we're hitting the gong. $10 to get in on the raffle. So if you just want one raffle ticket, $10 will get it done. And by the way, if you send in Venmo or PayPal, you guys can double these numbers. So 2 tickets for a $10 Venmo, 6 tickets for a $20 Venmo, 20 tickets for a $50 Venmo. So greatly appreciate your guys' support. I would love to get to $1,000 in donations by the end of the show so that one of you guys can win a brand new Steelers or Commanders jersey. All right, we are about to get things going here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes away. Did we get to 500? We did. So let's give away 3 free raffle entries right now. All right, spam those me's, Steelers fans and Commanders fans. Spam me in the chat. By the way, we've got a $10 Venmo here from Anton. It's a really tough name to spell, last name. So just put Anton, $10. It says, driving back to Pennsylvania. Thanks for the company. Here we go, Steelers. Let's go, Anton. That's 2 raffle tickets for you. Thank you for watching our show here tonight. Look at Mekhi Lemon, man, with the sunglasses. He's got the pinstripe suit.
The only thing bad about Mekhi Lemon, Sperry,
He's got swag, dude. Like
he wears a Dodgers hat. Can't draft him.
Shut up, Padres fan. Oh, my goodness. Anton, shout out to you. Let's give away a couple free raffle entries here. I'm going to give one to a Buzz Duck. Let's give one to Xify. Come on, Steelers fans. Type those me's. Who wants the final one here? Who's excited for the draft? Type me. Come on. I'm going to give this final free raffle entry to Tom G. Tom, you're in the draft. Or not in the draft, in the raffle. I guess it is.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's not what we want to do. All right. So now we're less than a minute away. Let's put up that driver here, Ponzi. All right. We're less than a minute away from the start of the 2026 NFL Draft being held in the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If you're ready for the draft, whether you're watching for the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight, whether you're watching for the Washington Commanders tonight, I want you to spam those goes in the chat right now. I'm going to give shout-outs here for our Steelers audience. For everybody type and go, we got Spencer, we got D4, we got Cedric, we've got Uchi, we've got Voxy, Cedric, Logan, Chris, Brendan, Rick, Brandon, Landon, Ruben, James, we got Ben, we've got Lucas Skew in the chat, JT Clover. Who's ready for the draft, man? Type those goes. Who do we got in the Commanders chat here, Ponzi?
We got Tristan, we got Chris, we got Jasmine, we got Nathan, got YP, got Cliff, got Chris, got more up here. Sorry, but
come on, type those goes.
I see Dodger fan. I see Namote, Lax.
All right,
Fran.
All right, Ponzi. Before Roger Goodell takes the stage here, let's take a look at the first 10 picks and what this looks like here at the top 10 of the NFL Draft. And it's going to be very interesting top 10 because you got the Giants with 2 picks. There could be some movement really early on. It sounds like the Raiders will be making a pick at 1, and then the Jets will probably be making a pick at 2. But then the Cardinals, it gets really interesting. Do they take Jeremiah Love? Do they trade down? Do they take Arvell Reese if he's there? Then the Titans, who are they going to take? Is it Jeremiah Love? Could it be Sonny Styles? Could it be Ruben Bain, one of the edge rushers? The Giants, do they take Jordan Tyson as the number 1 receiver in this class? There's a lot of smoke there. The Browns will be at 6. Receiver, tackle is the expectation there, but could trade down. Then the Commanders will be at 7. We'll have breaking news coverage for the Commanders pick when it gets here. Then you got the Saints at 8. Could go in a lot of different directions. The Saints are rebuilding. And then you have the Chiefs here at number 9. Could be moving up. Keep an eye on the Chiefs here in the top 10. And then you get the Giants. And they could go offensive line. They could go safety. They could go, maybe Jordan Tyson falls to 10 and he's the pick there. It's going to be so much fun here, man. Look at that beautiful draft stage in Pittsburgh. And Roger Goodell, the commissioner, is getting ready to take the stage here, where, of course, we're going to boo his ass when he gets up there. As is tradition, you got to boo the commissioner when he comes out to the draft stage. And T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, and Roger Goodell.
Okay, we may not want to boo them.
Okay, we can't boo.
We can boo Goodell.
We can, just boo Goodell. Type those TJs and those Cams in the chat if you're watching us here on our Steelers Talk stream. But, man,
It's chills. I got chills, man.
Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt, two pillars of this defense for the last several years, coming out with their terrible towels, getting ready to open up the NFL draft here in 2026. Can we turn this up, volume?
Oh, yeah. I got you.
And they're just imagine being in the draft stage there, where you're in your section there for your team, and man, did the Yinzers show up or what in the gold lot of Acrisure Stadium? It's absolutely packed. I can't hear him, Ponzi. Yeah, that's good. All right. Boo Goodell in the chat. He's opening up the NFL draft right now. Commanders fans, let me know in the chat, who do you want to take at number 7? Steelers fans, let me know who you want to take at 21. Let me know if you want to trade up. And, of course, Goodell just introduced T.J. Watt, and Yinzers are going nuts. Now he's introducing Cam Hayward. Let's go, man. Captain Cam. He's been doing a lot of media today. He went on Rich Eisen. He went on a bunch of different shows. And now he's now Cam Hayward's hyping up the crowd.
Dude, now I understand the mini cam comments a little more.
Yes, dude. If you're watching the draft at home, tell me Ponzi doesn't look a little bit like Cam Hayward. And now they just introduced Mel Blount. All-time great corner for the Pittsburgh Steelers, wearing his signature cowboy hat.
Commanders next year draft is going to be like this too, man.
Yeah, I mean, next year, DC is going to be the draft.
More.
And now we got Hines Ward, who's here.
Jordan Tyson connection.
Yeah, he's got a Jordan Tyson connection. He's the wide receiver coach. He'll be in Jordan Tyson's draft party in the green room tonight.
Oh, my God. What are these comments and Steelers?
Let's get to some super chats here while they're doing all these opening draft festivities here. If we've got super chats, we can answer some of them here. Keep typing your boos. Oh, but now, oh man, they bring out Big Ben. You gotta love it. Big Ben, the terrible towels are flying everywhere in the crowd. You gotta love it, Steelers fans. And now Terry Bradshaw. Oh my goodness!
And then Aaron Rodgers comes out.
And now Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God!
I wonder if Terry would tell him to chew on bark. Man, just look at this. Look at this collection of Steelers legends on that stage, man. That is a really cool thing. Speaking of Ben Roethlisberger, Bernard says, did Ben went to an AFC Championship game as a rookie? I mean, yeah, but did they make it there because of Ben? No, they had an amazing defense. Well, he didn't in his rookie season. Obviously, he did his second season, but
they still had a pretty decent defense.
It was a really good defense that he inherited. Big Ben says it himself. He inherited a great team around him. Smash mouth, run the football team with a great defense. He inherited that. He was not the reason why they won that first Super Bowl. He was probably the biggest reason, in my opinion, they won that second Super Bowl.
Dude, I'm so excited. My first draft with Chat Sports.
All right, here we go. The 2026 NFL Draft is officially open. The Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock.
Here's the wild comment I was talking about, though.
$10 from Rad Doctor says Ponzi looks like a drug lord.
With the glasses,
dude,
man.
I like Ponzi's glasses, man. He's got the shaded glasses. What are they? Red light?
It's blue light and red light.
Blue light and red light glasses. You know what he looks like to me? He looks like one of those guys that you go to a piano bar and somebody that wears those orange tinted shades. indoors. He looks like one of those guys with the beard. I think it looks good, man. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, my wife got me these. Shout out to my wife.
Shout out to Ponzi's
wife.
My wife, I like.
Man, I'm so ready, guys. Spam those goes still.
Spam those goes, baby. Las Vegas on the clock. We all know what the pick is going to be. It's going to be Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana. We're just waiting for official confirmation. Really, the draft begins
with two
with the Jets because it's like we still have no idea who they're planning on taking. Like they have been, leak-proof in New York. Now, I would say some of the recent indications are it's going to be Reese. But with David Bailey, man, like he would be, I think he's viewed as the safer option. Even though David Bailey's style of rushing, like he's a pure speed rusher, when you look at the edge rushers in the first round that become busts, it's usually the speed rushers.
Yeah.
Like Ruben Baines types, the power types, those are the guys that are usually safer. So, honestly, if I'm the Jets, I'm taking Arvell Reese, okay? But it's the Jets, and it's Aaron Glenn, and they run a very vanilla defensive scheme. It's a lot of man coverage. It's a lot of cover 3, and I don't know, man. I just don't know if they would have a good vision for Arvell Reese. Yeah. I would use him all over. Like, I would put him over the ball. I'd put him on the outside, at edge. I'd put him off ball. I would use him like Micah Parsons in his rookie season. But, do I think Aaron Glenn is the type of defensive mind, like Dan Quinn did with Micah, by the way, to use Arvell Reese in the correct ways? If I'm a fan of Arvell Reese, I want to see him go to Steve Spagnuolo's defense in Kansas City, not Aaron Glenn's milquetoast, we're going to play press man coverage all the time defense in New York. So you can make an argument that David Bailey is just a pure edge rusher, is a better fit for New York at 2.
And this is coming from the biggest David Bailey guy that you'll hear. I really do love Bailey. I just think that within this Jets defense, I think he's going to be used as a rotational role, which is probably the best fit for him. But if I'm, the Jets, and I'm like,
But honestly, sorry to interrupt you, but if you get David Bailey at 2, I think he's the starter. I think he's the early down starter because Will McDonald is the worst run-defending edge rusher in the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's like, what, are you going to put him out there on early downs? That's not a whole lot better. You bring in Joseph Asai in free agency. He's a good – it looks like the Raiders have made their pick. I mean, obviously we all know.
They traded. Oh, my goodness.
What it's going to be. But technically the pick's not in. So we'll see.
Pull draft day, draft Arvell Reese.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sonny Styles.
Sonny Styles, no matter what. What's the guy's name? Vontae Mack from draft day?
Yeah.
Vontae Mack, no matter what. And Fernando is like – Fernando as a personality is like the complete opposite to Bo Callahan, where Bo Callahan is like a drunk and like he parties way too much and all this different stuff. He's an asshole. And like Fernando is like choir boy, goes to church, huge smile, all this different stuff. So we're just awaiting final word here. But let me know, guys, down there in the comment section, who do you think is going to be the pick at 2? Is it going to be Arvell Reese or David Bailey? We got over 1,000 people in the chat.
Pick is in.
The pick is in.
No shock here.
No shock here, ladies and gentlemen. Fernando Mendoza, last year's Heisman Trophy winner, national champion quarterback from the Indiana Hoosiers, is officially the next quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. He will join Kirk Cousins in Vegas, where they will presumably compete for the starting job. Maybe Kirk wins the job heading into week 1, but I think Mendoza is eventually going to be able to take over the job sometime here in year 1. And listen, guys, Mendoza, I agree with this pick for the Raiders. I think they need a franchise quarterback, and especially because they have a veteran quarterback that can operate Clint Kubiak's offense in year 1. I think that this is the perfect setup for a guy like Fernando Mendoza, okay? Somebody that maybe needs a little bit of time to make that adjustment to the league because, listen, man, he didn't take a lot of snaps from under center. You're going to have to do that in a Clint Kubiak offense a lot, all right? Just look at, the way Seattle played last year with all the under center play action they did with Sam Darnold. Like, Fernando's been in shotgun-heavy, RPO, screen-heavy offenses in college his entire college career. He's going to have to learn how to do more full-field progression reads than he did in college. Didn't really do that a whole lot. But, man, he's big. He's clutch. He's got supreme accuracy to the deep portion of the field. And I think that Fernando Mendoza, especially now that he's got the time to sit behind a really good mentor in Kirk Cousins and with a really good offensive coach there in Clint Kubiak. He's got a really good weapon to throw to in Brock Bowers. He's going to have the support of Ashton Genty at running back. I like this pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. Is he the best number 1 overall pick over the last decade? No, but I have a true round 1 grade on him. I think that he's a good fit for what they're going to be trying to do, and I think he's got a really good chance to get that second contract, get paid, and become the next franchise quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. And congratulations to him and his family. We've all known that this moment was coming eventually.
Man, those dad's genes are strong.
What?
Some of his siblings there. They all look like him.
They're all strong-jawed jockeys, dude.
Crazy.
All right, man. Well, we can take a look here at the best players available according to our draft analyst here at Chat Sports, Tom Downey, where these are the players that we're going to be looking at here as, the players that could be going here in the top 10. Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, is at the top of Downey's big board at this point, but Jeremiah Love is there. Sonny Styles is number 3, Mansour Delane. But really the debate here at number 2 is the number 5 and number 6 players on Tom's big board at this point, which is Arvell Reese and David Bailey. Let me know, guys, down there in the chat, who do you think is going to be the pick? Is it Bailey? Is it Reese? It was kind of assumed a couple weeks ago it was going to be Bailey, but then the Jets all of a sudden canceled David Bailey's top 30 visit. And if you look at the history of top 3 picks, there is like 0 examples since top 30 visits became a thing where a player that got taken in the top 3 didn't have a top 30 visit with that team, especially not one that got canceled the way that it did with the Jets. So we'll see what happens here with the New York Jets and Gang Green, because David Bailey and Arvell Reese are 2 very different types of edge rushers here, Ponzi, where Reese is very much more of a raw player. He's never played edge before, but he's got, some people think, Micah Parsons level upside with his arm length, with his explosiveness, with his versatility. Like, if he finds his version of Dan Quinn, what he was able to do for Micah in Dallas, like, Arvell Reese could be one of the best pass rushers in football and get paid a lot of freaking money. So, do you want to go with the upside play here, or do you want to go with the guy that's maybe a slightly better fit, somebody that, can play edge on every down right away in year 1 in David Bailey? That's going to be the question here, and we're going to find out the answer pretty darn soon.
Well, Schultz just tweeted an eye emoji. Are the Jets trading out of this pick?
I don't know.
There was some rumor that they could be looking to trade.
I mean, if I'm
would trade up?
If I'm the Jets, I would want to trade down if I could get some good value for this pick. But we're going to find out here pretty darn soon. That's for damn sure. Looks like the Jets are on the phone with somebody, so I guess we'll see who's on the other end of that line.
They might be making a trade here, guys.
It's not impossible. Well, it looks like they're passing the phone around, like they're taking a player.
Well, we'll see.
So, I don't know, man. We shall see. Big shout out to everyone watching on Steelers. We have over 1,100 people watching live. Will the Steelers trade up for a receiver or a guard today? How is this kind of top 10, top 15 range going to work? Does it make sense for the Steelers to trade up at some point?
Pick is in.
So the pick is in. No trade here. I think we're going to have a trade at 3. I think that Schultz is hearing about a trade at 3 with Arizona.
Which makes sense.
So we will see who is the pick.
I think it's David Bailey.
Here at number 2. It's going to be either Daly. Dude, what do you guys think? I think it's going to be Reese.
I say Bailey. He says Reese.
Because Reese got the top 30 visit.
That's fair.
And he said yesterday in the media availability.
We got the pick.
We've got the pick.
Who was right?
Is it
Ponzi!
you? David. Well, I guess, hey, I had David Bailey on my mock draft. I'm 2 for 2 right now, man.
Yeah.
All right, so David Bailey is officially the pick for the New York Jets at number 2 overall. It's kind of the pick that I thought might happen. Now, obviously, with the top 30 visit stuff, there was speculation, all that different stuff. But You look at David Bailey, he was so productive for Texas Tech last year. Ponzi's a Texas Tech fan, so he can tell you all about him. He's not a good run defender.
Terrible.
So the Jets already have an edge rusher that's terrible as a run defender in Will McDonald. So you're going to have to choose. Probably Bailey will be a week 1, 3-down starter for them. Now, he'll be a little bit of a liability against the run, but he's going to be able to get TFLs. He's so disruptive. His first step is unbelievable. His bend around the edge is pretty good. And, I think that this might be a little bit early for David Bailey based on how I rank him and how I grade him as a prospect. But, this fits what Aaron Glenn wants. He doesn't want players that are moving all over the place on the defensive line. He likes to have that Aiden Hutchinson true pass rusher in his defense. And now he has one in David Bailey to pair with Joseph Asai and Will McDonald in the New York Jets defense. But I will say this, Ponzi, the Jets have not really had a lot of luck with these top 10 picks
no, they have not.
Over the course of their franchise history. And if you look at the edge rusher types and the players that bust in the first round, usually the edge rushers that don't work out are the speed rushers, not the power guys. And that's what Bailey is. So, is there a chance here that Bailey is not a good football player this year? Or not just this year, but down the road, and he just turns into he's just not worth this pick down the road? Absolutely, especially if he doesn't get better as a run defender, especially if he doesn't create the disruptive plays, the TFLs, the sacks, the forced fumbles that you're really expecting a player with this high of a draft pick to really give you. So I think it's a little bit of a risky pick. I think Bailey's seen as a high floor player. I frankly disagree with that. I think that there's actually there's a decent floor with him, but it's not super duper high. But there's no question about it, man. He was the most productive edge rusher in all of college football last year. Congratulations to him and his family. And he's going to be wearing that green uniform next year at MetLife Stadium.
And now we can kind of discuss here a little bit about the trade situation here with Arizona, because I think this is the first trade spot that we could really see. Now they have 4:30 left on the clock. I really do think a team like Kansas City, even maybe a Saints, can come up here and draft their edge rusher now that Arvell Reese is on the board at 3. I don't think that they can. Maybe if Bailey was on the board, the Saints would really more consider it, but I do think that they'll consider Reese as well.
And remember, we got a report from Ricky today, the People's Insider, that the Cardinals will take Jeremiah Love here at 3 if they don't trade down. But I think Kansas City is a team that could absolutely want to come up for Arvell Reese.
They have the capital. They have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, and if you want to make a deal here, the projected trade that I had was pick 9 and 29 in the first round in exchange for 3 and 65. I think that that's a pretty fair swap, and I think both teams would be fine with that. Kansas City could get their chess piece for Steve Spagnuolo to move around and be creative with and be their next defensive superstar, and then Arizona can move down, take a offensive lineman, and then you can take Ty Simpson at 29. I think that makes a lot of sense. That's why I projected that trade in my mock draft. But now we're getting to 3.5 minutes left to go here. And we'll see what the Arizona Cardinals have in store for us.
I really do think that if anyone's going to be coming up, they're going to be coming up for Arvell Reese. I don't think this is a little bit too early for Caleb Downs or Jeremiah Love. I just think that if they're going to come up here, it's going to be for Reese or Bain.
If somebody's trading up, it's going to be for Arvell Reese at this juncture in the draft. So if somebody really likes Reese, like if the Saints really like him or if the Kansas City Chiefs really like him, that's something that could make sense here. And by the way, I think if Reese is on the board at 4 for Tennessee, that could be the pick as well. Also keep an eye on Reuben Bain Jr., who I think is a really good fit for Tennessee's defense.
So we have the clock at 2:30.
I think Arizona is still keeping their line open here just in case somebody
gives them
an offer here and solidifies it here. Because at this point last year, Ponzi, we already had our first trade where Cleveland, of course, traded the number 2 pick to the Jaguars in exchange for Travis Hunter.
I would also keep your eye at 6 for that Cowboys trade, potentially.
Yeah, we shall see.
See, got another update. Also worth to know.
2 minutes left on the clock here for Arizona.
Jets did have 4 coaches who were on that Stanford staff when Bailey was there. so they know him well.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
So we're
I mean,
approaching.
Arizona is taking up a lot of their time here, so obviously they're looking for a move, or they're not sure exactly who they're taking or whatever. I think they're giving everybody else time to call them and see if they want to confirm the trade. If we can take a look at some super chats here in between picks when we hit a lull here, Ponzi.
Gotcha.
So keep super chatting, guys. I'm happy to answer any and all questions as we await the Commanders' first-round draft pick at number 7. The pick is in. The Cardinals have made a pick. So, listen, man, this is really going to be the first test for Mr. Ricky, who says that this pick is going to be Jeremiah Love if the Cardinals stick and pick. So we shall see if the Cardinals and Michael Bidwell make the move for Jeremiah Love here. And by the way, Ponzi, I would hate this move for Arizona if they take Love. Because
they don't have the offensive line.
They don't have the offensive line to support him. I mean, just look at what happened last year at Genti and the Raiders. Didn't have the offensive line to support a running back talent.
Oh, my God.
Did they do it?
They did it.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's talk about this because this is, I think, a dumbass move by the Arizona Cardinals. They're taking Jeremiah Love, running back from Notre Dame. So he's off the board for the Washington Commanders. So if you're hoping for Love to Washington, that is officially off the board. But Jeremiah Love will be heading to the desert to play for Mike LaFleur and Nathaniel Hackett. They just re-signed James Conner, and they signed Tyler Algier in free agency. They have Trey Benson, who I like on the roster as their RB3, like their running back room is good. And they have huge needs everywhere on their roster. This is the exact situation where a team like Arizona that has needs everywhere should not be taking a running back. This is the last thing that roster needs.
This is a terrible, terrible pick.
And listen, man, as a fan of Jeremiah Love, okay, I love Jeremiah Love. This is a terrible situation for him. He's going to a place where he's going to be asked to carry everything. He's going to be asked to play in front of a bad O-line that's not going to block well for him. Like, this is a bad move for the Arizona Cardinals, man, in my opinion. Like, it makes no sense. Like, I get Jeremiah Love is probably the best overall player in this class. I get it from that perspective. But, like, you have to balance BPA with team needs and building out your roster in a smart way. And building out a roster in a smart way means going trenches out, inside out. You are starting with a perimeter player here who, by the time this team puts enough talent around him to use him in the ways that, where he's super valuable, he's going to be a few years into his career and he's already going to have 1 million hits taken. Like, this running back is a position that's super replaceable. The shelf life is incredibly short on these guys. Like, it's like these teams haven't learned anything from the Saquon Barkley thing or the Ashton Genti thing, where it's like you have to give these really talented, really good running backs a good surrounding cast if you're going to get the most out of them right away. Because if you're going to draft a running back, and by the way, you draft this kid number 3, he's going to be a top 10 paid running back in the league on day 1. So he's going to be asked to be a producer, a top 10 producer at the position on day 1. And in front of that O-line, I just don't think that's going to happen. So I feel bad for Jeremiah Love. Now, I mean, I can't feel that bad. He's going to be
He's going to get paid.
He's going to get paid immediately because he's the number 3 pick in the draft. But this has Michael Bidwell sticking his fat nose into business that he has no business, making decisions on.
Just terrible. I think this is a terrible move. I think they're easily my biggest failure of the draft right now.
Like, that is. I mean, there's only 3 picks.
But, like, still, even then, it would be like Carson Beck level of you need to be that bad at making a pick. Unless Tennessee goes Peter Woods here.
But also, from the Commanders' perspective here, Love won't be in the division with the Giants. At least there's that positive.
Tennessee is an interesting spot here. I think this is the first spot we could really see Styles, but so far from Ricky's intel,
Ricky's intel. He's 1 for 1 so far. He said they were going to take Love if they stuck in picks. So the People's Insider is 1 for 1 tonight. He said that Styles won't be going to Tennessee, and I believe Ricky. All right, I believe Ricky. He's right a lot more than he's wrong.
Just in case y'all were not familiar with the Ricky scoops that we had earlier, these are the storylines that we got before the draft. Additionally, we had what was it? There's another one that we had. I forgot.
It was something about Ty Simpson. Jets or Cardinals tonight. Or that's where Simpson is hoping to go. His camp is hoping to go to Arizona or the Jets. So we'll see if Arizona trades back in to take him. The Jets have the pick at 16. But I think this pick here, Ponzi, is going to be an edge rusher.
They can pick here. Titans pick is in.
It's going to be interesting to see if they prefer Reese or Bain. Because I think Bain is a perfect fit for that wide 9 type of system where he can have that long runway where, he can really build up a head of steam, and that the lack of arm length is not going to be as big of an issue in a defense like that. And then what's Robert Saleh's catchphrase, guys? If you're a Tennessee Titans fan, I mean, obviously you're probably not a lot of Titans fans watching this stream right now, but if you know Robert Saleh, you know that his mantra is all gas, no brakes. And that describes Reuben Bain Jr. to an absolute T. And you've got Jermaine Johnson, who you traded for this offseason. That's great. But your other starting edge rusher right now is Oluwafemi Oladejo, who played pretty well in his rookie season, but I think he's more of a DPR, meaning designated pass rusher, a third guy. But Arvell Reese, I think, would be a good pick here too. I think that Saleh could use him in some creative ways. They could use help at linebacker. Don't tell me the pick is in. Just show it up on screen when we have it.
Yeah.
You don't have to announce when the pick is in every single time. But we do have a pick at number 4. We will get that pick to you here in just a second once our graphics catch up here. And, of course, the Commanders' pick is coming up at number 7. Just to let you guys know what is happening, okay, once we get the official pick from the Commanders at 7, we will be going into a breaking news cut for the Commanders. We'll break down that pick, and then after that, obviously, we'll recap the picks, any picks that we missed during that time while we're breaking down the pick. Wow. Carnell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State, is off the board. So, obviously, that was one of the more likely players for the Washington Commanders. He is officially off the board as wide receiver 1. And I think with him off the board now, Ponzi, I think here at 5 it's Jordan Tyson. I think Jordan Tyson comes off the board here.
Well, this kind of puts up perfectly for the Commanders. If you think about this, because if Jordan Tyson goes next, you have a shot at Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles. And, I know edge isn't really a need, but, Arvell Reese.
If Arvell Reese falls to the Commanders at 7, I think he's got to be the pick. Watching what Dan Quinn did to Micah Parsons in Dallas, having that kind of talent again,
exactly.
That is something I can't pass up if I'm the Washington Commanders. Now, even for Sonny Styles, who I love, and I said going into tonight, if Styles is there at 7, he's the pick. I didn't think it was a realistic possibility Arvell Reese would still be on the board.
I just cannot believe the Titans went with this route.
Well, listen, man, I think their mindset here is we want to help Cam Ward as much as we can. But even then, their offensive line is not in great shape.
I really thought.
And honestly, their wide receiver room is okay. They've got Calvin Ridley, they've got Alec Iamaner, they've got Shamari DK, they brought in Wan'Dale Robinson this year. You can argue none of those guys is a true number 1 receiver, but this is a surprise, right? This is not a lot of people were mentioning Carnell Tate as a legitimate possibility to Tennessee, but that's exactly where he's going. He's linking up with Cam Ward, last year's number 1 pick.
And I really do think that if the Giants want Tyson, they're going to have to pick him now. I know it's the.
And by the way, this is bad news for Steelers fans because if
the run is on wide receivers going early.
Because if Tate and Tyson are off the board at 4 and 5, the next receiver that's coming off the board is probably Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah.
And the chances of the Steelers getting him are probably pretty low. So we'll see what the Giants do here. Jeremiah Love, not an option. Carnell Tate, not an option.
I like this board for the Commanders.
It's not going to be an edge rusher, right? Because they've got all those edge rushers. But
No.
it's good for the Commanders because obviously Sonny Styles is still out there. Arvell Reese is a legitimate possibility because unless Kansas City moves up from 9-6, I could see that being a possibility.
I think
to jump the Commanders. If Reese is there at number 7, he's the pick. Knowing what Dan Quinn and Durante Jones could do with a player like Arvell Reese, who could play all over the formation. That's a player, even for a guy like Sonny Styles, who could also be a really great player for you. I don't know. I just don't think you can pass on Reese. What are the people saying in the chat, in our Commanders chat here,
they're
Ponzi?
saying Reese is going to the Giants. I just don't see it. Unless
who's getting benched? Are you benching? Well, Kayvon's already benched.
Well, they could trade him.
I know they could trade him, but between Burns, Abdul Carter, and Reese, who are you benching? Unless you're playing Reese at off-ball linebacker and moving him around, which I guess you could do. But that would be a surprise to me because the Giants have a lot of other needs.
Okay. Ricky just came back.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
All right, we have the pick, and the people in the Commanders chat was right. Arvell Reese will not be a Washington Commander because he's going to be a New York Giant. And I don't know if did anybody have this in a mock draft?
No. Well, actually, Marshall did, I think.
Marsh had Arvell Reese?
I think he said some reverse jinx or something like that. He wanted him or something like that.
Oh, my God. So you have 4 really good edge rushers now, but you're probably planning on using Reese in a very versatile role, playing off-ball linebacker, moving him all over the place. But the thing is, Brian Burns and Abdul Carter are so good that I don't think Arvell's going to be a full-time linebacker there. I hate that pick for New York. I'm not going to lie to you guys. That's a bad pick. How many times, this draft is crazy, Ponzi. It seems like every time someone's making a pick, we're this doesn't make sense. This is a wild draft. Do we have a trade? All right, we're going to have a trade here at number 6 with Cleveland. And it's the Kansas City Chiefs moving up. I just said, watch out for a trade. Who could this be for? I got to think this is for Ruben Bain to Kansas City, who, by the way, is a great fit, relentless player. They like bigger defensive end types. Seems like that's going to be the pick there. I'm interested to see what the compensation is going to be here. No, it's just a move up a couple spots, so doubt it's 2 firsts. Just looking at the draft trade chart here, a pick from a trade down from number 6 to number 9. Is 59, so all right, we're still waiting on full details here. But my guess is Kansas City, if it's a fair trade, they probably traded pick 74 in round 3. If it's an actual even trade, now it's a trade up in the top 10. So this could be for Kansas City's second. I really doubt they gave up their second first. But to move up those few spots, I think this has got to be for Ruben Bain. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. I think Bain is going to be one of those players, guys, where I know a lot of people are like arm length, and he's an outlier, and he absolutely is. If he becomes a star player in this league with the arm length that he has at the edge rusher position, he'll be an outlier. But he's so good on film. You know who he reminded me of when I watched him on film? And it's not because they play the same position and they're the same player, but Aaron Donald, because Aaron Donald was an outlier too. What did everyone say about Donald coming out of Pitt? He's way too small. He can't survive as a DT in the league. He ended up going in the teens, and he ended up being maybe the best defensive player in football history. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be Ruben Bain Jr., but can Ruben Bain Jr. be an amazing player and a really good player for Kansas City if he's the pick here at 6? Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay, so it's pretty close. It's pretty close. But the Browns, a team that is looking to add at a lot of positions, trading down here. You can still get a really good tackle at 9. Maybe even the top guard. I think they're or top tackle. Like they might have their pick at tackle at 9. They still have pick 24, and you get 2 additional picks here.
This is
in the
great
middle
news
rounds.
for the Commanders too. If they pick Bain, that means Sonny Styles is yours.
Sonny Styles is probably going to make it to number 7, guys. So let's get ready for Sonny Styles to become. Whoa. Wait, they're not taking Bain? Dude, you got to stop reacting like that and spoiling it. You got to play the poker face because I have no idea what's going on right now. Well, according to Ponzi, this is another weird pick. Are they taking a receiver here? Like what? Oh, they moved up. Actually, this doesn't completely shock me. Mansour Delane with the Jermod McCoy injury stuff, Delane is the clear favorite at corner, and it seems like Kansas City really prioritized getting corner here. And with the Commanders coming up at 7, by the way, the Commanders will be on the clock here, so Commanders fans, get ready. Let me know who you guys want down there in the comments section. Reuben Bain Jr. is on the board. Sonny Styles is on the board. Caleb Downs is on the board. I think this pick, Mekhi Lemon's on the board if they want to go receiver. I would not be shocked if this pick is Lemon. Jordan Tyson's on the board. I think this pick has to be Sonny Styles, though, guys. Like, defensive captain type, Bobby Wagner out of the building. You need a new green dot, somebody that could even play big nickel for you. You can get creative with it. Like, Sonny Styles, I think, is the perfect fit for this Washington Commanders team. Jeremiah Love, not a temptation. He's off the board. Right? Carnell Tate, not a temptation. He's off the board. For me, Sonny Styles is the clear pick here for the Washington Commanders. We'll see. We've had multiple surprises at this point, though. So we'll await the pick from the Washington Commanders. But Mansour Delane going 6th to the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think Kansas City kind of identified with Jermod McCoy's injury stuff, with Avian Terrell running a 4.6 plus 40, that he was the clear number 1 corner in this class, and they went out and got him. And, they obviously let go of Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson this offseason. They needed help at the corner spot. And I think that they probably feel like they can get an edge rusher later in this draft. So I don't hate that for Kansas City. I really don't, because he was being heavily linked to Kansas City at 9. Now, to be honest, Ponzi, I think the Commanders wouldn't have taken Delane. I think they would have taken Styles at 7 above him because they need that defensive captain type, and I think Styles fits that more than Delane, who would be an outside corner for them. But we are officially on the clock, Commanders Nation. Who do you guys want? Let me know down there in the comment section. For our Steelers Talk audience, I want you guys to sit tight because the Commanders are going to make a pick. We're going to do a breaking news cut for breaking down whoever that cut ends up being, whoever this pick is for the Commanders. And then after that cut is over, then we'll shift to Steelers, as I think there's a chance that the Steelers could trade up into the top 15 maybe, or maybe just after the top 15 and trade up into the top 20. Oh, my goodness, man. This is, everyone was kind of speculating because everyone knew that this was as unpredictable of a top 10 ever. But, I don't think anybody expected what we've seen here this evening. Marshall's crashing out. Oh, Marshall Green, our Giants host, is absolutely losing it on his stream right now. And for good reason. I think that's a terrible pick. You've got so many other needs. Like, Kayvon Thibodeau is so toast. Kayvon Thibodeau is out of there. And now, like, you're going to use Reese as an off-ball linebacker? Is that really the plan here? Like, that is, like, literally the last thing that the New York Giants needed to do. So right here, guys, I think that the options for the Commanders are Sonny Styles. He was the guy that I predicted the Commanders would take today. I think that's going to be the pick, but there's other options out there. If they really like Reuben Bain Jr., if they really like Caleb Downs, I would probably say he's the second most likely option right now. I think it's going to be one of the Ohio State boys. I will say, though, it won't shock me if it's Mekhi Lemon, because he gets compared to Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Commanders are trying to run a Ben Johnson-style offense where I think a lot of the passing game is going to go through the slot receiver. Mekhi Lemon would make a lot of sense for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn if they want to add to their receiver room, which is a must in this draft, guys, because you look at what the Commanders have. They got De'Ami Brown as their number 2 receiver right now. Now, you can pencil in Brandon Ayuk to be there this year at some point. And we officially have the pick here, guys. We will be showing it here on screen momentarily. Commanders fans, get ready, baby, because our future is arriving in D.C. And there's a reason why you guys subscribe to these channels. Steelers Talk, Commanders Report. We provide you guys coverage of these two teams every single day for free here on YouTube. And we take a lot of pride in our analysis here. We've been saying for a couple days now that we think Sonny Styles is going to be the pick for the Washington Commanders, and that is going to be the pick for the Burgundy and Gold. The Commanders have their next defensive captain. Sonny Styles is heading to D.C. He will replace Bobby Wagner, likely as the green dot of this defense. I'm excited to see new defensive coordinator Durante Jones use him in creative ways, maybe even as a big nickel. This is the type of player that, if he hits, could be an immediately transcendent player that could turn this defense from something that was unwatchable last year to something that is going to be unstoppable in the next couple of years. He's a great leader. Everyone there at Ohio State reveres this guy. He was the alpha among all those alphas on that Buckeye defense last year. He was the leader of that group, in a group that included Caleb Downs, that included Caden McDonald, that included Arvell Reese. They all looked to this guy as their leader. And now with Bobby Wagner out of the building, the Commanders have their replacement. And I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier. Grade the pick for me, Commanders fans. We are going to be getting into a breaking news cut as soon as Ponzi has that ready for us. And we'll get into the pick cut here as soon as we possibly can. Yes, let's start with intro. But now the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. It's another pick here, Steelers fans, that Mekhi Lemon survives. But now we get to New Orleans, a team that I think could use an edge rusher. Reuben Bain is still on the board. Keep an eye on him. Caleb Downs, I projected Caleb Downs to the Saints. I think they could definitely use a safety like him. They could use receiver as well. So Steelers fans, keep an eye on this pick with New Orleans. And Commanders fans, sit tight here. We're going to have our official instant reaction video breaking down the pick of Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, heading to the Washington Commanders. And Steelers fans, hold tight here. We're going to get through this cut. And then we're going to be getting to our Steelers coverage. So I'm going to actually film a quick short here. With the not with the 6, holy crap. With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders have selected a linebacker out of Ohio State, Sonny Styles, to be their new defensive captain and green dot, with Bobby Wagner leaving the building. This offseason, they needed that new defensive captain to replace him, and Sonny Styles is the guy that was absolutely revered by his teammates as the leader of that Buckeye defense. That included guys like Caleb Downs and Arvell Reese and Caden McDonald, all guys that might end up going in round one later tonight. But Sonny Styles was the guy that all those guys turned to. Great leader, incredible athleticism and upside there. You can put him at big nickel. You can put him as a blitzing linebacker. Like, you can do so many things with him. And I just can't wait to see what guys like Dan Quinn and Durante Jones are going to be able to do with a versatile skill set like that here for the Washington Commanders. I'm pumped up for it. Make sure you guys join us here on the Commanders Report live show for our reaction to every single pick tonight. All right, I am sending that into Slack Social. All right. By the way, I believe we have the pick at 8, right? I think we can probably show that, right? All right, I got to get this out to Short Social, and it's being slow. So we do have the pick at number 8 for the New Orleans Saints. Come on, video. What's that? No. Yeah, it's uploading. Okay, I just got to send it to Short Social. Come on. Then Styles to Washington at 7. Sending that in. Okay, let's get into it, Commanders fans. Sonny Styles is the pick. Let's talk about it right here on the Commanders Report. Commanders fans, you have your new defensive captain here, as with the 7th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders have selected linebacker from Ohio State, Sonny Styles, in a pick that we predicted here on the Commanders Report, and that is exactly why you guys click that subscribe button, where we're providing you guys breaking news coverage of every single pick that the Washington Commanders make during the NFL Draft this year. We're also going to be live throughout the course of the 2026 NFL Draft. We're actually live right now, so if you're watching this right now, you want to join us for reaction of every single pick in round 1, make sure you guys click that subscribe button and join us on our live show. So let's talk about this pick, man. Sonny Styles from Ohio State is the pick, and I predicted that he would be the pick here at 7 if he was here, and some of the other maybe temptations of Jeremiah Love and Carnell Tate weren't here at the time of the pick, so it probably made the decision easy for Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. But reportedly, Dan Quinn was looking for that next defensive captain, that next green dot, now that Bobby Wagner is out of the building. And you just replaced the slowest linebacker in the National Football League last year with somebody that's immediately going to be one of the fastest. Now, I think that they're going to use Sonny Styles in a very versatile role. Knowing Dan Quinn and knowing Durante Jones and how much they like to move players around, I think that Sonny Styles is going to be a very versatile chess piece for the Washington Commanders heading into next year, where they're going to put him at off-ball linebacker and blitz him a lot. I think they're going to play him a little bit in that kind of hybrid box linebacker / slot corner role that we usually refer to as the big nickel position. And for a player like this that tested as well as he did, his upside is through the roof, man. He played so well in his first season playing at linebacker last year at Ohio State. He was a former safety, and he moved to linebacker. And by the way, guys, this is somebody that was absolutely revered in the building at Ohio State. He's somebody that Caleb Downs and Arvell Reese and Caden McDonald all looked up to as their leader. He was the guy that was responsible for getting everybody lined up. He was the guy that was responsible for being that captain of that defense, and that is exactly what the Washington Commanders were looking for in this pick. The defense was so bad last year. They needed to get younger, and they needed to get faster. They definitely addressed that with this draft selection, and even though they could have potentially traded down and got some more picks or whatever, I think that this was a position that, if Sonny Styles got to them at number 7, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters loved this guy enough, or they were not going to say no to him. And fortunately, the board fell their way. And, Sonny Styles is now a Washington Commander. And I think that he's the type of player where, especially if they use him in the right way and they use him in that big nickel role in kind of their nickel sets, I think that this guy could completely transform the Washington Commanders defense. We'll talk about some more of reasons why I think this pick is going to be awesome for the Washington Commanders heading into the 2026 season here in just a second. But first, let me know down there in the comments section, what is your one-word reaction to this pick of Sonny Styles going to the Washington Commanders at number 7 overall? This will be the pinned comment on today's show. So in just a second here, I'm going to tell you about our presenting sponsor today at Prize Picks. While I tell you about Prize Picks today, give me your one-word reaction to Sonny Styles heading to D.C. And with that, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers for the basketball playoffs. And if you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, the season just got started, so you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You guys can take a look here at this projection here. That's an example. You guys can look at to next football season even on the Prize Picks app with receiving touchdowns for next year on receivers like Puka Nacua, as well as passing yards on quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. This particular example, if you put it in, it'd be $20 in terms of an entry fee, and then if you win, you get $120 back if you get all 3 correct. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app, and a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's edition of the Commanders Report. So my one-word reaction to this, guys, is versatile, because I think this kid, Sonny Styles, is going to be used all over the pitch for Durante Jones and Dan Quinn. And, I think that you look at the perspective of, you're taking a linebacker in the top 10. It's a lower value position. Linebackers that are super athletic bust all the time, in the top 10. We've seen it throughout the course of the NFL draft history that these super athletic linebackers like Isaiah Simmons and Tremaine Edmonds and all these guys, they go early, and Devin White, and they just don't work out and they don't live up to the billing. But I think this guy's going to be different, because you take a look at the linebacker rotation right now. You bring in Leo Chanel. Honestly, I think Sonny Styles immediately comes in, and he's your every down starting linebacker 1. He's going to be the green dot. He's going to call defensive plays immediately. Might even be a team captain in year 1. Apparently, he's that level of human being. But you also got Frankie Louvu, who you can almost use in more of like a Andrew Van Ginkel-esque true outside linebacker on the ball role. Then you got Leo Chanel, who they brought in free agency, really athletic, really well-rounded, really like his addition. And then, honestly, Jordan McGee probably gets the short end of the stick here, if I'm being completely honest with you, which sucks for Jordan. But with Caleb Downs, I think that he could play some slot as well in this defense, because I do think they'll play a lot in nickel. And right now, you got 2 smaller slot guys that are possibles, and Mike Samerstrill and Amik Robertson. I think that they're going to try and figure out which of those 2 guys they want to play in the slot and who they want to play on the outside. But honestly, I think that with Styles' ability to play in coverage and his just pure athleticism and his fluidity at his size, 245 pounds, but he's got kind of that fluid athleticism and coverage ability that you see from the big nickels in the league today. Guys like Kyle Hamilton and guys like Derwin James and Nick Emmanwori, and those guys in those roles have completely changed life on the defensive side of the ball for those defenses. I think Sonny Styles is going to be a very similar type of player where he can play that kind of versatile role in this Commanders defense while also providing that leadership that this team really desperately needed with Bobby Wagner leaving the organization this offseason. So what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comments section. Grade the pick for me, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. For me, this is an easy A grade for the Washington Commanders. Couldn't have worked out any better for the Washington Commanders and Adam Peters and Dan Quinn today. I think, a couple years ago in the top 10, you got your offensive leader of the future in Jaden Daniels. I think this year, with your other top 10 selection in this administration's kind of reign here in Washington, you get your defensive captain of the future and the leader on the defensive side of the ball. So absolute home run pick here for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. I couldn't be happier, guys. Now make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already, because if the Commanders somehow trade back up in the first round tonight, we're going to have you covered with another video. Of course, we'll probably have another video come out tonight breaking down Sonny Styles a little bit more in depth. So if you don't want to miss that, make sure you guys click that subscribe button. One more reminder, we're live right now on the Commanders Report if you're watching this during the start of the NFL draft. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Join us live right now for our round 1 live draft stream. Till next time, guys, go raise some hell. All right. Thank you to our Steelers audience for being patient with that there with the Commanders draft pick. And Commanders fans, I think you should be very happy about Sonny Styles. I think he's a perfect fit. I think he's exactly what that team needs. He can play that versatile role for you. He can be even your defensive captain this year. Wouldn't shock me if he gets that role and gets that captaincy from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters in his first year in the National Football League. I think he'll be that leader for this team. And him along with Jaden Daniels, I think are going to be the future leaders of that clubhouse. Couldn't be more excited for the future of the Washington Commanders organization. But now we can shift our focus to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who might be trading up at some point here in the draft and are looking for a guard or a wide receiver here in the first round. Now we can take a look here and recap some of these picks here. Obviously, Arvell Reese ended up going to the New York Giants. Mansour Delane went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Of course, Sonny Styles went to the Commanders. Then before we went into that cut, we got word that Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State, is the pick for the New Orleans Saints. So that's another receiver off the board, Steelers fans. So I would say Mekhi Lemon is now on the hot seat because he's probably the next receiver that's going to be taken. So if the Steelers really want Mekhi Lemon, they better be working the phones and trying to get a trade up to get Mekhi Lemon in a Steelers uniform, okay? And then at pick number 9, we ended up getting Spencer Fano, first offensive tackle off the board. It's not Francis Mauigoa. By the way, I nailed that pick, Ponzi. How about that? I nailed that pick where I had Arizona taking him at 9, but I had Fano as the first tackle taken this year. So he's going to be a Cleveland Brown. I think it's a good move for Cleveland to move down from 6 to 9. You still get the guy you probably would have taken at 6 anyway. So I think that that's a really good move for Cleveland. Get a couple of extra picks in the middle of this draft. You get an additional 3rd and a 5th. And now we have the Giants on the clock at 10, where there's no Jeremiah Love. There's no Jordan Tyson, who got taken by the New Orleans Saints. Honestly, at this point, you look at what's here, Ponzi, I think you look at the board, and I think you got to say it's Caleb Downs. Would you disagree? Or do they go O-line here? That'll be interesting. Caleb Downs has obviously been very heavily linked to the Giants throughout this process. John Harbaugh drafted Kyle Hamilton when he was still in Baltimore at pick 14. Downs is one of my favorite players that I've scouted in a number of years. He is such a Sperry psycho. He reminds me a lot of Minkah Fitzpatrick, and Steelers fans know how good of an impact Minkah Fitzpatrick had on that defense for many seasons here in Pittsburgh as an anticipatory, cerebral safety that turns the ball over, breaks plays up. But how about Tyler Shutt getting a nice little weapon there in Jordan Tyson? A little bit of a risk for the Saints at 8 here, Ponzi.
I really did not expect that at all. That was one of the ones where I kind of thought it was going to be Carnell Tate. I guess they go for the receiver they thought they had a higher grade on between Mekhi Lemon and Jordan Tyson, and they thought the injury concerns were, they felt good enough to pick him. So, I think that's a great pick for them.
Well, you guys know I was higher on Tyler Shuck last year.
Wow,
I actually thought the Steelers could maybe take him last year. Of course, he ended up going to the Saints. And now you got Chris Olave, who's also a buttery smooth route runner, borderline number 1 level receiver, and then you have Jordan Tyson, and that immediately becomes a legitimate wide receiver duo for a young quarterback. And Tyson, look at him, man. How do you not love this? He's on his way to the draft stage, and he's crying. That is so cool.
Pick is in for the Giants. Francis Mauigoa.
Francis Mauigoa is going to be the pick for the Giants at 10. So Venga is still available, Steelers fans. Mekhi Lemon, Venga get outside the top 10. And now we kind of get into the range where maybe the Steelers trade up. Maybe they think about making a call to Miami. I don't think Miami trades down. I think Miami will take a player here. But here's what's interesting about this pick, Ponzi. I think they want to take a lineman and Mauigoa, Fano, both off the board. I think Venga might go here to Miami.
I think this might be the pick as well. There is Caleb Downs.
Yeah, Caleb Downs is there if they feel like he's the best player available.
They did get rid of Minkah. I think it would be a fine, pick.
Dude, Reuben Bain Jr. is still on the board. They need an edge rusher.
Well, if Reuben Bain's there for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
So this could be Ruben Bain. Miami could use an edge rusher. That's a trench player. If I'm them, I think I'm taking Bain.
I think I'm taking Bain too.
Because I think Bain would be more impactful.
Instant juice to your fan base too.
Yeah, exactly. Your fan base is already familiar with him. They love him. They'll appreciate him like they did it with the Hurricanes. I love that fit, man. I love that fit for Miami. I would actually be a little surprised because, like, sure, they could go offensive line here, but I think a really good number one edge rusher is more valuable than a guard. And Bain, I think, would be just an awesome pick for them. So that's who I would take if I'm Miami. Talking about the Giants and the way that they've handled this top five, honestly, if I'm a Giants fan, I'm feeling very underwhelmed.
Especially with two top 10 picks.
You get your starting right guard, which is the Mauanoa pick is good. Okay, I like that pick, but you could have had, Jordan Tyson to pair with Malik Neighbors. You could have had Caleb Downs at 5. I would have rather had either of those players instead of another edge rusher in Arvell Reese. Just my personal opinion. Maybe they have some maneuverings here that they're going to pull off. Like, is it impossible that they trade Brian Burns? I don't know if that's necessarily impossible. No, I don't know the financials. The financials might make that pretty tough, but
I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I think ultimately, probably they go with a 3-man rotation and they have Reese play some linebacker. Thought I saw something here about this pick, but guess I did not. But, like, honestly, this is, like I said, where we kind of see Venga. Did I say that right?
Yeah,
Venga go.
Venga,
however,
Ioane. I don't think Venga goes here.
I think ultimately, if you look at the board, right, you look at the next 4 picks, here's what I kind of see happening with these next 4 picks. Mm-hmm. Dolphins take Ruben Bain. Cowboys take Caleb Downs. Rams take Mekhi Lemon. Then Ravens is that spot.
Yeah.
Now, however, if you want to trade down or trade up, if you're talking about the Steelers, you have to get ahead of the Ravens.
Ravens, yeah. Like, honestly, 13. Like, if the Rams are willing to deal 13, I don't think they are. I think they want a top 15 player in this class, and I think they love Mekhi Lemon. I think Lemon's going to be the pick at 13 to L.A., and then Venga right after him is going to be the pick to the Ravens, and then the Steelers' top 2 guys to potentially trade up for are going to be gone.
So if we look at the big board after that.
But I know some Steelers fans are going to say, let's trade up for Caleb Downs and get our next Minka. And, like, listen, man, I think guard and wide receiver are pretty big needs for the Steelers. And you brought in Jaquan Brisker, who I think is a good player. Like, I don't know if you necessarily need to trade up and trade additional draft assets to get Caleb Downs. Now, I don't think it's impossible. They did meet with him at the Combine. So maybe they really like him, and they just thought they wouldn't have a chance to take him. And I feel bad for these safeties, man. For some reason, the NFL never learns their lesson with these safeties.
No, they don't.
Derwin James fell out of the top 10. Kyle Hamilton fell out of the top 10. Like, all these, Nick Emenwari didn't even go in the first round. Like, Caleb Downs is going to be a defensive rookie of the year candidate. Like, he's going to be right there with Sonny Styles, in my opinion. I think Sonny Styles might be a really good candidate to win defensive rookie of the year this year for the Washington Commanders. But, yeah, man, I think at 13, 14, the Steelers are going to get effed out of a couple of players that they probably really want. But who knows? Maybe the Rams do want to trade down.
Some super chats here from Darshawn.
I wouldn't be shocked if Dallas, if this is Ruben here at 11, I wouldn't be shocked if Dallas is okay trading down.
No, they would pick Downs.
You think so?
Yeah.
What if they
need secondary
What if
help.
they would rather have Thieneman?
And I guess, but like, if you're smart, if you're Jerry there, the best safety fell to your lap.
But Jerry isn't smart. That's the whole thing.
You're right.
All right, let's catch up on some super chats here. Darth Sean says, if the Steelers move up, who would they seem worthy of trading up if Reese is gone? I think Venga and Mekhi Lemon are the 2 guys to keep an eye on. Fano's off the board. I think Fano was on that short list. He's gone. Okay, so I think Venga Ioane, Mauanoa is off the board as well, so that's not an option. So right now, I think Venga is a trade-up candidate. Mekhi Lemon is a trade-up candidate. Maybe they like Caden Proctor enough to trade up a few spots for him, but I don't think they'd trade up this high for Caden Proctor. And honestly, man, Caden Proctor is the big wild card here because I really don't know how much the Steelers like him. He didn't get a top 30 visit. He did have – Jesus, Ponzi.
Sorry, my bad.
You got to stop
I'm
with
sorry.
You got to stop interrupting me with the woes because I can't see it.
All right, hold up.
But as I was saying, they're moving up one spot?
Probably for like a 5th or like a 6th, but like someone trying to snipe. Is this for Ruben Bain?
It could be. Listen, man.
They need defensive help bad.
They do, but they're going to run like that classic Fangio-style defense. And, I guess who's the guy that Ruben Bain gets compared to? Brandon Graham, right? Where did Christian Parker just come from? The Philadelphia Eagles under Vic Fangio, where Graham was an awesome player. So I could easily see this being for Ruben Bain.
Once they trade 20.
But honestly, like we heard from Ricky, they're going for a receiver.
So maybe is he right?
Could this be Mekhi Lemon? Now, maybe they were going for Tyson or Tate, and those guys are gone, so they're not going to go in that direction. But Ricky said they're looking to draft a receiver. So Steelers fans, actually we have the pick, and Steelers fans, you don't have to worry about Mekhi going here. And I think it's a great pick for Dallas. I'm just gonna tease it right there. We'll put it up on screen here once we have our graphics updated. I really wonder what that trade looks like between Miami and Dallas. So a little bit of a trade down. Oh, never mind. So you get 2 6th-round picks. Okay, so listen, man, I think right now the Dolphins have the most picks in the draft now.
Yeah, they just overtook the Steelers.
I think they just jumped the Steelers because they had 11 coming in. With the 2 additional ones, they have 13 picks. And, hey, if they were willing to trade down once, would they maybe be willing to trade down twice? I really doubt it. I think they're taking a player at 12, and I think it's going to be Ruben Bain.
So it was smoke and mirrors.
Caleb Downs, safety from Ohio State, heading to Dallas. I really love the pick, man. Transformative player in the middle of your defense. You pair him up with Jalen Thompson, who you brought in free agency. That immediately becomes a really good safety duo for that defense. And safety play, super important in a Vic Fangio-style defense because you're asking your safeties to hold up man-to-man in those zone match coverages, those man match coverages. Downs can do that at a really high level, and he's super smart. Like, reading the eyes of the quarterback, he knows what's happening before it even happens. Like, he can be, like, a really, really special all-pro caliber player. My comp for him is Minkah Fitzpatrick. So, if you're getting anywhere close to prime Minkah Fitzpatrick here with Caleb Downs, this is going to be, the next all-pro caliber safety in Dallas. I think that is a terrific pick for Jerry Jones and company there in Big D.
And now the Dolphins, I really think this is Ruben Bain.
Yeah, I think this is Ruben Bain. And I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a trench player. Miami's a rebuilding team. Whereas like Arizona wants to skip the process here and go right to the perimeter players with Jeremiah Love after, not having anything to support him. The Miami Dolphins, I hope that they kind of go about this the right way where they build from the trenches outwards. And I think this first pick has got to be that edge rusher. Now, keep an eye on the receivers here, Steelers fans, because they also need a number 1 receiver. And if they really like Mekhi Lemon, if they really like Omar Cooper Jr., it wouldn't completely shock me if that's the pick. But I think Ruben Bain is just the best value here, and I still think with your second first-round select coming up at what? Probably that's where I went to school in Miami. Like this one just makes too much sense to me. I think that's going to be the move, but we shall see. We shall see. We can get back to some super chats here. As we await a potential trade up from the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Steelers have the draft capital to do so if they want. Both Venga Iwane and Mekhi Lemon are still on the board. I think the number to watch out for is pick 15. If either of those players is available at 15, I think I could see the Steelers trading up.
Looks like we're lagging a little bit.
Well, that's not good news before our Steelers cut.
Yeah, looks like we are lagging a little bit. Let me see.
All right. Bernard with a 5 says it's still funny that guys think A-Rod can't Brady or Stafford late in his career. I think he can. Like a lot of people thought Brady was done his final season in New England, where like he statistically he was not a top 20 quarterback in the league in 2020 or 2019, his final season in New England. Then he goes to a team with a really good wide receiver room, good offensive play caller, all this different stuff, and he's all of a sudden back to being a top 10 quarterback and wins the Super Bowl. Now, obviously Tom Brady's a one of one, and Tom Brady's the GOAT, but like if anybody's going to repeat Brady's success at 43, it's probably going to be another Hall of Fame level quarterback that still has his arm talent, similar amount of football IQ, and that's Aaron Rodgers, right? So I think that is definitely something that could happen. Will it happen? The chances are low, but like the chances of any team winning a Super Bowl is incredibly low. What you want is a chance, and I think what Aaron Rodgers provides you is a chance next year. And if he sucks and he falls off a cliff, okay, that's the perfect opportunity to try out Will Howard for a year. That's my take on that. All right, we got more here. Are we still?
Yeah, we're good.
Great. $5 from Nico says, yo, draft day. What's up, Nico? Good to see you, my friend. Woo. Almost 2,000 people watching live here in Steelers. Make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon. If we can get to 1,000 likes before the Steelers pick, I will give away 5 free raffle entries for tonight's raffle. All right, we're giving away a channel T-shirt, a draft hat, and a jersey if we can get to $1,000 in Super Chats by the end of the show. $2 from Jagger says trade the F up. 14, 15, 16. Well, you're not going to be able to trade up to 14 because it's Baltimore, and I doubt they're going to hand you a player. 15 or 16 is kind of the 2 picks, in my opinion, to watch out for. Maybe if there's enough tackles still on the board, Detroit might look to trade down. At 17 as well, maybe Minnesota wants to move down from 18. Here are the picks, by the way, that I would be willing to deal for these draft selections. I would give up pick 76 to move up to 15, 85 for pick 16, 99 for 17, 121 for 18, and then 137 for 19. Maybe a good team to watch out for here, Ponzi, is the Jets at 16. If they want Ty Simpson, maybe they'd want to trade down, get some more picks, and still get their guy at quarterback at 21.
I agree.
I could see that being the play here. All right, we are 200 likes away on Steelers, guys. Make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon because Omar Khan could trade up at any point. If we can get to 1,000 likes before our pick comes up, I'll give away 5 free raffle entries to people in the chat. Let's go, man. And if you guys want to buy raffle tickets today and join the raffle, you don't want to have to depend on a free raffle entry, you guys can send in a $10 super chat. You can get your comment or question up on screen. Also $20, 3 tickets plus pickle juice shots. $10 or $50, you get 10 tickets, and we make it rain. And then everyone $100. Oh my goodness. Ponzi is freaking out here. I don't know what to think of. Are they taking Ty Simpson?
No, someone else is.
The Rams? What? Is Jackson Durham quitting his job? Oh my God! No way! Do we have the next 2 picks?
Well, we don't have Dolphins. We do not have Dolphins.
We don't have the Dolphins pick somehow, but we know what's coming up at 13, and Ty Simpson from Alabama is reportedly going to be the pick for the Los Angeles Rams at number 13. Our Rams host, Jackson Durham, told me today, verbatim, I will quit my job if Ty Simpson is the pick for the Rams at 13. He said it was an impossibility. Ty Simpson was the pick at 13. And I'll just say...
This is reported from
so
Jay Glazer said this, so we do not know officially.
So it's not official, but Jay Glazer is saying...
Yeah, Coop with a great point. How do we know 13 before 12?
I don't know. This is a crazy first round. By the way, this is terrific news for the Steelers fans out there, because guess what? Mekhi Lemon is going to make it to 15. Or Venga is going to make it to 15. Because neither of them have been taken, and the Ravens can't take both of them. Dude, the chances of the Steelers trading up for one of these guys just went up.
Durham said he's in shambles.
Dude, Durham literally told me today it was impossible for the Rams to take him at 13.
It's actually a smart pick, though.
Ponzi, you were there. He said he would quit his job.
He also said that he would get a buzz cut.
He also said he would get a buzz cut. Oh my God, bro! This is the happiest day of my life. Oh my God, we're gonna see Timothy Chalamet in Dune 3 with Jackson Durham getting the buzz cut.
Hold up, I'm gonna try to get this Glazer tweet up. That way, we just have the news on.
Oh my God, dude!
And then we'll get the Dolphins pick. Sorry if there's any Dolphins fans in here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any Dolphins fans in here, but we don't know the pick for Miami. But apparently, Jay Glazer just reported that the Los Angeles Rams will be taking Ty Simpson at number 13, which means either Venga Ioane or Mekhi Lemon will make it past the Ravens at 14, and the Steelers could potentially trade up.
The pick is in for Miami.
But I'll tell you this, though, Ponzi. I think Venga probably goes to Baltimore at 14, and the Jets could take Mekhi Lemon at 16. So if the Steelers want Mekhi Lemon, I think they got to be calling Tampa Bay right now and offering the third-round pick, their first one, pick number 76. And if you have to give up one of your fifth or sixth or seventh round picks to get the deal done, send it. Mekhi Lemon might be the next Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you have a chance to get that on your team, and I'm a big fan of Omar Cooper Jr., I'm not going to vastly overpay for him, but man.
So this is the tweet. And Caden Proctor goes
to the Ravens? To
the Dolphins.
No way. Oh, with Ruben Bain on the board? Oh, man. All right. Well, that's the pick, folks.
So, reportedly, this is not confirmed yet. The pick has not been in for the Rams, for those just joining us. But according to Jay Glazer, Fox Sports' Rams are drafting quarterback Ty Simpson with the 13th pick. And Sean McVay told him.
And listen, man, I actually don't hate the move for LA.
I don't hate it at all.
Because what does everybody say about Ty Simpson? He's a perfect for a Shanahan or McVay offense. Matthew Stafford is probably heading into the final year or last couple years of his career. A lot of people think Ty Simpson, because of the lack of experience, needs to sit a little bit. I think stylistically, he is a perfect fit for Sean McVay. I think he's going to have a lot of success there with the Rams. I think there's a legitimate chance Ty Simpson is the best quarterback from this class playing in LA.
And
Sean McVay.
Warm weather conditions, dome stadium.
Fernando Mendoza's in fucking Las Vegas with the Raiders who screw everybody up. Dude, there's a legitimate possibility Ty Simpson ends up being the best quarterback.
This is a great pick.
From this class.
I know our Rams host Jackson Durham's in shambles because, it's not the smart pick. But, this is a good pick for the future.
Not only that, but he really wanted Mekhi Lemon, and he was there at 13, and they took Ty Simpson instead.
This is because, Sperry, I got to ask you this. Are the character concerns now with that case against Ruben Bain, are there something serious there because of how bad he's fallen?
No, I think he's going to be fine. I think if
the pick is in and it's official.
The pick is in and it is official, by the way. Ty Simpson is heading to the Los Angeles Rams. And by the way, what did I say earlier, Ponzi? Somebody asked us in a Super Chat question, what's going to be the shock of the first round? What did I say?
Ty Simpson, top 15.
Ty Simpson's going to go in the top 15, and the Rams could be the team that takes him. That's why you click that subscribe button, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Sperry knows ball.
That's why you click that subscribe button. I think that's going to be a hell of a choice for them. I think he's going to be a great player for them. I'm so happy for Ty. To go to the Jets or the Browns or the Cardinals with Nathaniel Hackett, I think it would have been a decent fit in Arizona. But the biggest losers of the first round, in my opinion, are the Arizona Cardinals, because they take a player that's not going to help them win right away, and you're not getting the quarterback. And Jacoby Brissett is in contract disputes.
Is he really going to be doing this live?
I don't know, man, but Right now, the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. And with Caden Proctor off the board, by the way, that means if Venga goes here, I think the Steelers are taking receiver in the first round.
Well, here's the thing, Sperry. They did pick up the fifth-year option on Zay Flowers. Do the Ravens consider taking Mekhi Lemon?
I mean, maybe. And also, I think Venga could go 16 to the Jets. So if I'm Omar Khan right now, Steelers fans, I am trying to get a trade done at 15 because the Jets could cuck us for both Venga or Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah.
So I want to trade up to 15 right now. I'm calling Jason Light, the GM of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I'm saying, what will it take to get to 15? But Tampa Bay needs an edge rusher, and Ruben Bain is sitting right there for them. How do they not take Ruben Bain if he gets to 15? Which is my worry because my fear is that Baltimore is going to take Venga here, then Tampa is going to take Ruben,
and then the Jets.
And then Mekhi goes to the Jets at 16.
That's a very reasonable fear. If we look at the order here.
Dude, I want Mekhi Lemon so bad. I'd be cool. I would be jumping for joy for Cooper as well. If you can't get Lemon, I'd be so cool with Omar Cooper Jr. But, dude, Mekhi Lemon, he's got a chance to be the next JSN. He really does, in my opinion. Super fluid route runner, great separator, slot technician, amazing hands, tough after the catch, tough as a run blocker too, can play inside or out.
The biggest loser of this draft is Jackson Durham's fiance.
Yeah.
He has to get a buzz cut.
Yes,
on
he
live.
does. Yes, he does.
The quit job was a hyperbole.
We are holding Jackson Durham, our Rams host, to that.
Doesn't he owe you a bet?
Yeah, we have a bet on Brandon Ayuk and the Commanders. I said if Brandon Ayuk plays a single down this year, he doesn't think Brandon Ayuk plays at all this season. He thinks he's going to retire. So I think I win $5 if he wins, but all right, man. Well, before maybe the Steelers trade up, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs. The Prize Picks app is super easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You guys can take a look here at some future projections here for next year's football season. I'm taking the more on receiving touchdowns for Puka Nacua, the more on passing yards for Dak Prescott, as well as passing yards for Caleb Williams. Put in a $20 entry fee, and you get all three correct. You guys can win $120 from our friends at Prize Picks. And their new social feeds feature, guys, is really what I love about Prize Picks, where you guys can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA to play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app, and a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live shows. We got a $5 Venmo here from Timothy. It's a really weird last name that I probably can't pronounce. So just Timothy, $5. And he says, some support from Connecticut. Shout out to you. Go Steelers. Let's see what the Ratbirds do here at 14, because they can't take both Mekhi Lemon and Venga Ioane.
Oh, I thought that was the actual pick officially announcing Ty Simpson.
Shout out to Timothy for the $5 Venmo.
And more super chats here. Let's see. Yeah, we do.
God, dude, the closer we get to the Steelers' pick, the more the vision is there for Mekhi Lemon to end up a Steeler, and I want it so bad. Now, if Cooper Jr. ends up a Steeler as well, I'd be more than good with that. I think they're actually pretty similar caliber of receiver prospects, but man, Mekhi Lemon with the Green Goblin. Oh, dude, it'd be so much fun watching Mekhi Lemon. We got $10 here
Poor dude.
From Steve. Appreciate you, Steve. Get you into the raffle. $10 super chats, by the way, get you into the raffle. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets. And $50 gets you 10. We're going to be giving away a Steelers Talk t-shirt or Commanders Report t-shirt, draft hat, and then also we're going to be giving away a jersey if we can get to up to $1,000 in donations today. We got Mexamander with a 5. Ah, man. All right. It was a fun dream, but this was really the floor, I think, for Venga Ioane from Penn State. And with him off the board, all the offensive linemen that I saw the Steelers being interested in coming into the day, Mawanoa, Fano, Venga, and Caden Proctor, all of them off the board. So I think the Steelers are taking a receiver. And with the Jets potentially looking at receiver at 16, I would not be shocked if we get a trade here for the Pittsburgh Steelers at 15. This is really the moment of truth. But maybe the Steelers really like Omar Cooper Jr. and Mekhi Lemon, so they don't feel like they need to trade up. I would be offering pick 76 right now to move up. And if we get to pick 17, I mean, with Ruben Bain on the board, I find it hard to believe Tampa is going to pass on him with such a big need at edge.
I just don't see that world.
And then it comes down to how the Jets view Mekhi Lemon. Do they like him? Do they not?
Honestly.
And listen, man, we did get reports that some teams didn't like Mekhi Lemon's vibe at the Combine. Could the Jets be one of those teams? It's possible because you look at – sorry to interrupt again, Ponzi, but I think the only team on this board that could potentially take a receiver is Carolina and pair Mekhi Lemon up with Tedoror McMillan. And then the Cowboys pick at 20. And if Ricky's right – and they want to take a receiver at some point, they could take him there too. But I really kind of doubt that we see 2 wide receivers come off the board at this point. Maybe we get – the Jets have been heavily linked to Cooper.
See, looking at the top wide receivers here, Mekhi Lemon, KC Concepcion, Omar Cooper Jr., and Denzel Boston, I feel like one of these guys will get to you. Obviously.
Well, I think one of the players on the screen right now is going to be the first-round pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't think guard is or offensive linemen's in position now because like you look at the guys that they could have converted in terms of offensive tackles.
Yeah, I mean, there's none left. Like Monroe Freeling, pure tackle. Blake Miller, pure tackle. Caleb Lomu, pure tackle. Maxie Honicher, pure tackle. I don't think they go offensive line in the first round, guys. I think it's going to be receiver here, and then. Honestly, I could see them trade up for Pregnon at the end of the first round because Simpson's off the board, so obviously Arizona's not going to be doing that. If you're thinking about teams that could potentially trade back into the first round at the end of this year.
Check James' Slack real quick.
Sure. Let me see. Oh, beautiful. Commanders fans, if you're still watching, we got a hell of a surprise coming up for you. So just stay tuned, Commanders fans. I know the pick is already over for you guys, but trust me when I say the night's not over.
Yeah.
But now, if you guys are just catching up here, Venga Ioane, one of the top targets for the Pittsburgh Steelers, just went to the Baltimore Ravens, so we have to play him twice a year. Fuck.
It sucks. It does suck.
It sucks, but man,
it sucks.
You've got a chance to get a really good receiver, though. So I think right now, Mekhi Lemon, Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston. Those are the 3 players that we're looking at. KC Concepcion, I probably don't think he'll be the pick because
I think one of those 3 will get to you.
He didn't get the top 30 visit.
Yeah.
So neither did Cooper, but he's got the connections in the building. Plus, Omar Cooper Jr. brings a lot of the same yak ability that Concepcion brings. He's not quite as fast, but he's much stronger. He's much better at breaking tackles, and he's got the connections inside the building. So I think they would choose Cooper Jr. over Concepcion. I think they would go Denzel Boston over Concepcion because guess who got a top 30 visit? Denzel Boston. So
I really think I'm leaning towards I don't know if Mekhi Lemon's going to be there unless you trade up, guys. Like, I really don't.
But you want to show the tackles again here, Ponzi?
Yeah, because
I know there's some Steelers fans that are like, oh, we could take Monroe Freeling, or oh, we could take Blake Miller. I don't know if they would do that, because the only guy on this list that they met with in any formal capacity during the draft process, combine formal or top 30 visit, the only one on this list that fits that is Maxie Honicher from Arizona State.
he's a day 2 guy.
Like, they never met with Monroe Freeling, never met with Blake Miller, never met with Caleb Lomu. And I just don't know, and I don't think, especially given the history of Omar Khan, that he would take a player in the first round that they haven't met with at all during the process.
Just taking a look at the guards for discussion's sake.
Yeah, you got Pregnon, but like,
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to move back in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be completely, dude. Like, honestly, he could go 21. I think it'd be too early for him, but like,
if the receivers fall,
but like, you got to get it. Like, I feel like your first offensive line pick has to be for a guard or somebody that can play guard. And obviously he can do that. He's a really good player. And we know that the Steelers we know that Omar Khan in particularly loves trench players. So I think a lot of Steelers fans would hate it. I wouldn't hate it. I would be disappointed in it, especially if you had the chance to get like a really good receiver. Because I think you can probably even trade back up into the first or into the early second and still get Pregnon and walk away with one of the top receivers in this class. So I would be disappointed if the Steelers end up taking Emmanuel Pregnon. I still think he'd be a really good player. I think he'd be a multiple contract guy here in Pittsburgh. But guess we'll just have to see. Didn't have a top 30 visit, though. He got a combine formal. So I think he's in play, but at this point, guys, the 3 receivers that I said going into today that were the most likely to be picked by the Steelers, Mekhi Lemon, Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston, I think we're looking at one of those 3 guys right now. And and if you get Mekhi Lemon or Omar Cooper Jr., I'm thrilled with it. With Denzel Boston, I'm fine with it, but especially if you're passing on Mekhi or if you're passing on Omar, I'm not going to like it as much because I think those 2 guys just fit better than Denzel Boston does. Now, would I get it if the Steelers want to be like, we want to have the most physically imposing wide receiver room in the league. Michael Pittman Jr. can play slot for us. Rowan Wilson can play slot if you want to. And this is the pick, obviously, and this is what we thought. Absolute steal.
Yeah,
like
that's exactly what they need.
To me, this is similar. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as this player, but it's similar to how Aaron Donald was clearly one of the best players in that draft class of all those years back coming out of Pitt. He was a physical outlier, and everyone thought, oh, there's no way a player of this size can have success in the league. He falls to the teens, and he's an absolute stud. When you watch Reuben Bain Jr. on film, guys, he is relentless, and he's so smart, so technically refined, and he never quits. Never, ever, ever quits, man. Like, he is so much fun. I think he's going to do awesome in Tampa. He's going to be their number 1 edge rusher immediately. Absolute grand slam home run of a pick from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, in my opinion. Now we're at pick 16, another pick here where the Steelers could theoretically trade up if they really love Mekhi Lemon and they want to make sure they get him here, but also the Jets could take Mekhi Lemon here.
I really think that Garrett Wilson was reportedly involved in trade talks. I don't think so. I think that was just kind of false. I think Garrett Wilson and Mekhi Lemon would be a great wide receiver duo. And like they could build up the team, build up the talent, and that way they could have the best success plan to try and maybe save Aaron Glenn's job. I just think Mekhi Lemon's probably the guy if they really want to try and salvage whatever they can.
But they have been heavily linked to Omar Cooper Jr.
They have been.
So maybe this is Omar here, and he goes, and then the Steelers maybe trade up with the Lions at 17. Because I need to update my list here. And then you get Venga at 14. Reuben Bain goes 15. We don't know 16. So right now the tackles that are still available, Monroe Freeling, Blake Miller, Caleb Lomu, and Maxie Honicher. That's 4 tackles. Now maybe the Lions love Monroe Freeling. They're not moving off of 17. That's very possible. but maybe they like multiple of these guys. Like maybe they like Freeling and Miller, but would they really move down 4 spots? I don't know. The thing about Detroit is that they could probably trade down to 21 because if we can look at the draft order, I don't think Minnesota's taking a tackle. Don't think the Panthers are taking a tackle, and I don't think the Cowboys are taking a tackle.
You could argue maybe Carolina. I know one of their starters got hurt, but they also signed a couple of guys.
Don't they still have Taylor Morton?
Yeah, but I think it was their other tackle got hurt, and they don't know how serious he is.
Aquano?
Yeah.
Got injured?
Yeah, he got injured during the playoff game. Pretty sure.
And they don't know how serious it is?
The reports were saying that it was like pretty bad.
Okay.
I remember, if that's what I remember correctly, unless I have a fever dream.
Well, even then, if you have 2 tackles that you like, you can trade down to 21, and one of them is going to be there for you, unless somebody trades up, which isn't impossible.
Got another shocker, Sperry.
A shocker at 16?
We got a shocker.
Okay. Is this going to be Denzel Boston?
With the 16th pick.
Oh, my God.
They select Kenyon Sadiq.
It's interesting. They just drafted Mason Taylor last year.
And he didn't play bad.
He wasn't bad, but Sadiq's going to be their number 1, and he'll be a weapon, and he can be, he's a good player. I don't hate the pick. I just feel like there's better players that are.
I'm indifferent.
Like if you're rebuilding an NFL team like the Jets are, is tight end really the position that you're going to go get in round 1 when you have 2 first-round picks?
Receiver.
Yeah, I'd rather have another receiver. I'd rather go in certainly a different direction than this. But
this is a great board now for the Steelers.
But this is great for the Steelers, man. Like you got Mekhi Lemon falling. Like who on the board leading up is going to take Mekhi Lemon? Mekhi might fall to us at 21 at this point.
Because Lions won't take him.
Lions are going to take a tackle if they stick and pick here. The Vikings aren't going to take him.
They're taking Dylan Thieneman. That's just.
They're taking Thieneman at 18. That's pretty much a lock. 19. Maybe Mekhi. But even then, are the Cowboys taking Omar Cooper Jr.? Maybe. There's still a world here, I guess, if Carolina and Dallas both take a receiver, or if there's another team that trades up for somebody, the Steelers could get fucked out of getting one of these 2 top receivers.
I think, honestly, a good spot right there. According to the rookie report, they were trying to trade up, but I don't know, man. Maybe this George Pickens stuff is it was smoke before, because the Pickens news came right up after the rookie report.
Yeah.
So maybe they're trying to have the smoke screen for the negotiating, and maybe they trade out.
Yeah, it's possible.
Jump the Steelers, who people know that want a wide receiver.
Or maybe the Steelers are the ones that trade up with them and just make sure they get their guy. Give them a 7th-round pick. Give them a 6th or 5th.
2-6 with the same trade that Miami did with the Cowboys. If I'm Omar Khan, though,
Dude, I know every single Steelers fan is trade up for this guy, man. Trade up.
I think you're
for
fine
Mekhi
sticking
Lemon.
and picking.
They might be, man, because if they like both of these receivers, it's probably a pretty decent bet that one of them's there for you at 21. And if you can just stick and pick and Mekhi Lemon falls to you at 21, I remember a couple years ago when Fautano was falling, and we're they got to trade up to get him. They got to trade, and then he ends up falling to them. Could this be the next kind of Omar Khan, showing patience and ended up getting your guy?
Yeah.
But at this point, Ponzi, with the opportunity to get either Lemon or Cooper, if they end up taking Denzel Boston, I'll be disappointed in it. Even though I think that he can be fine here, and the offense can work with Denzel Boston in this group, and I would understand the reasons why they would do it, I would personally rather go with Mekhi Lemon or Omar Cooper Jr. Because if I have a choice for the pro comps for these 3 players, would you rather have Jackson Smith and Jigba, DJ Moore without the effort issues, or Miles Austin? Probably not Miles Austin, right? You're probably picking the JSN comp, honestly.
And just as a reminder for our Commanders fans, with the 7th pick, they picked Sonny Styles. Great piece.
Yes,
Great work.
Commanders get their defensive captain to pair with Jaden Daniels. Those are going to be the two guys leading your organization for many years to come.
Dan Quinn gets his guy.
Dan Quinn got his guy, can be a versatile chess piece on defense with his athleticism. With a creative defensive coordinator like Durante Jones, a player like that is going to be an absolute fucking weapon. And you've got a great leader, too, and a great human being to help lead your organization and lead your defense. Probably going to be your day one starting green dot. I love that pick at 7 for the Commanders. And I'm not usually a big fan of taking some, linebackers in the top 10, but I think for this particular situation, it's a perfect fit for player and team.
Yeah,
he put up generational numbers at the combine, man. Generational. He was like a 9.99 relative athletic score.
Just as a recap of the draft in total to this point, Fernando Mendoza goes number 1. David Bailey goes number 2. Jeremiah Love goes number 3. Carnell Tate goes number 4. Jeremiah Love, man, good luck. Going to number 5, Arvell Reese, another shocker there. Mansour Delane at 6. Sonny Styles at 7. Jordan Tyson at 8. Spencer Fano at 9. Francis Maui Noah at 10. Caleb Downs at 11. Caden Proctor at 12. Then the last 4 picks, Ty Simpson at a 13th. Really the shocker. Jackson Durham, our Rams host, is going to shave his head.
Yes, he is.
The weekend before his birthday. And then I'm going to let you say his name.
Venga Ioane from Baltimore goes to Baltimore. That's a bummer right there. I would have loved to have him in black and gold. But then Reuben Bain Jr., maybe the value of the first round, in my opinion, going to Tampa. Kenyon Sadiq, definitely an interesting pick for the Jets. I can't imagine Jets fans are super duper excited about. I know our Jets host, Mike, is not too happy with these 2 picks. Honestly, the Jets and the Cardinals don't love their drafts, don't love Tennessee.
Giants are mid, too.
Shocker, Ponzi. Shocker. The teams that are drafting at the top of the draft because they suck as organizations don't know how to, made bad picks, and they don't know what they're doing, at least in my opinion. But, hey, here's the tackle, and I love it. I love this guy, man.
Yep.
Blake Miller, plug-and-play starting right tackle. I have him as my number 2 tackle in this class. Lots of experience, long arms, great athlete, polished, never injured. Blake Miller, I just don't get what's not to like with him. I think he's a perfect fit there with the kneecap biters in Detroit. They're going to move Penei Sewell to the left tackle spot, and he's going to be a mainstay in the bookend of that offensive line. So now we're on the clock at 18. Mekhi Lemon is still on the board.
Downey's best available here.
My heart is beating so fast, Steelers fans, because if the Steelers luck out and get Mekhi Lemon at 21 to pair him up with Michael Pittman Jr. and DK Metcalf. Now, here's the thing, though, Ponzi. If there's another team out there that wants Mekhi Lemon, they know the Steelers would probably take him at 21. So, if they really want him, there's another team that could maybe even jump the Steelers. But at this point, man, I think the Steelers, because I think they like Lemon, I think they like Cooper, and they like Boston too. So I think they're cool sticking and picking at 21 with receiver. I don't think they're going to trade up. I could be wrong, but I think they're going to stick and pick. Whoever the highest wide receiver on their board is between Lemon, Cooper, and Boston, at the time that we get to 21 will be the pick. And then they still have all of their available draft capital to trade up for a guard. Emmanuel Pregnon, Chase Bisontis, Kalen Rutledge. Maybe even trade up for a safety if they really like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren in the early second round. If you don't trade up in the first, that opens up a lot more opportunities to trade up in the second tomorrow or even late tonight for a second first-round selection.
Interesting note here that I didn't even think about. Blake Miller played exclusively right tackle.
Yes.
So Penei Sewell will go to left.
It's actually not true. He played a little bit of left tackle.
Oh.
A little bit of left tackle.
Do you think they'll put him at left?
No. I think he'll play right tackle because they already said at the owners' meetings, we're planning on putting Sewell at left. Or at least we're open to the idea, and you don't say that unless you're really thinking about doing it. So Sewell will be the left tackle. Blake Miller will be the right tackle. That'll be what goes on there. And now we wait on the Minnesota Vikings, who have Jordan Addison, who have Justin Jefferson. I don't think they would want to go receiver here. They have a big need at safety. They have a big need at defensive tackle. That could be a shocker move here. I wouldn't be completely shocked if they don't go safety here and they go defensive tackle, but it could be safety. Like, I think Mike Renner had the joke. It was a really good joke. He said, I've seen more mocks or the same amount of mocks project Dylan Thieneman to the Vikings than Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders.
I mean, it kind of feels like
because
it, right?
every single mock draft has Thieneman to the Vikings, so that feels like the chalk pick. But like Mekhi Lemon, it's really a shock. I mean, I guess the league didn't learn their lesson with Jackson Smith and Jigba, because Njigba got taken, I believe, 20th by the Seattle Seahawks. And a few years later, he's the Offensive Player of the Year. That's my pro comp for Mekhi Lemon. That's how much I like him. Like, is he special in terms of size and in terms of speed? No. But Jackson Smith and Jigba's not special in those categories. What makes Jackson Smith and Jigba special? His route running nuance and his savvy, his footwork, his amazing hands for somebody of his size, his run after ability for a guy that's not the fastest guy in the world. He's got great vision. All those things is what Mekhi Lemon brings to the table for a smaller dude that's under. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was right. I was right, Ponzi. I said keep an eye out for defensive tackle here, and that's exactly what we're getting. And it is a risky pick for the Minnesota Vikings. Caleb Banks, the defensive tackle out of Florida, who apparently killed it at the combine with his interviews, but he also apparently fractured his foot during the workouts. And he's going to have to get surgery, and it's another foot injury for him. He's had multiple in his career. Now, here's the thing, Ponzi. I think Banks has the highest upside out of any defensive tackle in this class. He could be Chris Jones if he stays healthy. Like, he is that explosive, that good when he's healthy. But he's going to have to develop before he gets to, obviously, Chris Jones level production, and he's got to stay healthy to develop in that way. So he's a really fun player. He could become a dangerous piece for that defense, but, man, he's risky. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay healthy. For someone that's 330 pounds and has a history of bone issues in his feet, I just feel like that's something that's going to linger. For a top 20 draft pick, I think that's rich. I think that's a reach. Everybody's saying trade up. I don't think you trade up. I think you stick at 21 at this point, and will maybe Carolina take Lemon here? Maybe. But at this point, if they want Lemon, they're going to take him anyway. Could Dallas maybe take him? I mean, they like putting CD in the slot.
I think they would rather go through this year with George Pickens after the franchise tag. I think we were looking at it from the wrong perspective of like, oh, Pickens is getting traded because he signed the franchise tag. I think this might be, we're going to play out this year. We'll have them both, and we feel comfortable in the guys behind us.
Now the question is, does someone trade up to 20 to snipe Lemon before the Steelers can get him?
That's where I think the smoke screen starts.
And honestly, if that happens, I'll be a little bit disappointed, but like Omar Cooper Jr., my grade on Omar Cooper Jr. is so close to Mekhi Lemon's that if we take Omar Cooper Jr. after Lemon goes 20, I'd be cool with that. Like, I love Omar Cooper Jr. Right now, the Steelers are in a great spot to get an excellent wide receiver without having to trade any of your draft assets to go up and get them. Like, that is so valuable, guys, because that gives you the ultimate freedom to maybe trade back into the first tonight. That gives you the ultimate freedom to trade up early tomorrow for a guard or safety. So I honestly think at this point, it's kind of like the Troy Fautanu thing. When we saw Fautanu falling a couple of years ago, we were like, hey, trade up for him. Don't risk it. And he ends up falling to you. And I'm kind of getting a similar vibe right now. I'm not going to lie, guys. Mexamander with a 5 says if Aaron Rodgers don't make a decision, the Steelers should get a QB first-round pick. Well, Ty Simpson's off the board, so no. $5 from Steve says sent a blank super chat by accident. Screw it. Here's another 5. Let's go Steelers talk. This is my second draft with you guys. Appreciate you stopping by, Steve. You're a real one. Oh, $20 from Andrew Ringler. He says, let's go, Steelers. Get someone good. They are, that is definitely something that is possible. But you know what would really disappoint me right now, Ponzi? If they take a true tackle over one of these receivers. I will hate the pick if they go tackle here. Because, like, Dylan Cook was pretty good for this team last year. He was very solid. He provides, I think, a very good floor for that room. And you can take tackle on day 2 if you want more depth there, if you're really worried about Broderick, which the Steelers kind of don't, honestly. All right. $2 from Jagger says, pull the trigger. Mekhi is in our fingertips. I think he might fall to 21. Dude, he might fall right into the Steelers' lap at 21, which would be insane. All right, great news. Monroe Freeling off the board, so he's not going to the Steelers. And you were right. I didn't think tackle would be in play for Carolina, but I guess Ekem Ekwonu is
his injury was really bad. I think that
and Morton's getting older. Morton is an older player, so they're probably thinking for the future.
This is a guy that I really do like him, and I do like it for this role. Like, I think if you have him in that situation where he doesn't necessarily have to start right away, like, that's great. Like, if he has to start because the injury is bad, whatever.
And he can play. And he's more, he's got some developing to do. He's a young player, but dude, he's just hard to get around with his long arms and big frame. He's just like, he's got Pro Bowl tackle written all over him.
Whoa.
But what this means here, guys, is that the Steelers can get either Mekhi Lemon or Omar Cooper Jr. at 21. You're guaranteed to be able to get at least one of them, but it sounds like someone's trading up.
Yep, and this is a really weird trade.
Okay, well, we have a trade here at 20.
I'll just say it whenever.
Okay. So the Dallas Cowboys are trading down with somebody here.
They're trading down with the Philadelphia Eagles.
So the Eagles are trying to get somebody.
This is a receiver.
I think this is probably a receiver, but which one? I don't think they want a smaller slot guy. They already have Devontae Smith. I wouldn't be shocked if this is Denzel Boston. And the Steelers would have their choice. Maybe they go Omar Cooper Jr. They visited with Omar, and I don't think they want to risk Omar being taken by the Steelers. So in division trade here, we're still waiting on the details, but the Eagles are moving up to number 20. Like, they wouldn't take another smaller receiver, would they?
No.
But even if they do, I'm cool with Omar Cooper Jr. at 21.
So where were they at? They were at
Or do they take Ihanicher here? Do they love Ihanicher enough to take him?
See, let's look at the top board.
All right, man. Well, Steelers pick is coming up here soon, guys, so make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon. I made a deal with you guys. If we get to 1,000 likes before the Steelers pick, I'm going to give away 5 free raffle entries for our 3 raffles that we're doing on today's show. So if you guys want a chance, we got the full trade details, by the way. If you want a chance to win a Steelers Talk t-shirt, a Steelers draft hat, and a Steelers jersey, make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon, and we just passed over 1,000, so thank you guys so much. We have almost 3,000 people watching the show. Now, before the Steelers pick, guys, what I want you to do, because we want to get as many Steelers fans in here as possible, go retweet my pinned tweet on my X account. Everybody that does so is going to get a free raffle entry. So if you don't know what my pinned tweet is, go to my X account. It is the tweet that's at the top. It's the live stream, okay? Make sure you guys go retweet our live stream here so we can get as many people in the chat as possible. All right, so go do that right now. At Jack_Sperry on X. Let's get as many Steelers fans in this chat room as possible. And right now, Steelers fans, get in the comments section and let me know, who do you want to be the pick? Do you want Mekhi Lemon? Do you want Omar Cooper Jr.? Do you want an offensive lineman? Who do you want to be the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I feel pretty certain that it's going to be a wide receiver, either Mekhi Lemon out of USC, who really nobody thought was going to fall to the Steelers. Some people thought he could get to like the 15, 16, 17 range. I don't think a lot of people expected him to be potentially available at 21. Kind of like how we didn't expect Choi Fautano to be available at, 20 a couple years ago. Could Omar Khan luck into another steal in round one? And frankly, if Mekhi gets taken by the Eagles here at 20, I'm fine with Omar Cooper Jr. I have a very close grade between Mekhi Lemon and Cooper. I think that Omar Cooper Jr. has a chance to be DJ Moore without the effort concerns. But, man, Mekhi Lemon, who might be the next Jackson Smith and Jigba in this league, would be a hell of a get for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You can play inside or out, incredible route runner, terrific hands, exactly the type of receiver that you envisioned adding to this team when they traded for Michael Pittman Jr. in free agency. Pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's see who they take. And let's see what our options are going to be at 21 here at wide receiver, Steelers Nation. Oh, boy. My heart is beating so fast, Steelers fans, because I think we're going to get one hell of a playmaker here. No matter what happens with this Eagles pick, by the way. Now, if they end up taking Carson Beck, I don't know what I'll do, man. It'll be the biggest meltdown of my professional career. And there it is. God damn it. There he is. Mekhi Lemon, I told you we might get sniped, and we did. It's kind of a weird fit for Philly because they already have the tiny Devontae Smith. Now they're adding another smaller receiver here in Mekhi Lemon, but obviously he was the highest on their board. And now the Steelers are on the clock at number 21. I think the pick's got it. Listen, Ponzi, I said, I think if it's between Omar Cooper Jr. and Denzel Boston, it's a toss-up. I could easily see this be Denzel Boston because he got the top 30 visit. Omar Cooper Jr. did not, but Omar Cooper Jr. has the connections inside the Steelers building. I don't see this being KC Concepcion because he didn't get the top 30 visit and he doesn't have the connections that Omar Cooper Jr. does. But if you like Casey Concepcion's run-after ability, if you like his explosiveness, Omar Cooper Jr. Can provide something very similar. He's not quite as fast, but he's a better you can even make an argument he's better as a yak threat because he breaks tackles. He's got excellent vision. His change of direction ability is insane. Makes fantastic catches. He saved Indiana's perfect season with that awesome catch against Penn State. Awesome hands. Really good route runner, can play inside or out. For me, guys, the pick is Omar Cooper Jr. This has been my guy throughout the entire draft process. I have him ranked in my tier 1 of wide receiver prospects, and to get a guy like that at number 21, in my opinion, is a dream come true for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he's a perfect fit. Now, would I have loved to get Mekhi Lemon at 21? Yes. But I mean, to come away with Omar Cooper Jr. would be awesome. Now, if the Steelers take Denzel Boston and they could have traded up for Mekhi Lemon and they end up with Denzel Boston, I think Steelers fans will absolutely riot. All right, man, let's see who the Pittsburgh Steelers have in store for us. If it's a tackle, if this is Carson Beck, with Omar Cooper Jr. on the board, I'm going to be mad. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm going to be pretty pissed if that's what we're looking at here. And I'm pissed at the Cowboys for trading with their in-division rival. Like, what the hell, man? So let's see what the Steelers do at 21. We can take a look here, Ponzi, at offensive tackle. I mean, Dylan Thieneman's still here. Do the Steelers pull the trigger on a safety? I kind of don't think that that's what they want to do. I think safety makes a lot more sense on day 2. They didn't have Thieneman in for a top 30 visit. They did with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. But for me, this has got to be Omar Cooper Jr., dude. Like, he's such a good fit, can play inside or out, brings great size, such a well-built lower half, elite yak threat. And that's important for an Aaron Rodgers-led offense, man. Like, he's a better yak threat than Mekhi Lemon is. Now, obviously, I think Lemon's got more of the route-running nuance. But Omar Cooper Jr. is a really good route runner to all three levels of the field. Like, he's maybe the most well-rounded wide receiver in this class. I would be thrilled if he ends up being the pick. I'm not looking at my phone and I'm not looking at the chat. I want to be I want to be able to see who this pick is. But man, I look at the board like Dylan Thieneman, like maybe they go him, but Omar Cooper Jr. for me is the pick. If they go Caleb Lomu here, I will be absolutely livid. Denzel Boston, I'll be fine with it, but I'll be disappointed that they didn't get Omar Cooper Jr. If they take Carson Beck, you might not see me the rest of the night. I might jump out this studio window I've got right next to me here. Oh, boy. This has been the moment we've been waiting all offseason, guys. You trade for Michael Pittman Jr., you need that third piece to complete the receiver room. I think the guard prospects that you would think about taking here in round one are off the board. Honestly, Ponzi, a surprise pick that could be here is Emmanuel Pregnon. I think it would be too early for him. I'd rather trade back into the first round for him after taking Cooper. But I can't say that would completely shock me. Like, at this point, if it's not Omar Cooper Jr., I'm disappointed in it. To some degree. And right now, the Steelers have a minute left. They haven't submitted their pick. So they're taking their time here. Are they trying to move down? Because you still have three receivers I think the Steelers might be cool taking. You've got Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston, and KC Concepcion all on the board. The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. The Steelers are selecting here at number 21. Please be Omar Cooper Jr. Oh my gosh, please be Omar. Just a perfect fit, guys. Just a perfect fit. And I know some Steelers fans are going to be salty that they didn't trade up for Mekhi Lemon, but like I think when you see Omar Cooper Jr. play in this offense, like he's going to be a guy that just becomes a fan favorite immediately. Good run blocker, really good size, so you can still like be a physically imposing team. A yak threat, a really good quick game weapon for Aaron Rodgers to get the ball out quickly to him, and he can make a big gain out of a short pass, high percentage looks. Like, to me, this is the clear pick, man. It's just the clear pick. But the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in Denzel Boston. And I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at the chat. So if you're spoiling it here, I'm not looking at it. And right now, we have no idea. And now the hometown team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the host team of this year's NFL Draft. We haven't heard anything. Goodell is about to take the stage, and we haven't heard anything. The terrible towels are flying. Everybody type, here we go, Steelers in the chat. Let's go. Come on, who's the pick? Come on, baby. Who we got? Look at all those people, dude. There's so many people. Who will the Pittsburgh Steelers take here? Will it be Dylan Thieneman, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Maxi Honicher, Caleb Lomu, Denzel Boston, KC Concepcion, or Omar Cooper Jr.? Come on, Omar. Come on, Omar. Bring him on. Go get Coach Henry's boy. Let's go. No. We have the pick. I'm not happy with it. Maxi Honicher, tackle from Arizona State, is the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. My initial reaction is they might be thinking about moving Troy Fautano to guard. Do they think Ihanicher can play guard? I don't know. To have Omar Cooper Jr. in your sights and you take a developmental tackle, he's an athletic freak. I get it. And I kind of had it in the back of my mind here today where it's like they met with him formally at the Combine with Broderick Jones' injury thing. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm gutted. My guy, Omar Cooper Jr., was in your sights, and you take a player that might not even play for you right away. Like, I don't know what the plan is here. Is the plan to start him at left tackle? Is the plan to move Fautano to the left side or to left guard? I think it's so dumb to move Fautano, who had a really good season at right tackle last year. I just don't know why you would make this move. This is the first time as the host of Steelers Talk where I'm disappointed with our first-round pick. All right, I'm gonna do a quick short here, and then we're gonna get into our breaking news cut here. Why? With the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected offensive tackle out of Arizona State, Max Ihanicher, in a move that, if I'm being honest with you guys, I don't love. You had Omar Cooper Jr. in your sights. He's the perfect fit for this Steelers offense, in my opinion. And instead, you go trenches here, and a classic Omar Khan pick, I should say, where this is the fourth year in a row that he's taking trenches. But I just don't know what the plan is here. Is the plan to put him at right tackle and move Fautano to left tackle or left guard? Like, what is going on here? Is the plan to move Ihanicher to guard and use him in that way? He's a really good athlete, developmental type guy, but for a win-now team that had Omar Cooper Jr. in their sights, I got to say, man, is the first time in the history of me being the host of Steelers Talk, I'm very disappointed with the first-round selection for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, I'm sending that in now, and we're going to get into the pick cut. I have to be honest with you guys. I'm very disappointed with the pick. He's a very raw prospect. He's got a long way to go. Now, could he be awesome, and could he develop? Like, James Campen's a good O-line coach. Like, he could be really good, but I see him as like a true tackle prospect, so that either means you're moving Fautano to guard, which I think is a really dumb decision, or they're moving him to left tackle, which I also think is not a great move. So maybe I'll warm up to it. Maybe this is just me wanting Omar Cooper Jr. and they went another direction, but like he's a very high upside tackle. I will say that. Like, this guy could be awesome. But like, are you going to play him at tackle? What is the plan with Fautano? I got so many questions. And listen, at the end of the day, you can potentially get a tackle, or not a tackle, you can get a receiver on day 2. Absolutely. Jeremy Bernard is absolutely on the table on day 2 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But to have Omar Cooper Jr. in your sights, it's just, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, guys. Especially when you had that great build-up. There's the chance that Mekhi Lemon falls to you, and then someone snipes you, and then you end up taking Ihanicher here. All right, sending that in. Okay, maybe the Steelers trade back into the first. They have the draft capital to do it. Maybe they still get Denzel Boston. Maybe they still get Omar Cooper Jr. Maybe they still get one of these guys. And maybe when they lay out their plan for Ihanicher, and I still think Fautano can play guard. I think he can absolutely play left tackle. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if Ihanicher is going to be able to play guard. I don't know if moving Fautano inside is the best move for this team. I think you would have been better off going receiver there, but it's just one man's opinion. I'm going to get behind it. I hope Max has a terrific career here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's definitely massively talented. But yeah, let's see what the Steelers do. Let's see which receiver they get. If they get a receiver I really like, I can get behind this pick a bit more. Okay? All right, Ponzi, whenever you're ready to get into this cut. Oh, okay. By the way, guys, once we get out of this cut, we will recap the picks that have been going on here. Pick 22 is coming in right now, so we'll see what ends up happening. And we'll see if the Steelers end up trading back into the first, because I think that is a possibility, especially with as many receivers that are still left. So, all right, Ponzi's giving me the green light here. So the third offensive tackle in 4 years, drafted by Steelers GM Omar Khan, Max Ihanicher, is on his way to Pittsburgh. Let's talk about it here right now. For the third time in 4 years, Steelers GM Omar Khan has selected an offensive tackle in the first round of the NFL Draft. Welcome into Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, presented by Prize Picks. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. And with the 21st overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Max Ihanicher, the offensive tackle from Arizona State, with Omar Cooper Jr. on the board, with Denzel Boston on the board, with Casey Concepcion on the board. The Steelers once again decide to go trenches. This is the 4th straight year that the Steelers have taken a trench player under GM Omar Khan, and now Ihanicher is on his way to the Steel City. This is why you guys click that subscribe button. Whenever the Steelers have breaking news during the draft this year, we're going to have you covered. It's possible that the Steelers trade back up into the first tonight. It's possible that they trade up tomorrow. They still got a bunch of draft picks, still have a need at wide receiver, but obviously they address the need at offensive line here. And honestly, guys, in the back of my mind, I thought Ihanicher might be like a dark horse candidate for this pick because they did meet with him formally at the Combine. He didn't have a top 30 visit, but he was somebody that is really, really talented. He's got long arms. He's a fantastic athlete. He handled, big-time opponents last year like David Bailey really well. He is a little bit raw, and I think that the Steelers are banking on him to really work with new offensive line coach James Campen and Jari Evans, the new assistant offensive line coach. And probably the biggest question that I have is, like, what is the plan for Ihanicher? I think we'll talk about that here in our second half of the video today. Like, kind of where does he fit? But there's no doubt about it. Every offensive line coach on the planet wants to work with this guy because of just the sheer upside that this guy brings to the table. Like, he has legitimate Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber potential, and he was able to fall to you at number 21. Now, I think a lot of Steelers fans right now are probably upset with the pick. And I'm kind of right there with you. Mekhi Lemon dropped as far as he did, and then the Eagles sniped him at pick number 20. And then instead of taking one of the other receivers, which I would have been thrilled with Omar Cooper Jr. here, I would have been thrilled. Maybe not thrilled. I would have been fine with Casey Concepcion or Denzel Boston with this pick. To go offensive line for the third time in 4 years, it certainly doesn't project well for Broderick Jones. We'll talk about what it means for Troy Fautano because I think, if I had to guess, Ihanicher is going to be the right tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. So we're going to talk about what this looks like moving forward and kind of the pros and cons of it and whether or not I agree with it later in the show here. But before we get into that, let me know down there in the comment section, what is your one-word reaction to this pick? I'm going to give you my one-word reaction after a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks. But while I'm talking about our sponsor today, give me your one-word reaction to Max Ihanicher heading to the Pittsburgh Steelers here in round 1. And today's show is brought to you by our friends at Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this year. PrizePicks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. One thing that I absolutely love about the PrizePicks app, guys, is the new social feeds feature where you can share PrizePicks lineups with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all my lineups. You guys can put in even projections on futures on receiving touchdowns for guys like Puka Nacua and passing yards for guys like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. You guys can put in a $20 entry fee with this exact projection, and if you get all three correct, you could be winning $120 from our friends at PrizePicks. So download the app today. Use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with PrizePicks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app, and a big thank you to PrizePicks for sponsoring today's edition of Steelers Talk. Now, my one-word reaction here is why. And the reason why that is my one word is because I think that you missed out on an opportunity to get a really good, perfect fit playmaker for your offense in Omar Cooper Jr. as somebody that's super well-rounded, has the versatility that Mike McCarthy has talked about, that he wants in his receivers, can play inside or out, great yak threat, which is important for Aaron Rodgers, and instead we're taking a developmental offensive tackle here. Now, I get it. This guy's got awesome potential, and it's possible that, with the proper coaching, he could be really good immediately. So I actually think that he probably projects as a starter for this team year one, and I think if they want Ihanicher to be the most comfortable, they're going to keep him where he played at Arizona State, and that's at right tackle. I'm not the biggest fan of moving Troy Fautano out of the right tackle spot, but he played left tackle at Washington, so if they want to move him there, they can. But also, he can play guard. Like, he was somebody coming out that a lot of people thought would be an excellent guard. Could he move over to left guard? I don't think that that's an impossibility depending on how the rest of this draft goes. But I think that the Steelers, wanted to address offensive line depth. I personally thought that if they drafted an offensive lineman in the first round, it was going to be somebody that could play left guard right away. Maybe they have tackle versatility, but somebody that could play guard. And all those guys were taken before the Steelers were up at number 21. And they end up going with the Ihanicher here. I'm going to get behind our guy Max, and I hope that he's terrific. He's got such high upside, man. He showed a lot of good things on his tape last year with Arizona State. Still has a little ways to go, but, he's going to be somebody here that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to obviously invest in, and I think he's going to be probably our starting right tackle heading into next year. Maybe they decide to move him over to the left side. I don't know, but honestly, right now, if I have to pick what the starting offensive line is going to look like, and there's still more time in the draft. They could still take a guard. They could still, continue to fill out the coffers on this offensive line. But with the current configuration of players that we have, I think you got Dylan Cook at left tackle, Troy Fautano at left guard, Zach Frazier at center, Mason McCormick at right guard, and Maxi Ihanicher at right tackle. All right, so that's where I think we're at right now. I'm disappointed in the pick. Now, we'll see what the Steelers do, right? At the time of me recording this video, Omar Cooper Jr. is still available to my knowledge. Denzel Boston's still available to my knowledge. I know the Steelers really like him. Casey Concepcion's still available, or maybe he got taken. Bonzi's giving me the shakes here, so I guess Concepcion's off the board. But then they really like Jeremy Bernard. They could take him in on day 2. There's a bunch of wide receiver options that you can get on day 2 or day 3. If they really believe in Ihanicher here, I'm gonna really hope that he's everything that they think he is, because if we miss out on Omar Cooper Jr. and this guy ends up being a bust, I'm gonna remember this pick for the rest of my life. So what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comments section. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F down there in the comments section. For me personally, guys, I'd probably give it a B or a B minus. I think Omar Cooper Jr. would have been an A for me, and you passed up on an A player to take, a B minus B player. Now, obviously, the grade is not going to be finalized tonight. It's going to be finalized on the field with his play. And with his upside, like, this could be a slam dunk pick at 21. Like, you could be getting an all-pro caliber tackle here with your number 21 overall pick. So hopefully James Campen is up for the job here. Hopefully Ihanicher is ready to come in and work. And hopefully, he can be pretty good right away for this football team, because I think he's probably going to play pretty darn quick. All right, that'll be it for today's show, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here. We'll probably put out another video later today when I get some time to collect my thoughts after the first round is over. Maybe the Steelers trade back into the first and we have more news before long here. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let me know your thoughts on this pick down there in the comment section. Make sure you guys have that subscribe button pushed as well as the bell turned on so that when our late night video here comes out that you're ready for that. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, so kind of catching up here after the Steelers took Maxie Honachur, I think the future right tackle of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think that they view Fautano as a versatile piece that they can move wherever they need, and they were just going to take the best offensive lineman on their board, and that's exactly what they did, and Honachur was the highest guy on their board at the time they were picking. And I think they also look at the receivers and they're like, okay, these tackles are coming off the board. If we want an offensive lineman, we got to get one now. We can get a receiver on day 2. We can get a safety on day 2. But then after he got picked, Akeem Mesidor from Miami goes to the Chargers. I like that fit a lot. He fits John Harbaugh, and he's going to be their long-term Khalil Mack replacement. Then Malachi Lawrence, the explosive edge rusher, really high upside guy, needs work on his kind of reminds me a little bit of David Bailey, honestly, where he's not the best run defender, but he's really explosive, really good out of first step. Honestly, like, you miss out on David Bailey, Malachi Lawrence is a really good consolation prize. Then Casey Concepcion goes to the Cleveland Browns. So Omar Cooper Jr. still on the board. If the Steelers trade back into the first and get Omar Cooper Jr., or even Denzel Boston. Like, I think that that's a pretty good first round for the Steelers. Because Omar's my guy, you know that. And I'm disappointed that they didn't take him at 21 because I do think that the opportunity to get a guard or an offensive lineman on day 2 was there. Now, obviously, the Steelers feel like their versatile piece that they can use anywhere is Troy Fautano. So they were probably just thinking, hey, all these really good offensive linemen are coming off the board. We got to take one. And Honachur was obviously very high on their list. So I'm looking forward to diving back into a Honachur's film. I remember being pretty impressed with him, honestly. Like, for somebody that's so new to football, he was really impressive the way that he went up against like top edge rushers like David Bailey, didn't give up much to him the entire day against Texas Tech. Like, I don't think the Steelers are going to want to move him out of his quote unquote natural position at right tackle. So I think we're probably looking at Troy Fautano being moved out of the right tackle spot to either play left tackle if they can get a guard on day 2, or Fautano will be the option at left guard, and Dylan Cook will start the year at left tackle.
I'm not opposed to taking him this high if it means, you could trade back in and get someone else.
Well, if they find a way to still land Omar Cooper Jr. or Denzel Boston,
I'm fine.
Like, that's good. If they get Jeremy Bernard tomorrow, I'll be thrilled with that as well. But the need at that number 3 receiver position is still a big one. So we'll see what they do.
Do you really think, and maybe you think this question's obvious, do you think that their guy was Mekhi Lemon, and when the Eagles took him, they just pivoted to their backup?
Honestly, it wouldn't have shocked me. It wouldn't have shocked me if they took a Honachur if Lemon was still there.
Yeah.
Just because, like, Omar Khan cherishes offensive and defensive linemen so much, and so many were coming off the board, and there were still so many receivers still available. Like, if Lemon, Cooper, Boston, Concepcion at the time was still on the board at 21, and, like, a Honachur's, like, the last round 1 grade you have on an offensive lineman, then you can do that. And, I'm not the biggest fan of moving Troy Fautano out of the right tackle spot because he's really gotten used to that spot, moving over from left tackle in college back over to the right side where he played his high school ball. And now it's like, are we going to teach him a brand new position at guard when he was already really good at right tackle? It's just like, especially with Omar Cooper Jr. on the board, man, it just feels like a missed opportunity to take a developmental offensive tackle that he's going to have his bumps and bruises along the way his rookie season. And with a non-mobile starting quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, I just don't know if that's the direction I would have gone. Now, another thing here, Ponzi, about Casey Concepcion coming off the board to Cleveland, they've got a lot of speed, but not a lot of size. Like, they've got Concepcion, Isaiah Bond, who's tiny, Jerry Jeudy, who's not the biggest guy in the world. They got Cedric Tillman, who's a bigger-bodied guy, but he stinks. Like, that's a very small wide receiver room there in Cleveland. I'm surprised they didn't take Denzel Boston. All right. Are we ready for this? Cool. Man, I really wanted receiver there. But, I mean, the opportunity is still there to maybe even get one of them if you want to trade back in. Now, something that could happen, okay, like Fautano could move over to the left side. They could put Ihanacher at left tackle. Like, that's not an impossibility. He's still so new to the position that maybe, they could move him over to left. I'll be interested to hear what Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan have to say. I think they're already talking to the media, but if that's the case, I don't know if they have any plans to trade back into the first tonight. But for the fourth straight year, and for the third time in 4 years, it's an offensive tackle. No, I guess here, Ponzi, this leaves the door open for a guard on day 2 if one falls to you, because you could play Fautano at left tackle and then the other rookie at guard, and you have some camp competitions there. Or you could take another tackle if there's one that you like. Like if Markel Bell is there, if Travis Burke is there, you could take them. And then you could have maybe Dylan Cook start at left tackle and Fautano can play guard. I don't know, man. I would have just much rather gone with the receiver there. I have a lot of questions. All right, so for our Commanders audience that is still here, we have a new piece of merch for you guys. Our guy Arnold was able to draw up a really, really cool Sunny Styles t-shirt here. It's Always Sunny in Washington, D.C. Of course, a play on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which is their in-division rival. So $5 off. It's Always Sunny merch. Chatsports.com/sunny. Brand new t-shirt, $5 off here, guys. So if you really like this t-shirt, make sure you guys go get it right now. You guys really like the Scary Terry McLaurin t-shirts that we've been pushing. So I think this is a sweet t-shirt that our guy Arnold was able to pull up for us here. So chatsports.com/sunny is the link. Ponzi's putting the link to that in the comments and description. Like, for the Commanders, I love the pick. For the Steelers, I'm like, I don't know, man. I have to think about it a little bit. By the end of the night, I will talk myself into liking this pick. I just know it. That's just the way I am. I like to look at the sunny side, pun intended. But now we got the Bills at 26. I would be pretty surprised if this is not Denzel Boston or Omar Cooper Jr.
We got to trade.
Oh, they traded down with the Steelers?
No.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Sperry. I didn't mean to hype
Yeah,
you up
no,
there.
okay. Well, we can recap here. Fernando Mendoza went 1. David Bailey went 2. Terrible move by Arizona, in my opinion. Jeremiah Love at 3. Carnell Tate at 4. Again, not what I would have done, but you add a good football player to help your young quarterback. Then at pick 5, the Giants took Ardell Reese when they already have Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, and Kayvon Thibodeau. So I'm guessing they're playing him at off-ball linebacker, I guess.
Yeah.
Then Mansour Delane, the corner, goes to Kansas City, who traded up to 6 to get their guy. By the way, I think he's the only corner that's gone, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is just not a great corner class at the top. I don't think Jermod McCoy is going in round 1, by the way. Then Sonny Styles went number 7 to the Commanders. Again, chatsports.com/sunny to pick up your t-shirt. Caden Proctor went 12. He really crushed the pre-draft process. Tree trunks for legs. Foundational piece there for Miami. Probably a little bit earlier than people were expecting, but I don't think that's a bad pick for Miami. Then Ty Simpson goes to the Los Angeles Rams in a shocker of a move, really the surprise of the night. Jackson Durham has to get a buzz cut, which is unbelievable, our Rams host.
I think he's doing it on Raiders.
So good. Right now?
I don't know if it's right now.
Okay. Venga Ioane goes to Baltimore. We have to play that guy twice a year. Not looking forward to that. Then you got Ruben Bain Jr., really good value there for Tampa at 15. Kenyon Sadiq, a little bit of a surprise pick there for New York, getting a dynamic tight end threat to pair with Mason Taylor. Blake Miller, really good pick, I think, for Detroit at 17. He's a plug-and-play starting right tackle. Caleb Banks going to the Vikings at 18. Everybody thought Thieneman was going there. They take the high-risk, high-reward player from Florida. Monroe Freeling goes to the Carolina Panthers at 19. And then Mekhi Lemon got sniped by the Philadelphia Eagles at number 20. And with the Steelers taking an offensive tackle right after that, I think a lot of Steelers fans are going to be upset with what the team did here in round one, where everyone's going to say you should have traded up to take Lemon. I'm honestly not sure they would have taken Lemon if he fell to 21. Like, if you're passing on Cooper, like, now I know a lot of people think Lemon's a lot better than Cooper, but
Before I reveal the pick here, go over the trade that we just had.
all right. So the Texans moving up to 26, and they're getting a third-round pick. But it's a late third. They're giving up their early third to Buffalo to move down 2 spots, and they're getting a 6th-round pick as well. So who could Houston be moving up for?
You'll see here in a bit.
I guess we'll see. They need guard. Manuel Pregna? I feel like they could have stayed at 28, but maybe they really want like Caden McDonald. Oh. Okay. Surprise here, Kalen Rutledge.
And guess what, Sperry?
Goes to the Houston Texans.
We have another trade. And it's not the Steelers.
Okay. So Miami is trading with the 49ers here
So go up 3 spots.
to move up 3 spots. I think this has got to be for the receiver. And I think it's going to be Denzel Boston.
So Omar Cooper is going to fall.
Well, actually, maybe not. Like, they got a lot of different needs. They could go in a bunch of different directions.
Let's get the best available right now. I heard reports that they really like Chris Johnson.
Yeah, they could. This might be corner. They need a number 1 corner. So it could be Chris Johnson. Could be Omar Cooper Jr. Denzel Boston reminds some people of Nico Collins. Bobby Slowick is the offensive coordinator there in Miami. Maybe that's his guy. I don't know. Could they take Keldrick Falk here? Do they like him enough at edge?
That would be such a bad pick, in my opinion.
I don't disagree.
Because I feel like you could have gotten him at 30. Like, I really think they're probably going up for, like, a wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe.
So, I mean, hopefully.
Well, I'm glad that the NFL kind of feels the same way I felt about Keldrick Falk. Like, I didn't think that like everyone was saying this guy's like a top 20, top 15 guy. Seems like the NFL disagrees. Yeah, man. I think tomorrow.
Trade has been official.
Okay.
So it will be.
I think tomorrow when you look at the Steelers, like receiver's going to be high on their board tomorrow because I think they feel good about. I think I just saw Mike McCarthy is open to moving Fautano to left tackle. So
I guess they're happy with Brock Hoffman.
I mean, maybe, but like we'll see how it plays out in round 2. I still wouldn't be surprised if they take a guard. Like if Emmanuel Pregnon falls to them, I could see them. Chase Basantis, I could see them still taking him. All right. Just a reminder, guys, that we have It's Sunny in Washington, D.C. T-shirts for on sale right now. $5 off, all right? It is on sale for a limited time only. Chatsports.com/sunny to get yours today. And I think this is a sweet T-shirt, man. Like this one is right up there with the Terry McLaurin one. I love the Terry McLaurin one, but you got Sonny Styles with the double point. You got the New Jersey on him. You got the play on words there with the "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia," which is obviously a team rival. It's always going to be sunny in Washington, D.C. now, man. Like, so if you want a sweet T-shirt that your friends are going to be like, where the heck did you get that T-shirt? That is an awesome design. This is a great opportunity for you guys to get it $5 off at chatsports.com/sunny. I'm definitely going to be rocking that during some Commanders watch parties next year. If you guys want to as well, chatsports.com/sunny to pick yours up for the new defensive captain of the Washington Commanders. What does our audience look like here on Commanders here, Ponzi? Cool. Cool. All right. So for the people that are still with us here on the Commanders Report, $5 off. It's always sunny in Washington, D.C. T-shirts here. It's chatsports.com/sunny. This is a limited time flash sale for the start of this piece that we are adding to our Washington Commanders collection here at the Commanders Report. So if you like the design and you always want it to be sunny in your house, you guys can get this T-shirt, chatsports.com/sunny for $5 off. All right. Probably catch up on some Super Chats here. Still got 2,000 people watching on Steelers, so thank you so much, Steelers Nation, for the support. What's that? No. $2 from Gamer Plush says, I hope we trade up and not sit on our ass. Well, they sat on their ass, and they didn't get Mekhi Lemon, and they took an offensive lineman again. It's disappointing, man, in my opinion. But, hey, if he turns into a great player, he turns into a great player, and he's got really good potential, and he showed a lot of good stuff on his film last year at Arizona State. So I'm excited to see what he can become here, but the fact that you said no to Omar Cooper Jr. is disappointing to me. $2 from C-Note Stacks says Freeling still available. Obviously, he sent this before Freeling got taken at 19. Next one here. $1 from Gary Frank. Appreciate you, Gary. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. $5 from Dark Knight says, if both Lemon and Cooper go before our pick, do we take Freeling, Boston, trade down for capital next year, and pray Boston is still there? Well, obviously the answer was Ihanacher, so yeah, disappointing. Next one here. Black Wolf with a 5 says, Steelers Nation, let's go. Con Man got this, fellas. I wonder how you feel about the pick, Black Wolf. I mean, I don't hate the pick. I think I'm just more disappointed that you didn't get a player that would have been better at that spot. But, I think Ihanacher's got some really good potential. And, I'm interested to see what the plan is along the offensive line, especially with Fautano. What's that, Ponzi?
Where Ponzi was right again.
Offensive tackle?
No. Chris Johnson.
Oh, Chris Johnson. Yeah, good pick. Good pick there. I really like Chris Johnson's film. Now, the player that he reminds me of is Deonte Banks when he was at Maryland, which has me a little worried, but I thought Banks was a really good player at Maryland, and for some reason he just wasn't really good in the league. I think the big weakness with Johnson is he doesn't track the ball well in the air. He doesn't get his head around very often on deep passes, but he's pretty darn good in coverage, and I think he's a really good fit for that off-coverage style of system that Jeff Hafley's going to run in Miami. So definitely don't hate that. Who's their first pick again? Why am I? Proctor, yeah. So you got your offensive lineman and then your corner. Still need a receiver, though. $2 from Tony Daniel says, gee, another year with a great wide receiver, and we go line. Yeah. Just disappointing, man. This organization really does cherish trenches, and trenches is how you win games in the National Football League, especially in the AFC North, but it just seemed to me like the value there was at receiver, and you could still get guard on day 2. You could even trade up for Emmanuel Pregnon. You could trade up for Chase Basantis. You could trade up for Kalen Rutledge, even though he ended up going 26. I mean, that's fine. $5 from I Might Sell says, calm down. We're going to trade back into the first round. Watch. All right, I'm watching. We're at pick 28 now. I wouldn't hate it. In fact, I would love it. My grade for the day might go from a B-, C+ to A-, B+ if they trade back in and they get Omar Cooper Jr. because he's still available, and he would be an absolute steal at this point, and honestly, Boston as well. $2 from Steve says, I'm torn. They better trade back into the first. They did not. Oh, trade back into the first. Oh, they could. Maybe. We'll see. I think, my feelings on this first pick of Ihanic are really going to depend on which receiver they end up getting. Like, if they trade up for a Boston or a Cooper, I'm going to like it a lot more. If they miss out on, like, those two guys, Jeremy Bernard, and you're talking about, like, Skylar Bell, who I like, but, like, Skylar Bell versus Omar Cooper Jr., like, it's not even close. So, like, you better get a really good wide receiver tomorrow for me to feel okay about taking O-line in round one. $5 from Dwagon says, I don't mind the pick itself, but it was super underwhelming getting hyped just for an O-lineman. Yeah, man, I mean, the build-up, right? The build-up of, oh my gosh, Lemon is falling. He might be there. We're one pick away from being able to get Lemon. And then we get sniped, and then instead of taking the receiver that's also really good, like Omar Cooper Jr., and being cool with that, you're getting an offensive lineman that's, a little bit risky because he's not developed fully yet. He's got incredible upside, and he's shown a lot of good things last year. I think there's a relatively good chance that he's a good player in this league, and he's like a mainstay for this offensive line. He might even be a Pro Bowl or All-Pro caliber player. He's got that kind of upside. We got some really good offensive line coaches here as well. So this isn't anything against Max as a player or as a prospect. It's just, I think, for what the Steelers, like in my perspective of what the Steelers needed to do, it's just a little disappointing. $2 from Dark Knight says F-, could have traded back to 30 and still got him. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Tackles are coming off the board fast, and Ihanic is really well thought of in the league. In terms of his upside, every single offensive line coach in the league would want to work with this guy. Like, he's that. Wait, so we got a trade here? Patriots trading up? Bills trading down again. Could this be for Denzel Boston or Omar Cooper? But they're probably going to get A.J. Brown, right? So Bills still have a first-round pick. They're just moving down. They're adding a fourth-round pick here, so Brandon Beane is wheeling and dealing. Man, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because I'm going to be pulling up that Max Ihanic film. Oh, no, the Patriots are trading up for a tackle here. Caleb Lomu from Utah. So I wonder what the plan is for him because he was a left tackle at Utah. Do they move him over to right tackle? Do they move Campbell inside? I'm guessing they're just going to play him at right tackle. But at this point, guys, I think with offensive line being the pick in round one, Jeremy Bernard, there's a very good chance he's the pick for the Steelers tomorrow. The Steelers might even trade up to make sure they get him. The Steelers have shown a ton of interest in him, top 30 visit and a combine formal. Very versatile. Like, if you miss out on getting Omar Cooper Jr., getting Jeremy Bernard as a consolation prize is awesome. Now, does he have number one wide receiver potential? I don't know. I think he's somewhat already maxed out where, he's already as good as he's going to be, and I don't know if he's a number one receiver. But, could he be your number two receiver for the long haul, a number three receiver right now that's really, really good? Absolutely. He reminds me a lot of younger Adam Thielen. Reminds me a little bit of Juwan Jennings. Good run blocker, great route runner, really solid hands, great feel for space in the open field as a yak threat. So, if you can land Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston, or Jeremy Bernard, I think we're cooking here. I think Ihanic could be perfectly fine. Good player. But you got to get receiver right. This is what I've been saying for the last several years here in Pittsburgh. It was a good start getting Michael Pittman Jr., but you got to get that third piece. And right now, you're in danger of not getting a legitimate one. So they better find a way to get one tomorrow or later tonight if we still have a little bit of time here. But it sounds like the Steelers won't be trading back in. But we'll see. Devone says, if we trade up for a receiver, I'd be more happy. I'd be more happy. Be nice to see Boston if he doesn't get picked. But let's be for real. Yeah. I mean, you would have to trade up for Omar Cooper Jr. or Boston before. They're not falling to 53. I'd be shocked if they fell to 53 to the Steelers. So, guess we'll just have to see. $2 from Gary Flanagan. Total panic pick. Project tackle in the first. Shaking my damn head. Well, maybe, like this dude, I'm telling you, he was pretty good last year. Like, he's not all the way there. That's not what I'm saying. Needs some more coaching, but I really like our offensive line coaching staff here with James Campen, who's one of the best in the business. We've got Jari Evans, who's like future Hall of Famer. Did he make the Hall of Fame this year? I know he was in contention. Wow, Steelers? No. Dude, you got to stop. You got to stop it here. You got to stop.
Bad wow Steelers. The Steelers were on the phone with USC wide receiver Mekhi Levin while the Eagles traded up for him.
Oh, my gosh, guys. I'm going to be sick.
Why not go up and go get your guy?
Can you send that to me, that report? I'm going to put it in our later video. They literally got sniped, dude. They thought he was falling to them. And
why not trade up one of your thirds?
I mean, I think they just thought that he was going to fall to him, and they didn't think that somebody was going to come up and snipe him, but they got played. Congratulations, Omar Khan. You got played.
I'm sending this to you from TV, or to both of us, because it's a clip. That's disappointing. That's awful.
Oh my gosh, dude, this I'm gonna be sick. Oh my God.
That is unacceptable, Omar Khan. I'm sorry. You have 3 third-round picks. You're telling me you couldn't have used one of them.
And do they really not believe in Omar Cooper Jr. or Denzel Boston enough to take him at 21?
Honestly, that might be a short.
That was my thinking. It's like, oh, Eagles are coming up. Oh, Mekhi Lemon's the pick. Okay, great. We still get Omar Cooper Jr. Why wasn't that the thinking? I don't get it. You were comfortable taking receiver at 21 over a tackle, a Honitcher. Why did we all of a sudden switch that up? Now, maybe they have a higher grade on a Honitcher, but I just disagree with that. Omar Cooper Jr. is a better prospect, especially for a win-now team, than a Honitcher. And like I said, it's nothing against Max, and I think that he's got a chance to be really freaking good. But, you could have gone offensive line in round 2. You had the draft capital to trade up for a guard if you really wanted one. Or even another tackle at the end of the first.
Got another trade.
Dude, Omar Cooper Jr. is such a 49er, it's not even funny.
He's such a Raider. Because 49ers just traded out.
Oh, okay. Well, who'd they trade with?
The Jets.
So the Jets are moving back in, huh? Are they taking Cooper? Fuck, they're definitely taking Cooper, aren't they?
Well, if he doesn't get to Jets, the Raiders are certainly taking him, right? Pair him up with Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
Dude,
but also,
upsetting.
But also Denzel Boston, his deep threat ability with Fernando Mendoza's deep ball, they could use a bigger receiver. I wouldn't be shocked if they go Boston over Cooper, his Indiana teammate. Next super chat here. Oh my gosh, man! Dude, the Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon. We were this close to having Mekhi Lemon, literally this close. And then, instead of just sticking with a really good wide receiver prospect, you go offensive line, which is especially tackle. If it would have been guard, if one of the top guards was still there, I would have been happy. I would have been thrilled with the pick. But true tackle?
You know, the saddest part about that, Mekhi Lemon raved about playing with Aaron Rodgers.
The Jets are selecting Omar Cooper Jr. Dude, I'm so
I've never seen you this mad.
I'm so mad, man.
I've never seen you this mad. That's crazy.
I'm so mad.
Dude.
Like, dude, you had Mekhi Lemon in your fucking sights. You had Omar Cooper Jr. in your sights. Those were 2 tier 1 level wide receivers on my big board. And instead, you're taking a tackle that may or may not work out and is probably going to have to take his lumps in his rookie season with a non-mobile quarterback.
I actually really like this pick for the Jets, though.
I think it's great for the Jets. Awesome pick.
Honestly, I wouldn't have been mad if that was the pick at 16.
Dude, that offense can be like, it's got legitimate pieces to it now.
Sadiq.
You've got Sadiq, you've got Omar Cooper Jr., Garrett Wilson, Adonai Mitchell. That's a legit wide receiver trio. Geno Smith might have a bounce-back season this year, y'all.
The offensive line's not bad at all either, especially if they add a guard. A late-round guard, it's fine. But, like, I just –
By the way, Peter Woods from Clemson went 29 to the Chiefs. I don't think we talked about that. But you look at the available wide receivers, you know, you got Denzel Boston there still. Maybe the Steelers make an early trade up tomorrow to go get him. The Steelers have shown a lot of interest in him. But the Steelers have also shown a ton of interest in Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. I think Jeremy Bernard has a really good chance of being a Steeler tomorrow. And if they don't get Boston or at least Bernard in the second round tomorrow, I'm going to be a little bit – I'm
crash out.
Dude, wide receiver, getting that third receiver for this offense is so, so, so important. And, like, with all due respect to Antonio Williams or Ted Hurst or any of these guys the Steelers could take tomorrow, like, I think we're going to watch Omar Cooper Jr. ball out in New York this year, and we're going to be looking at that, and we're going to be like, what the fuck did
honestly,
we just do?
This is a great point from Filippone. And I hate saying that because it's a great point. He says Steelers have to be livid that this rap sheet report got out. It makes them look like they didn't know what was going on. It makes them makes it clear the first round pick was a rush plan B. It's a great point from Filippone. I actually fully agree with that.
Dude, another thing too is that they might spend their second pick on offensive line.
Yeah, because they picked
a tackle.
I was fine with reaching
and
for Pegnon.
And like it sounds like, based on what McCarthy and Khan were saying, they're like, if they move Fa'utanu, it's going to be the left tackle, not left guard. So if that's the case, unless they really believe in Brock Hoffman, which it's like, I like Brock Hoffman. I think that, he could be pretty decent, but he's also never been a full-time starter in this league. Do you really believe in him that much? I don't know, man. I don't know. This is not the pick I would have made. I'm watching Omar Cooper Jr. highlights right now, and I'm watching the catch versus Penn State, and I'm just thinking to myself, we could have fucking had that guy, and we could have taken an offensive lineman on day 2. But I'm disappointed as hell, man. Broderick Jones had a significant setback in his recovery from that neck injury, made offensive tackle a priority. Otherwise, we'd have gone wide receiver. What say you?
According to this new report.
Yeah, according to this report, they were perfectly fine taking a receiver when it was Mekhi Lemon.
Dude.
I'm going to be sick. I'm so mad that they fucked it up this much. And that's not to say Johanicher won't work out or that he won't be a really good player. Like, he could be. It's just, like, you guys know, if you've been watching the show, how much I love Omar Cooper Jr.
So the Jets apparently considered Omar Cooper at 16.
I believe it.
And they were like, oh, let's go Sadiq. And they still get their guy.
They still get their guy. Should have been our guy. Now he's their guy. Buffalo traded again.
With who?
Tennessee is trading back in at 31.
It's probably
This
All
had or
Well, from their pick was only 2 4th-round picks. Why not give Dallas a 3rd and trade up that one spot? Just like, hey, Eagles offering you 2 4s, we'll offer you a 3.
Yep. Instead,
And you will get their guy who they're on the phone with.
They got played. Omar Khan got played. The con artist got conned.
Yeah.
And
What a fucking
it's
joke.
embarrassing as fuck for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It really is.
I'm not going to lie. Like, people are already thinking that this organization's a joke because of what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. I disagree with that stance, but a lot of people just have no respect for the Steelers, and they clearly got played here.
It's like the
very,
most
very,
obvious.
very, very clearly got played. There's no other way around it. So, I just feel like the plan B and the shift was so obvious. Oh, we don't have Mekhi Lemon? Oh, Omar Cooper Jr., who our wide receiver coach has a great relationship with, recruited him to Indiana.
Oh my God! The Eagles just trolled, absolutely cooked the crap out of the city of Pittsburgh with a Flyers meme, who they're down in the series to, and a Mekhi Lemon meme. You're getting cooked. You're getting cooked, guys. There's nothing to be ashamed about.
Howie Roseman
cooked.
Dude, Howie Roseman fucking just cut the head off of Omar Khan.
Also,
dude.
fuck the Cowboys.
Yeah, fuck the Cowboys for trading with an in-division rival. All that stuff, man. There's just
I'm sorry.
There's just a lot to not be happy about. If you're still watching us here on Commanders, there's a lot to be happy about. If you're a Commanders fan, you get an awesome player that's going to be your defensive captain for years. He's going to be, if they use him in the right way, as like a big nickel type, in their nickel sets, like that could be an awesome player. And by the way, if you're watching this stream, you think it's always going to be sunny in Washington, D.C. moving forward, you guys can go chatsports.com/sunny. This is a special deal going on just right now. So make sure you guys take advantage. Chatsports.com/sunny to pick yours up today. Keldrick Falk, by the way, is the pick for the Tennessee Titans at 31.
dude.
But like tomorrow, the receiver tomorrow is so important for the Steelers, and that's what sucks about this, because you could have had this already taken care of. And then you could go into tomorrow with the opportunity for Emmanuel Pregnon if he doesn't go here at 32 for
traded up
for
to,
Chase Besantis.
yeah.
Like, I would have much rather had Omar Cooper Jr. and then needed an offensive lineman tomorrow than. Now listen, we've said it all along. It's going to be easier to find a receiver on day 2 than it is to find an offensive lineman. That's all fair and good, and I think that probably factored into the thinking here, where the Steelers were probably like, if we get Mekhi Lemon, we have a higher grade on him than Omar Cooper Jr., so like we feel like he's falling to us, we have to take him. Whereas with Omar Cooper Jr. and Max Ahanicher, they probably had a very similar grade, or maybe I'm guessing Ahanicher was higher on their board, and they just took the highest player at a position need on their board. And they probably figured, hey, we like a lot of the receivers on day 2. It's not like we need a number 1 guy. We need a number 3 guy, but we need a starter on the offensive line. Let's go get one here. But yeah, man, I have a lot of questions. Like, who's going to be the starting left guard? Do they really believe in Brock Hoffman that much? Like, honestly, I think the best 5 that the Steelers could put out there is Dylan Cook at left tackle, then Troy Fautano at left guard, Zach Frazier at center, Mason McCormick at right guard, with Max Ahanicher at right tackle. That would be the best 5, in my opinion, that is currently on this team. Now, maybe Brock Hoffman is like a legit starter, and he's ready for that opportunity. And, Dylan Cook can just be a really good swing tackle, and Broderick's situation is just really, really bad. But I don't know, man. I think receiver was clearly the value there for me, and I'm pretty salty that they didn't take my guy, if I'm being honest with you. The only way we can make up for this pick is Cooper Jr. in the second round. He's gone, unfortunately. $5 from William D. Max was a reach. Wouldn't be surprised if they took Carson Beck in the second at this point. At this point, William, with Tom Pelissero saying that he's a lock to go round 2 and Carson Beck or Pelissero's very connected with the Steelers, I can't say I'd be shocked if Beck goes round 2 at this point either. And this is just the worst draft
Seahawks have made their pick
that the Steelers have ever made. So the Steelers won't be trading into the first round, trading back into the first tonight.
I gotta say, I think you nailed this one on one of your previous mocks too.
Is it Avion? Or Pregnon?
No.
No? Okay. But yeah, I think it was like, I think Max at 21, like it's fine. Tackles were coming off the board. If you really like him, if you really believe in him, like he's got a lot of talent and he's got a lot of great physical ability. Like his ceiling is about as high as anybody in this class. But Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame, is the pick to finish things out here in round 1. But man, I think this day, it was supposed to be a great celebration of Pittsburgh football. You know, the Steel City is just loves football so much, man. They love their Steelers, and for the GM of the team to get played the way that he did tonight, it's an embarrassment. Now, draft's not over, and I think Ahanacher has a chance to be a really good player. So if they end up trading up for Denzel Boston tomorrow, if they end up getting Jeremy Bernard, who I love, if they get a really good wide receiver tomorrow and they get a good safety and, you know, they get a good D lineman and, you know, they fill this team with good players, like there's still time to turn around this draft. You still have 11 draft picks, for Christ's sake. You got 4 picks tomorrow. If you knock the second round, the second day of the draft out of the park, then, you know, I think we're talking about this draft looking pretty good. But right now, especially given the Mekhi Lemon report where it's like the Steelers were literally on the phone getting ready to take him, and then boom, he's a Philadelphia Eagle, and then you, instead of sticking with the plan of going receiver with a really good wide receiver that was still on the board, you take Max Ahanacher, somebody that's a developmental tackle, in a win-now season. It has Omar Khan written all over it, but it doesn't mean that's not disappointing as hell. Today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks, guys, America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this year. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. One thing that I absolutely love about the new social feeds feature, guys, on their app is that you can share Prize Picks lineups with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at @Sperry to see all of my lineups. You guys can even put in projections for, you know, future NFL stat projections here. So you can take the more on Puka Nacua receiving touchdowns or passing yards for guys like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. $20 entry fee gets you $120 if you get all 3 correct. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. It's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live streams. So we're going to stay live until we run out of Super Chats here. Robert Ramirez with a 2. Appreciate you, Robert. First round of the NFL draft is over. We're going to be scrolling the results of the first round on the bottom of the screen, guys. So if you missed any picks, it's going to be coming up here soon. Sonny Styles is the pick for the Washington Commanders if you're still watching us on the Commanders Report. By the way, you guys can get $5 off. It's always sunny in Washington, D.C. T-shirts, currently available at chatsports.com/sunny. But then Bernard Nixon with a 5 here says, this team still can't get wide receiver right since AB left. It's sad. There's still time to get a good receiver, but like I think Omar Cooper Jr. has a chance to be a #1 receiver. And I think the chances of you getting like a legit #1 are pretty much gone unless you run into somebody that surprises people. So it's disappointing to me, man. You guys know Omar Cooper Jr. was my guy, and Honitcher, I didn't want to believe was really on the Steelers' radar. I didn't want to believe true tackle was on the Steelers' radar because I like Dylan Cook. I thought he played well last year. I like Troy Fautano. I didn't think tackle was the biggest need on your team. Now, could a Honitcher maybe play guard? I kind of doubt they play him there, but I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I don't love the pick. I got to say, man, after really thinking about it and taking into account that you had Omar Cooper Jr. in your sights, I think it's probably a C- D+ pick for me in round 1. So maybe that pick changes by the end of this process, and maybe they get an awesome receiver tomorrow, and things are looking up by the end of this weekend. But it's a dark day in the history of Steelers football, in my opinion. You got played out of Mekhi Lemon, and you end up taking a player that feels like a panic pick at 21, if I'm being honest. $5 from Ant $sign says, we waiting hours for this. Very disappointing. Why do we need to draft O-line in the first round every year? We need playmakers. We need to score points. Don't disagree. And there was a playmaker right there. And you were gearing up. You were literally calling Mekhi Lemon. God, that's such an embarrassing story. You were ready to take a receiver. Just take the next receiver on your board. And then go get an offensive lineman in round 2 or whatever, day 2. Now, maybe they didn't like enough of the offensive lineman. They didn't think any of them was going to get to them, and they wanted to make sure they got an offensive lineman. Fine. You better make sure you get a damn good receiver tomorrow, and that receiver better be good immediately. Because, if Omar Cooper Jr. balls out next year, if Mekhi Lemon balls out next year, if Casey Concepcion balls out next year, and you had a chance to get one of those guys and you didn't get them, this fan base will kill Omar Khan. This is the type of embarrassing moment for a GM that gets the city talking about firing the GM if things don't work out. Legitimately. And I like Omar. I think he's made a lot of good moves for this team. But, frankly, they've made a lot of moves that the fan base does not approve of over the last several years. And especially with this embarrassing moment on the biggest stage of the NFL offseason, when you're the host city, it's a terrible look. It's a terrible look. $2 from Travis. Appreciate you. 36 AED dollars here. 37. We should trade with the Chiefs to get Omar. Yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. $2 from Rival. Howie is the only guy that could outplay Khan. Guess so. But what's that? Andy Weidel, the assistant GM, did, and Omar and Andy are definitely from that school of thought. And by the way, usually the Eagles are very much take a tackle. I thought Honitcher was going to go to the Eagles. I thought that he could have been the pick at 20 when they traded up. Instead, we get stuck with him. And
because he kind of screamed Eagles, not going to lie.
And, if he doesn't play, he has to play right away for this to be worth the pick. Because, if you would have drafted Omar Cooper Jr., he plays right away. So, if you were going to take a Honitcher over Omar Cooper Jr. or Denzel Boston, who would have been a starting receiver for you this year, I think a Honitcher has to play. You can't just sit him. Or else it's what are we doing? Drafting a developmental tackle that we're sitting in his first year when we could have had a day 1 starter at receiver in round 1. That just doesn't make sense to me, especially in a win-now season. You're going to draft somebody that doesn't help you win a Super Bowl this year in a win-now season in the first round? How does that make sense? So I think he's got to play. He's played right tackle at Arizona State, so that means Fautano's moving, and I hate that idea because I thought Fautano played really well at right tackle last year. I don't know, man. Again, for our Commanders audience, $5 off. It's Always Sunny in Washington, D.C. T-shirts. I think it's a really cool, picture of Sonny Styles there with the new helmet, new uniform. Chatsports.com/Sunny if you always want it to be sunny in D.C. I hope he gets number 0 because I know Mikey Samerstill wears the number 0 there, but I think we get Mikey out of here, man. Give the number 0 to Sonny Styles. That would be so sick. All right. Well, for the next hour here, guys, I believe until midnight Eastern. So for the next hour, 50% off Chat Sports branded apparel. So the same deal that we had the hour before the draft. Chatsports.com/Steelers Talk to get 50% off Steelers Talk t-shirts. Also, we have Chat Sports branded t-shirts as well. Chatsports.com/Steeler or /merch to get your Chat Sports branded t-shirts as well. All right, back to Supers. $2 from PHX says the Steelers get a wide receiver in McDonald. I'd be happy. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. You know, if you get Jeremy Bernard and Caden McDonald, your first two picks, like if you get Caden McDonald at 53 and then you somehow still get Jeremy Bernard at 76, like that would be awesome. Do I think that's realistic? Probably not. But, you know, I think what's more realistic is you get Jeremy Bernard at 53 and then you get Darrell Jackson Jr. at either 85 or 99. That's probably the combination there. And then probably safety at some point tomorrow as well. So $2 from Josh Fink says Omar and McCarthy cooking. Yeah, man, that was bad. Listen, I think Hunter has a chance to work out. It's just the context of who was on the board who you were on the phone with another receiver. So you were clearly willing to address the right position, and we were one pick away from stealing Mekhi Lemon, maybe the next Jackson Smith and Jigba. And instead, you're bringing in a guy where it's like, is he going to be a good player in year one? Is he even going to play in year one? I'm guessing he will because you spent the first-round pick on him, but I don't know, man. I think the value was at receiver. $5 from Bernard Nixon. Omar letting A-Rod down again. Yep. But again, Bernard, there's a chance to get a good receiver. Like, the reality of the situation is the Steelers didn't need a number one receiver. It would have been really awesome if they got a number one caliber guy like Mekhi Lemon or potentially Omar Cooper Jr. But like DK Metcalf, like they really believe in him. And they really like Michael Pittman Jr., so they feel like they got their 1 and 2. They need their 3. So I think the Steelers felt they needed a starting offensive lineman, and you were only going to get one of those, in the first round. And Ihanicher was the best offensive lineman on their board when they picked. And that's what it came down to. Now, they were willing to take Mekhi Lemon because they probably thought that was an absolute steal at 21. But it's what it is. It's what it is. We got $1 Venmo from Hat Guy LTs. Shout out to Hat Guy. Says, I think we need to talk about GM replacements. Get out of work for this crap. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Steelers fans are very happy. Like, you had an opportunity to get Mekhi Lemon and trade up for him, and you sat on your hands and you let somebody jump ahead of you. And the bad look of being on the phone with Mekhi Lemon when Philadelphia called him, it's such a bad look. Such a bad look. So embarrassing. And then to not take the obvious plan B option at receiver right after him, in my opinion, it makes no sense. Like, Omar Cooper Jr. is a stud, and now he's a New York Jet when I think he should be a Pittsburgh Steeler. And the only thing I got to say to Omar Khan is you better be fucking sure Max Ihanicher is going to be as good as he could be. Because if he's a bust, if he's another Broderick Jones for this team, it'll be one of the biggest mistakes of his career. Period. $2 from Matthews says rather have Atlanta trade than trade up in first. Fair enough. Trade up to 48 and get Jeremy Bernard. Make sure you get him. I'd be fine with that. I think that there's a realistic chance that could happen. So I guess we'll see. $2 from Tony. Beck is the pick in a move up next round, Sperry. God, my mental health, man. I don't know if I could do it. I really don't know if I could do Carson Beck in the second round.
I mean, we were together for the Texans game. I don't think I've even seen you this low. Even then. You were pretty low, but like,
yeah.
Especially after I told you the Mekhi report.
I'm disappointed, man. I'm disappointed.
I'm not mad. Just disappointed.
I'm disappointed, man. If they take Beck tomorrow, I might be done. Like, Holy fuck, dude! That's like such a bad first 2 picks if you take Beck in the second round tomorrow. Another $1 here from Hat Guy LTs says I'm pissed, but got to remember this is the GM that picked Kenny Pickett. We wish we still had Pickens, but it is what it is. This is not the GM that picked Kenny Pickett. Kevin Colbert picked Kenny Pickett, not Omar Khan. So Omar Khan has only taken linemen in his 4 years as the GM of the Pittsburgh Steelers, where he's been the GM drafting players. 3 of them have been offensive tackles. So that goes to show you how well that first offensive tackle you took was. God, man, Broderick must be in a really bad situation. Do they think about putting Broderick at guard? Is that something that they're considering?
I mean,
like, I guess I wouldn't completely hate it, but I think he's more of a tackle than a guard.
I mean, he's moved around too, but like, I kind of feel like it's a mistake putting him at guard.
There's a reason why in all of our pre-draft coverage, Steelers fans, that we were like, I don't want a tackle. I don't want a pure tackle.
Because you have 2.
Because I think Dylan Cook is fine as a left tackle, at least for now.
But I guess they're
not. And I don't want to completely give up on Broderick Jones, even though he played his best football last year before he got injured. But now this pick, it just feels like you're completely pulling the plug on Broderick, who might still have a little bit of a future if he can get healthy. Like, I feel like you didn't need a starting tackle. You needed more of a starting guard, and this pick doesn't address that unless we're moving Fautano to left guard, which I kind of don't want to do.
Because why would you move?
The more I think about this pick, man, the more I fucking hate it.
Honestly, I might give it a D.
Like, honestly, yeah. Like, when we do our grades video later tonight and we get it out, this grade might be a D.
Because I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong in this assessment, I feel like the rest of the AFC North collectively got better.
Yep, Venga Ioane is a Baltimore Raven. Cleveland Browns get Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Must be nice. Must be nice to add, players that are ready to help your team right away. Bengals get Dexter fucking Lawrence. We get a developmental tackle that might be really good in 2 or 3 years.
And there's nothing against Mad Max.
Dude,
it just doesn't line up with the timeline.
Exactly. It doesn't line up with what this team currently
really
needs.
We talked about the Eagles doing this. Like, I really thought the Eagles would have sticked and picked him there.
Yeah, I thought that he was a perfect fit for Philly because
they
have 2 tackles. So you could draft him, develop him behind a couple tackles, and then he can be ready to go in a couple years when Lane Johnson steps down.
But
instead, the Steelers spent a first-round pick on him, and they passed on a day 1 starter to be able to do that. So that means that he's almost certainly going to be a day 1 starter. And if he's not, why the fuck are we taking a backup player in a win-now season in round 1? We could have had a big-time contributor and maybe a future number 1 receiver of the future in Omar Cooper Jr. Make it make sense.
Maybe I'm reading too much into this, Sperry. And you could say I'm being full doomer. Is Aaron Rodgers not coming back?
No, I think he's coming back.
I don't know if they would draft a developmental.
They're still going to take a wide receiver tomorrow. I can Sperry guarantee they're taking a receiver tomorrow.
Are you being a Jackson Durham right now and saying guaranteeing Aaron Rodgers is coming back and you have to shave your head or something like that?
I mean, no, because I'm not an idiot like Durham, and there's still a small chance Rodgers, gets to a couple weeks from now and is like, I don't want to play anymore.
Especially with this first-round pick.
No, but if you get Denzel Boston, if you get Jeremy Bernard, there's still some really good wide receivers that are available. Just taking a look at the consensus big board at wide receiver, the players that are still available. Denzel Boston is still on the board. A trade up there is possible. Chris Bell and Chris Brazzell are still there, but the Steelers didn't meet with them at all during the process. I kind of don't think they're really that interested in those guys. Jeremy Bernard, I think, has a great chance of becoming a Steeler tomorrow, like a really good chance. Then Zachariah Branch they met with at the Combine, Antonio Williams, Ted Hurst. I think Elijah Surratt would be an awesome fit here with the back shoulders with Aaron Rodgers. Like, he is the back shoulder king. I would love Elijah Surratt. They also met with Malachi Fields at the Combine. Skylar Bell got a top 30 visit. They met with Dazon Stribling from Ole Miss. So those are kind of the guys to keep your eye on tomorrow. But I really think, like, maybe the Steelers find a way to trade up for Boston early on tomorrow night. If not, I think there's a pretty good chance Jeremy Bernard will be a Steeler. And by the way, guys, I will actually really like that. Jeremy Bernard is an awesome football player.
See, I wouldn't be mad if you do trade up, maybe even back into the second. And if Pregnon's there, you trade up for Pregnon, trade back up for Jeremy Bernard.
Mm-hmm.
Think that would change my mind real quickly.
I mean, I'll tell you this right now: Steelers definitely don't believe in Dylan Cook.
Yeah, that's the second point.
They really don't believe in Dylan Cook. There's just no way that you take tackle over Omar Cooper Jr. If you really believe Dylan Cook can be a player for you this year. Like, have fun on the bench again, Dylan.
And I really thought he proved like he did a lot.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job at the end of last season. So that's why I was so against taking pure tackle in the first round.
Unless they do believe in him.
Because now you're in a weird spot where it's like, sure, Troy Fautano can play guard. I think he could be a really good guard, but like, I think the bigger need was left guard. Like, keep Fautano where he's playing good football. Like that seems like a good strategy to me. Moving these guys around when they're already playing well at a certain spot doesn't make sense to me. Now, Fautano was great on the left side at Washington, but he's been practicing as a right tackle the last 2 years. Why do we keep moving these guys around? It makes no sense. Makes no sense. We got a couple more super chats here. Hat Guy LT says, I'm pissed because I'm pissed. I got to remember this is the – oh, never mind. Sorry, that was the previous one. But he did send in another $1. Says, worked out yesterday – or worked OT yesterday until 2 a.m. So he worked overtime until 2 a.m. Just disappointed, but to make it worse, the supervisor is the Eagles fan. Can't wait to see him tomorrow. Yeah, he's going to rubbing it in your fucking face tomorrow, man. I don't envy you. Denon Bowen, $2. Denon Bowen, that's Dennen Bowen with a $2 says, can't lie. This absolutely hurts, man. How do you think they address the wide receiver position in day 2, and who are some prospects? So I think I already answered your question here before we actually got to it. But Denzel Boston, Steelers like him. Like, they've spent a lot of time, meeting with him. So I would not be shocked if the Steelers put together a package and try and call up and try and see if they can move up for him early tomorrow. And if you get Denzel Boston, like, I would have been fine with him as the pick at 21. I would have been disappointed they passed on Cooper, but I would have rather had Boston at 21 than at Honitcher. If you can get at Honitcher and Boston, and you don't have to give up too much to trade up for him, like, okay, we can start talking about this being, a pretty decent class again for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because I think Boston can work here in Pittsburgh. Michael Pittman Jr. could be a very good power slot. Roman Wilson, I think with him playing in the slot, instead of an outside receiver like Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith tried to make him into, if he's a slot receiver, I think he can be a contributor in an NFL offense. So pairing DK up with Boston on the perimeter, like 2 vertical deep threats, and then you got the underneath threat in the slot with Pittman, and you can rotate in Roman. Like, that's a wide receiver room that can work, all right? So if you can get Boston, that's a really good pick. Then I really like Jeremy Bernard, all right? He's a reduced version of Omar Cooper Jr., all right, where he's very solid hands, not as good of, like, crazy catchability as Cooper has, and he's not, like, they're actually around the same speed. He ran in the 4.4s at the combine, good size, well-built, really, really good after the catch, even though he's not the fastest guy in the world, super smooth route runner. Like, if you like Mekhi Lemon's route running style where he's tempoing his routes and he's always creating separation, and he knows how to set guys up. Like, that's Jeremy Bernard. So if you like that style, like, Jeremy Bernard is kind of that perfect mix between, like, a Mekhi Lemon and an Omar Cooper stylistically. Is he ever going to be a true number 1 receiver? Probably not, but, like, he'll be a really damn good number 2 level receiver right away, in my opinion. And if you have DK Metcalf, who's like a 1B, you've got Michael Pittman Jr., who's a 2, and then you've got Jeremy Bernard, who's another 2. Like, that's a really solid wide receiver trio. to work with. And Bernard can play inside or out, so he's got that versatility. Got a great head on his shoulders. Really smart. If you get Bernard, I'll be thrilled with Jeremy Bernard tomorrow. Thrilled. But Zachariah Branch, Antonio Williams, Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt, Malachi Fields, and Skylar Bell, Dazon Stribling. Those are some other names that they've met with throughout this process. Did not meet with Chris Brazzell. Did not meet with Chris Bell. Did not meet with Bryce Lance. Did not meet with Deion Burks. Those are the other guys that could go tomorrow. In terms of the guys that could go round 2, I would say Boston in a trade-up situation, Jeremy Bernard, and then, Zachariah Branch, Antonio Williams, Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt, those guys could be in play as well. So, appreciate you, Devin. Or Denon. I think that's how it's. Yeah, Denon with 2 N's. So, sorry we had your name wrong on the graphic there. $2 from Macro Man says, are they trying to run it back with Roman again? No. I think that they feel like DK's their 1, Pittman's their 2, and they feel like they still have a good chance to get a legit wide receiver 3 with some upside in day 2, which they can. I think it's a good receiver class. There's still good receivers available to them tomorrow. So they got to get it right, though. Like, there's a lot of pressure on Omar Khan to get a good receiver tomorrow, man. Because if they come out of tomorrow with, like, Bryce Lance and that's all they have, I will be pissed at that. Well, because it's true. There's no way Rapp would have said it if it wasn't true. Bernard, hate to say it, Jets had a great draft. Yeah, it's I mean, especially with getting back in to take Omar, like that is a slam dunk pick for them.
And like, if people were like, oh, they reached on Sadiq, but like, if you swap Sadiq with Omar Cooper,
yeah,
you're talking about like, oh, really, they won it.
It's an amazing draft. And Bailey, I think he's a little bit risky because he's a speed rusher. I would have taken Reese, but I think it's fine. I think it's a good draft for the Jets, I would say. Next one here. $5 from Bernard says this team.
Oh, we already got that one.
Oh, we already got that one. $2 from Justin Yankuski says, again, con artist, not con. Yep. He got con today. That's all I know. Unfortunately, Steelers big losers of round 1 of the NFL draft, and that sucks to say because you're the host city.
Yeah,
this is
Commanders are big winners though.
It's a big draft. Yeah, Commanders huge winners. Sonny Styles, defensive captain for next decade plus. Like, great pick for Washington, but
if they don't pick again until 76 or whatever it is,
exactly
71.
Major Ackerman with a 5 says I won't judge this pick until I see him play, but seems underwhelming, honestly. Very underwhelming because like. We were talking about, oh my gosh, we're getting Mekhi Lemon, he's falling to us. And then to go from that to, wait, we're taking a tackle, a position that I personally think we don't need to draft? And he's a developmental guy?
At least it was an edge.
He is a high upside guy. And he did a lot of good things last year. Like, you want to talk about David Bailey being a good pick for the Jets? Ahanicher kind of handled him last year.
Yeah, he absolutely cooked him.
Like, he was maybe the only tackle that Bailey played against that actually, like, beat him.
Even
the long arms, the physicality, the athleticism is off the charts with Ahanicher. So it has nothing to do with Mad Max. I think that he is somebody that could really, really be a good player for us. It's just, is he going to be good right away? I don't know, because he's got development to do. Because he's so new to the game and so new to the position where it's like, we're just scratching the surface with this dude. But it's like, do we really want somebody that's just scratching the surface this year when we're trying to win a Super Bowl this year, when you're probably going to have a 43-year-old quarterback on a 1-year timeline this year, when you're trying to get Cam Hayward a ring before he retires this year? Does it really make sense to go with that guy versus a potential future number 1 receiver that can be your number 3 receiver right away, super versatile, great after the catch, makes crazy catches, like it could be an immediate contributor and an impact player? Does it make sense to take the tackle in that instance? No, in my opinion. Like, you can make the argument, you can get a receiver on day 2, getting a starting level offensive lineman on day 2 is really tough. I get that argument. That's probably what Omar Khan would say. But when you had Omar fucking Cooper Jr. in your sights, one of my favorite draft crushes of the last several years, and you take a developmental tackle, I have to say I hate the pick, just like Thomas here. $2 from Bernard. Omar let A-Rod down again. Better go get him a receiver tomorrow. Because it's not like you needed a number one receiver. It's not like you went into this draft saying, we got to get ourselves a number one. Because DK, especially if he has other weapons around him and he's not getting double teamed, he can be he's a solid number one in a good receiver room. But you got to surround him with other talent, and so he doesn't get doubled. You got Pittman. That's a good start. If you get a really solid wide receiver 3 tomorrow that can be an immediate contributor to the offense, it's fine. Especially if Ihanicher plays well in his first season.
With the 53rd pick, the Steelers select Carson Beck.
Yeah, Carson Beck, quarterback out of my. Dude, I might literally throw my computer if that happens. I might literally just throw this shit against the wall if they take Carson Beck. $5 from Ryan says, how do you have 12 picks and not trade up at least a few spots to secure the deal with Mekhi Lemon? Are you serious?
Dude, it took 2 fourths. I'm sure the Cowboys would accept a third.
Yep.
They say, hey, the Eagles are offering us 2 fours. Could you match us? Give us a third. Could have given them the third back.
Dude, you could have traded up to any of the number of spots before the Cowboys at 20. And I would have been cool with that. Like, if they would have traded up to 15 to take him, I would have been thrilled. But no, we have to get him on the phone before we actually know what the pick in front of us is, and then we get fucking conned. Because
I'm pretty sure Omar was like, the Cowboys aren't taking a wide receiver. We could pick him. Like, we could call him.
Yeah, we can call him. And then it's like, nope, somebody's outplaying you. And somebody's smarter than you. And
you didn't understand someone could pick before you and trade up. Like, I don't know, man. Honestly, it's indefensible.
Honestly, the Steelers are one of the biggest losers of the night. Like, along with
they're the host city. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is embarrassing, man.
It's supposed to be a special moment.
$5 from Jordan. Rap sheet is saying the Steelers were on the phone with Lemon when the Eagles traded up, and Mekhi couldn't even pick up the phone for them. Yep. Oh my! I'm gonna be. I said it when I heard the news. Like, dude, I feel sick. You could have had the next Jackson Smith and Jigba if you just fucking took some initiative and traded up a few spots.
A.J. Brown's certainly gone, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I would say A.J. Brown certainly gone. Probably to the Patriots. $10 from Thomas. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Should have moved back and gotten Rutledge or Pregnon if we wanted trenches. I concur your beliefs regarding receiver, so no need to touch on that. Just embarrassing. Yep. I'm with you. The better strategy would have been to trade down and take Pregnon at the end of the first. I would have rather done that than got a tackle. Because you need a guard more. So it's like, unless the plan is to put Troy Fautanu at guard, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I think he's a good tackle. I don't think we want to fuck with that. But, that's the only way that this move makes any kind of sense to me, other than you just don't believe in Dylan Cook and you feel like you need a starting tackle and a starting guard in this class. So, and you still got to get receiver, by the way. Tomorrow is a big day in Omar Khan's career. You better make fucking sure you get a good receiver here tomorrow, because we cannot go into next season with Roman Wilson as our number 3 starting receiver. As much as I still want to believe in Roman as a 4th option, as a rotational piece, can't believe in him.
Adam Thielen, you still there? You willing to play football again?
Yeah, Adam Thielen. Hey, MVS, you want to play football this year? Jesus. $5 from Jagger Jack. How do they let Philly dupe them? Seems unprofessional. Jeremy Bernard should be a guaranteed Steeler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I would trade up for Jeremy to make sure I get him.
They're not going to do that.
They might.
I don't know, man.
We'll see. It seems like the Steelers just love the fact that they have 12 picks. Oh, God, we got 12 picks. We can add so many players. How about we add quality players?
Hey.
If we have a chance to go get the next Jackson Smith and Jigba possibly, maybe we should give up a 3rd-round pick to go get him. Maybe that's a good strategy. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. But no. We got to go tackle.
We got our guy, guys. We're calling him. He's a pick. He's the pick. No one else gets to take him. That's how it works. He won't pick up the phone for the other team.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. $5 from CL Rose Says, did you grade Dylan Thieneman safety? And in my opinion, higher upside sleeper Jeff Caldwell. Oops, you skipped over my chats. R.E. Connor Hayward replacement. What? I'm confused.
Did we skip over? No?
Oh, I think so. Just to answer the first question, yes, I did grade Dylan Thieneman. I have a first-round grade on him. He ends up going to Chicago tonight, by the way. Good pick for them. They needed a safety, so don't hate that at all. Then high upside sleeper is Jeff Caldwell. I mean, I guess he's a bigger guy with some speed, but tape's not terrific, my opinion. Says, oops, you skipped over my chat. Connor Hayward replacement.
We read your chat earlier.
I think we read your chat. I think you just missed it, CL. But I wouldn't be surprised if they take like Nowakowski from Indiana late in the late on like round 7 or something like that. $2 from Joe. So should we trade Highsmith for the 33rd pick? No. No. I think what you do is you give Herbig the extension this offseason. You give him, and you make that extension backloaded. So that means that his cap hit will be pretty small this year. And then next offseason, you trade Highsmith when he's going into a contract year. He might be asking for a new contract. He's going to be approaching age 30. I think it makes sense to trade him for a draft pick next offseason. But this year, I think you want to have that three-headed monster. Because guess what, guys? If the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to compete for a Super Bowl this year, they're going to have to do it because their defense is elite. And they got to have that three-headed monster at edge to have a really good chance at that. So I think you got to keep these three guys in the building together for one more year. Next offseason, it's the right time to trade Highsmith for hopefully a day 2 pick. Hopefully he comes off a really good season. Somebody wants to give up a pretty high pick for him. And then when Nick Herbig's money starts to go up in terms of the cap hit, it'll be more appropriate because now he'll be the full-time starter. So we'll see what they end up doing. But yeah, I don't think Highsmith or Herbig is on the table this weekend. $5 from Jay says, honestly think we should pick Denzel Boston. Great size and huge red zone potential. If they trade up for Boston early tomorrow, like I'd be cool with it. I like his size, great size. And then I think he's got a little bit of extra wiggle as well, where he can run routes, 77% contested catch rate. Like if you have Denzel Boston and then DK Metcalf on the outside on either side, like those are the twin towers right there, dude. Like those are guys that can go up, make big plays down the field with size, and especially in DK's case, like both of them are really good vertical separators. So good luck trying to play single high safety stuff against the Steelers with those two guys on the outside. And then you got Michael Pittman Jr. as a power slot that's so good and so savvy. I think he's best as a power slot at this point. Like I would have been fine with Denzel Boston at 21 tonight. I would have preferred Cooper or Lemon, but I think Boston would have been fine. In early round 2, that's an awesome pick. Like if you follow up Max Ahanicher with Denzel Boston early tomorrow and you get a decent deal on the trade, I think that's a good move by Omar Khan. And I think that's a really good move for this wide receiver room. $5 from Steela. Says, try to have an original thought and stop letting others think for you. I had Max ranked as the second best right tackle after Fano. Max over Blake, Mauanoa, and Lomu. Yeah, I disagree with that. That's okay. Like everyone has their own opinion. I thought Ahanicher was a pretty good. I had a round 1 grade on Ahanicher. Like I think he's a good player. It's just I didn't want to take a true tackle because I think guard is the more important position to address. I think Dylan Cook is fine. I still don't want to completely give up on Broderick Jones, but this pick, like you've spent 2 first-round picks on tackles the last 3 years, they're going to be the ones that get the priority here. So especially with receiver and really good receivers still on the board, it's a pick that I disagree with. $2 from Gamer Plush says Fautano played left tackle in college. Don't hate the pick. Okay, who's your starting left guard? Are we going with Hoffman, who's never been a full-time starting guard in his NFL career? It's a risk, especially after you let Isaac Seumalo walk for pretty much nothing. He signed a super low-level contract that the Steelers could have easily paid. If Brock Hoffman stinks next year, that's a big blunder on the resume of Omar Khan, in my opinion. And listen, like maybe we get to camp and Hoffman's not it, and they end up deciding, okay, our best 5 is Dylan Cook at left tackle, Fautano at left guard, Frazier at center, McCormick at right guard, and Ahanicher at right tackle. And honestly, I think that offensive line could be pretty decent. It's just you could have had a really dynamic presence at receiver at that pick, and Ahanicher's a little bit of a risk. Like, he's not a finished product. You are projecting a little bit with him, and you're hoping that your coaching staff is going to be able to allow him to develop quickly, because this team has plans to win this year. So you better hope that he develops quickly. All right, before we finish up here with some super chats again, today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. Playoff basketball is now here, guys, so there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than and a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You guys can take a look here at our future projection here for football season next year. We got the more on 8 receiving touchdowns for Puka Nacua, as well as the more on passing yards for both Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. So $20 entry fee here will get you $120 in winnings if you get all 3 correct. One thing I love about the new social feeds feature is that you guys can share prize picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app as well at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app, and a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's live show. Again, guys, we are closing in on the 20-minute mark here for 50% off Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirts. So if you're a Steelers fan, you want to pick up a Steelers Talk t-shirt and help support the channel, it's 50% off right now. It's like $12.50 with the 58% off discount. So chatsports.com/Steelers Talk. And then for our Commanders audience that is still with us, $5 off new It's Always Sunny merch here for the Washington Commanders, chatsports.com/Sunny. Really like the t-shirt here. Of course, Sunny Styles wore number 0 at Ohio State, so you got that little nice 0 in there as well. And it's a little play on words with the Philadelphia Eagles, obviously, because it's always sunny in Philly. We're kind of doing our own thing here where Sunny Styles is on his way to the nation's capital. So if you like this t-shirt, $5 off right now. Flash sale, chatsports.com/Sunny. Shnoa with a 5 says McCarthy and Khan said 6 times in the press conference that Max has positional versatility and he grew on them through the process. Okay, I mean, listen, I pegged him more as a true tackle, but if they think he can play guard, like, I guess it kind of makes sense why they made this pick if they think he's a guard, because then Dylan Cook and Fautano can stay where they're at and Ahanicher can move to guard, but I don't know, man. Like, you got a guy with this kind of athleticism, it feels like almost a little bit of a waste to put him inside. I don't know. To me, he feels like a guard, or he feels like a tackle. Honestly, I think Fautano's built more like a guard than he is. So, I don't know. Maybe they move Broderick inside. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, it'd be one thing if we took a player on the offensive line and we're like, yep, that's where he's playing, and this is the plan moving forward. Instead, it's kind of like a we'll figure it out situation. And I would much rather trade down and take Pregnon. I'd much rather take Omar Cooper Jr. than taking a guy where it's like, what are we doing? I don't know. $2 from Gamer Plush. Fautano played left tackle in college. I think we already showed this one. Sported says, I don't think I can get over that Lemon story. I'm surprised I didn't throw up when I heard that, man. That is the most, like, everybody thinks that, like, the Aaron Rodgers stuff is embarrassing for the Steelers. I disagree. And you can certainly think that it is, but you combine that with this whole Rodgers situation with the fact that you got played when you're the host team, and this is supposed to be a great night for Pittsburgh football and for Pittsburgh football fans, and you do that? And Rookie says, imagine letting down your whole city on live TV. Yep. Now, I'm sure by the morning I will fully talk myself into Max Ahanicher, but right now, man, I hate the pick. I hate the pick. I don't hate the player. I hate the pick. There's a difference there, right? Is that it? All right, man. Well, that's it for the Super Chats today. We got to do the raffle still. So we had 400 in Supers on Steelers. We had $227 on. Okay. So $20. So 200 plus 400 plus 20. So that's going to get us 2 raffles tonight. So a channel T-shirt of your choosing, or and then a draft hat for this year. Okay, so thank you to everybody that's made it to the end with us here. We're going to spin the wheel, and we're going to get out of here, and hopefully Omar Khan can deliver the Steelers a better result tomorrow. For the Washington Commanders, you only have 1 pick tomorrow at pick 71. So hopefully Dan Quinn and Adam Peters can continue on with a very strong draft. Getting Sonny Styles is an awesome pick for the Washington Commanders. So that's good for Commanders fans right there. Okay, let me see here. Again, if more Super Chats come in, we'll put them up on screen. All right. It's been a long day, man, and all that waiting, all that anticipation of Mekhi Lemon falling in the first round and thinking that there was a realistic chance that we could get him. And then right when the Steelers were literally calling him to take him at 21, he was already on the phone with the Eagles. What an embarrassment. Oh, so he was on the phone with the Steelers, and they're like, we're going to make you a pick. And you know what Omar Khan always says, you ready to be a Steeler? Well, apparently not, because he's going to Pennsylvania. He's going to the other side of the state. All right, man. Spin the wheel. Spin it twice. This one's for the draft hat, by the way. Make sure whoever wins sends me an email. So Dark Knight, I believe he's still here. So, or Dank Knight, whatever. So Dank Knight, Dark Knight, whatever you want to be called. Sperry at chatsports.com. Send me your shipping address. We'll make sure to get you a Steelers draft hat. What's that? Oh, he only had 1 entry and he won. Great. Okay. Now let's give away a T-shirt. Looks like Andrew Ringler. Andrew Ringler, congratulations. You just won yourself a Steelers Talk T-shirt of your choosing. Send me your email address. Or not send me your email, just send me an email with your shipping address. And then if you want to look over the options, I can send you the link. Otherwise, it's chatsports.com/stmerch. If you want to check out our merch collection, I can also send you a Steelers Talk hat if you'd prefer that. But whatever you want from the Steelers Talk collection, that can be you, my friend. All right. Well, that's going to be it for today's show, guys. I wish I could tell you that, like, I think that this pick was a good decision and, you know, that I'm happy with the pick and all that different stuff. But I think there's multiple reasons why, you know, this was a bad pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And honestly, it kind of feels like Mekhi Lemon was the top player on their board. They thought they were going to get him. And then when they figured out that they weren't going to get him, they didn't think, well, there's also a really good receiver that's still available in Omar Cooper Jr. It's like, who's the next player on our board? I don't care what position it is. And it's like, oh, it's tackle? Okay, great. We got Mad Max. And I hope he's good right away because this team has aspirations to win now. I don't think you spend the first-round pick on a tackle unless you're trying to win now. And for him to play right away. So he's shown some awesome flashes, man, and with a little bit more coaching and camp and throughout the offseason program, like there's a legitimate chance Max Ahanicher is like an awesome player, like legitimately, okay? Like, I don't want to make it seem like I hate him as a player or as a prospect. I think he could be good here. It's just it creates questions on the offensive line in terms of what the plan is with everybody else. And, like, you had really good options at a position that you know you could fill with a day one starter with, and you decided not to address it. So for our Steelers audience, we will be putting out a video later tonight breaking down the embarrassment that was that draft pick and breaking down the report that apparently the Steelers called Mekhi Lemon, and he ended up having to go to the Philadelphia Eagles. So disappointed. Hopefully tomorrow Omar Khan can deliver a receiver. For his sake, he better, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble. That's all I'm going to say. All right, that's going to be it for tonight's show, guys. We will be live again tomorrow. We'll get you guys mock drafts, day 2 mock drafts on both channels. And, of course, we'll be live again tomorrow breaking down every single pick live right here on the show. So greatly appreciate your guys' support. Until next time, guys, peace out.